Chapter 1 Coruscant. He doesn't exist. With those words, spoken without any conscious thought or effort on his part, Luke Skywalker sat upright in bed and looked around at the dimly illuminated chamber. There wasn't much to see. Members of the Jedi Order, even masters such as Luke, didn't accumulate much personal property. Within view were chairs situated in front of unlit computer screens, a wall rack holding plasteel staves and other practice weapons, a table littered with personal effects such as data pads, notes scrawled on scraps of flimsy, data chips holding reports from various Jedi Masters, and a crude and not at all accurate sand-glass statuette in Luke's image sent to him by a child from Tatooine. Inset into the stone veneer walls were drawers holding his and Mara's limited selection of clothes. Their lightsabers were behind Luke, resting on a shelf on the headboard of their bed. His wife, Mara Jade Skywalker, had more personal items and equipment, of course. Disguises, weapons, communications gear, falsified documents. A former spy, she had never given up the trappings of that trade. But those items weren't here. Luke wasn't sure where she kept them. She didn't bother him with such details. Beside him she stirred, and he glanced down at her. Her red hair, kept a medium length this season, was an unruly mess, but there was no sleepiness in her eyes when they opened. In brighter light he knew those eyes were an amazing green. "Who doesn't exist?" she asked. "I don't know. An enemy." "You dreamed about him?" He nodded. "I've had the dream a couple of times before. It's not just a dream. It's coming to me through currents in the Force. He's all wrapped up in shadows, a dark hooded cloak. But more than that, shadows of light and—" Luke shook his head, struggling for the correct word. "And ignorance. And denial. And he brings great pain to the galaxy. And to me." "Well, if he brings pain to the galaxy, you're obviously going to feel it." "No, to me personally, in addition to his other evil." Luke sighed and lay down again. "It's too vague. And when I'm awake, when I try to peer into the future to find him, I can't." "Because he doesn't exist." "That's what the dream tells me." Luke hissed in aggravation. "Could it be Raynar?" Luke considered. Raynar Thule, former Jedi Knight, presumed dead during the Yuuzhan Vong War, had been discovered a few years earlier, horribly burned during the war, mentally transformed in the years since through his involvement with the insectoid Killik race. That transformation had been a malevolent one, and the Jedi Order had had to deal with him. Now he languished in a well-protected cell deep within the Jedi Temple, undergoing treatment for his mental and physical afflictions. Treatment. Treatment meant change. Perhaps in changing, Raynar was becoming something new, and Luke's presentiment pointed toward the being Raynar would someday become. Luke shook his head and pushed the possibility away. "In this vision, I don't sense Raynar's alienness. Mentally, emotionally, whoever it is remains human, or near human. There's even the possibility that it's my father." "Darth Vader?" "No, before he was Darth Vader, or just when he was becoming Vader." Luke's gaze lost focus as he tried to recapture the dream. "What little of his face I can see reminds me of the features of Anakin Skywalker as a Jedi. But his eyes, as I watch, they turn a molten gold or orange, transforming from Force use and anger." "I have an idea." "Tell me." "Let's wait until he shows up, then crush him." Luke smiled. "All right." He closed his eyes, and his breathing slowed. an effort to return to sleep. Within a minute, the rhythm of his breathing became that of natural sleep. But Mara lay awake, her attention on the ceiling. Beyond it, through dozens of floor levels of the Jedi Enclave to the skies of Coruscant above, and searched for any hint, any flicker of what it was that was causing her husband worry. She found no sign of it, and she too slept. Adumar. The gleaming pearl-gray turbolift doors slid open sideways, and warm air bearing an aroma that advertised death and destruction washed over Jacen Solo, his cousin Ben Skywalker, and their guide. Jacen took a deep breath and held it. The odors of this subterranean factory were not the smells of corrupted flesh or gangrenous wounds, smells Jacen was familiar with, but those of labor and industry. The great chamber before them had been a missile manufacturing center for decades, and no amount of rigorous cleaning would ever be quite able to eliminate the odors of sweat, machine lubricant, newly fabricated composite materials, solid fuel propellants, and high explosives that filled the air. Jacen expelled the breath and stepped out of the turbolift, then walked the handful of steps up to the rail overlooking the chamber. He walked rapidly, so that his Jedi cloak would billow a little as he strode, so that his boot heels would ring on the metal flooring of this observation catwalk, and so his apprentice and guide would be left behind for a moment. This was a performance for his guide and all the other representatives of the Dammit Killers Company. Jacen knew he was carrying off his role quite well. The company officials he'd been dealing with remained properly intimidated, but he didn't know whether to attribute his success to his bearing and manner, his lean, brooding, and handsome looks, or his name. For on this world of Adumar, with its history of fascination with pilots, the name of Jacen's father, Han Solo, went a very long way. His guide, a slender, balding man named Teston K. Haran, moved up to the rail to Jacen's right. Contrasting with the dull grays and blues that were common on this factory's walls and its workers' uniforms, Teston was a riot of color. His tunic, with its nearly knee-length hem and its flowing sleeves, was the precise orange of X-Wing fighter pilot uniforms, though decorated with purple crisscross lines breaking it down into a flickering expanse of small diamond shapes, and his trousers, belt, and scarf were a gleaming gold. Teston stroked his lustrous black beard, the gesture a failed attempt to conceal the man's nervousness. Jacen felt, rather than saw, Ben move up on the other side of Teston. "You can see," Teston said, "our workers enjoy very fine conditions." Ben cleared his throat. "He says their workers enjoy very fine conditions." Jacen nodded absently. He understood Teston's words, and it had taken him little time to learn and understand the Adumari accent. But this was another act, a ploy to keep the Adumari off balance. He leaned forward to give the manufacturing floor below his full attention. The room was large enough to act as a hangar and maintenance bay for 4 full squadrons of X-Wing snub fighters. Tall Duracrete partitions divided the space into 8 lanes, each of which enclosed an assembly line. Materials entered through small portals in the wall to the left, rolled along on luminous white conveyor belts, and eventually exited through portals on the far right. Laborers in gray jumpsuits flanked the belts and worked on the materials as they passed. On the nearest belt, immediately below Jacen, the materials being worked on appeared to be compact visual sensor assemblies. The conveyor belt brought in 8 such units and stopped. Moving quickly, the laborers plugged small cables into the units and turned to look into monitors, which showed black and white images of jumpsuited waists and worker hands. The workers turned the units this way and that, confirming that the sensors were properly calibrated. One monitor never lit up with a view from the sensor. The worker on that unit unplugged it and set it on a table running parallel to the conveyor belt. A moment later, the other workers on this section unplugged their sensor units, and the conveyor belt jerked into motion again, carrying the remaining 7 units to the next station. 1 lane over, the conveyor belt remained in constant motion, carrying sensor unit housings along. The workers on that belt, fewer in number than the sensor testers, reached out occasionally to turn a housing, to look inside, to examine the exterior for cracks or warping. Some workers, distributed at intervals along the line, rapped each housing with a small rubber-headed hammer. Jason assumed they were listening for a musical tone he could not possibly hear at this distance over the roar of noise from the floor. Another lane away from him, the workers were clad not in jumpsuits, but in full-coverage hazardous materials suits of a lighter and more reflective gray than the usual worker outfit. Their conveyor belt carried white plates bearing irregular balls the size of a human head, but a nearly luminous green. The belt stopped as each set of 8 such balls entered the lane, giving the workers time to plunge needle-like sensors into each ball. They, too, checked monitors for a few seconds before withdrawing the needles to allow the balls to continue on. Jason knew that poisonous green. It was the color of the high-explosive Audumari manufacturers used to fabricate the concussion missiles they exported. While Jason made his initial survey, Ben kept their guide occupied. "Do you wax your beard?" he asked. "I do not. It just seems very shiny. Do you oil it?" Teston's voice was a little more irritated in tone. "I do not oil it. I condition it. And I brush it." "Do you brush it with butter?" Jason finally looked to the right, past Teston and at his cousin. Ben was 13 standard years of age, not tall but well-muscled, with a fine-featured freckled face under a mass of flame-red hair. Ben turned, his face impassive, to look at Jason, then said, "The Jedi Knight acknowledges that this factory seems to meet the minimum, the absolute minimum required safety and comfort standards of a Galactic Alliance military contractor." Jason nodded. The nod meant good improvisation. He was exerting no force skill to communicate words to Ben. Ben's role was to pretend to act as his mentor's translator, when his actual function was to convince the locals that adult Jedi were even more aloof and mysterious than they had thought. "No, no, no." Teston drew a sleeve over his brow, dabbing away a little perspiration. "We are well above minimum standards. Those Duracrete barriers, they will vent any explosive farce upward, saving the majority of work hours in case of calamity. Work hour shifts are only 2/5 the day in length, unlike the old days." Ben repeated Teston's words, and Jason shrugged. Ben imitated his motion. The gesture caused his own Jedi robe to gape open, revealing the lightsaber hanging from his belt. Teston glanced at it, then looked back at Jason, clearly worried. "Your apprentice—" Unsure, he looked to Ben again. "You are very young, are you not, to be wearing such a weapon?" Ben gave him a blank look. "It's a practice lightsaber." "Ah!" Teston nodded as though he understood. And there it was. Perhaps it was just the thought of a 13-year-old with a deadly cutting implement at hand, but Teston's defenses slipped enough that the worry began to pour through. It was like the game in which children are told, for the next hour, do not think about banthas. Try as they might, they would, within minutes, or even seconds, think about a bantha. Teston's control finally gave way, and he thought about the banthas, or rather, a place he wasn't supposed to go, even to think about. Jason could feel Teston try to clamp down on the thought. Something in the increased potency of that worry told Jason that they must be nearer to the source of his concern than during previous parts of their factory tour. When Teston turned back, Jason looked directly at him and said, "There is something here. Something wrong. They were the first words he'd spoken in Teston's presence. Teston shook his head. "No, everything is fine." Jason looked past him, toward the wall to the far right of the chamber. It was gray and regular, a series of metal panels, each the height of a man and twice as wide, stacked like bricks. He began a slow, deliberate scrutiny, traversing right to left. His gaze swept the walls, the assembly lines, the elevated observation chamber directly opposite the turbo-lifts by which they had entered, and continued along the wall to the left. As his attention reached the middle of the left wall, along the observation balcony, he felt another pulse of worry from Teston. Ben cleared his throat. A signal. The boy, though nowhere near as sensitive in the Force as Jason, had gotten the same feeling. Jason set off along the balcony in that direction. This time the ringing of his boots and billowing of his cloak were a side effect of his speed, rather than an act. "You wish to see the observation chamber?" Teston hurried to keep up. His anxiety was growing, and there was something within it, like a shiny stone at the bottom of a murky pond. Jason reached into that pond to draw out the prize within. It was a memory of a door. It was broad and gray, closing from above as men and women in dark blue jumpsuits, the outfits of supervisors in this facility, scurried out ahead of its closing. When it settled in place, it was identical to the wall panels Jason saw ahead of him in the here and now. Jason glanced over his shoulder at Teston. "Your thoughts betray you." Teston paled. "No, there is nothing to betray." Jason rounded the observation balcony corner, took a few more steps, and skidded to a halt in front of one of the wall sections. It was here. He knew because he could feel something beyond. Conflict. He himself was there, fighting. So was Ben. It was a faint glimpse of the future, and he and his apprentice would be in peril beyond. He jerked his head toward the wall. Ben brought out his lightsaber and switched it on. With a snap-hiss sound, its blue blade of coherent energy extended to full length. Ben plunged the blade into the wall panel and began to drag it around in a large circle. Teston, his voice pained, said, "He told us it was a practice weapon." Jason gave him an innocent look. "It's true from a certain point of view. He does practice with it." In his nervousness, Teston didn't seem to notice that Jason was understanding him clearly now. Ben completed his circle and gave the 1.5-meter high section he'd outlined a little kick. It fell away into a well-lit chamber, clanging on the floor beyond. The edges still glowed with the heat the lightsaber had poured into them. Ben stepped through. Jason ducked to follow. He heard Teston muttering, doubtless an alert into a comlink. Jason didn't bother to interfere. They'd just been within clear sight of hundreds of workers and the observation chamber. Dealing with Teston wouldn't keep the alarm from being broadcast. The room beyond Ben's improvised doorway was actually a corridor, 4 meters wide and 8 high, every surface made up of the same dull gray metal rectangles found in the outer chamber, greenish-white light pouring from the luminous ceiling. To the left, the corridor ended after a few meters, and that end was heavily packed with tall plasteel transport containers. They were marked Danger, Do Not Drop, and Damn It Killer Model 16, Quantity 24. To the right, the corridor extended another 40 meters and then opened up. The rail and drop-off at the end suggested that it opened onto another observation balcony above another fabrication chamber. Now making the turn from the balcony into the corridor and running toward them were 6 troops armed with blaster rifles. Their orange jumpsuits were reminiscent of X-Wing pilot uniforms, but the green carapace armor over their lower legs, torsos, lower arms, and heads was more like stormtrooper speeder bike armor painted the wrong color. And then behind the first 6 troops came another 6, and then another 8. Jason brought his lightsaber out and snapped it into life. The incandescent green of his blade was reflected as highlights against the walls and the armor of the oncoming troops. "Stay behind me," he said. "Yes, sir." Ben's sigh was audible, and Jason grinned. The foremost trooper, who bore gold bars on his helmet and wrists, shouted, his voice mechanically amplified. "Stop where you are! This section is restricted!" Jason moved forward at a walk. He rotated his wrist, moving his lightsaber blade around in front of him in a pattern vaguely reminiscent of butterfly wings. He shouted back, "Could you speak up? I'm a little deaf." Ben snickered. "Good one." "You may not enter this section." They were now 20 meters from the ranks of troopers ahead. Jason continued twirling his blade in a practice form. "Fewer people will be hurt if you just get out of my way." It was a sort of ritual thing to say. Massed enemy forces almost never backed down, despite the reputation of the Jedi. A reputation that became more widespread, more supernatural, with each year the Jedi prospered under Luke Skywalker's leadership. The phrase was ritual in another way, too. Once upon a time, Jason would have felt tragedy surround him when his actions resulted in the deaths of common soldiers, common guards. But over time he'd lost that sense. There was a wearying inevitability to leaders sending their troops to die against more powerful enemies. It had been happening as long as there were violent leaders and obedient followers. In death, these people became one with the Force, and when Jason had accepted that fact, his sense of tragedy had largely evaporated. He took another 2 steps, and the trooper commander called, "Fire!" The troopers began firing. Jason gave himself over to the Force, to his awareness of his surroundings, to his sudden oneness with the men and women trying to kill him. He simply ignored most of the blaster bolts. When he felt them angling in toward him, he twirled his lightsaber blade in line and batted them away, usually back toward the crowd of troopers. In the first few seconds of their assault, 4 troopers fell to blasts launched by their friends. The smell of burned flesh began to fill the corridor. Jason felt danger from behind, felt Ben react to it. Jason didn't shift his attention. He continued his march forward. He'd prefer to be able to protect the inexperienced youth, but the boy was good at blaster defense practice. Hard as it was to trust a Jedi whose skills were just developing, he had to. To teach, to learn, he had to trust. Jason intercepted the next blaster shot that came his way and batted it toward the trooper commander. It struck the man in the helmet and caromed off, burning out against the ceiling. A portion 4 meters square of the ceiling's illumination winked out, darkening the corridor. The commander fell. The shot was probably not fatal. Protected by his helmet, the man would have forehead and scalp burns, probably a concussion, but he was unlikely to die. The strategy had its desired effect. The troopers saw their commander fall. They continued firing, but also exchanged looks. Jason never broke pace, and a trooper with silver stripes on his helmet called, "Back, back!" In good order, the troopers began a withdrawal. Behind him, Jason heard more blaster fire, and the distinctive zap of a lightsaber blade intercepting it, deflecting it. Within the flow of the Force, Jason felt a shot coming in toward his back, felt it being slapped aside, saw and felt it as it hit the wall to his right. The heat from the shot warmed his right shoulder. But the defenders continued their retreat, and soon the last of them was around the corner. Jason's path to the railing was clear. He strode up to it. Over the rail, a dozen meters down, was another assembly line pit, where line after line of munitions components was being assembled, though at the moment all the lines were stopped, their anonymous jump-suited workers staring up at Jason. Jason's movement out of the corridor brought him within sight of the orange and green defenders, who were now arrayed in disciplined rows along the walkway to Jason's left. As soon as he reached the railing, they opened fire again. Their tighter formation allowed them to concentrate their fire, and Jason found himself deflecting more shots than before. He felt, rather than saw, Ben scoot into position behind him, but no blaster bolts came at him from that direction. "What now?" Ben asked. "Finish the mission." Jason caught a too-close bolt on his blade near the hilt. Unable to aim the deflection, he saw the bolt flash down into the assembly area. It hit a monitor screen. The men and women near the screen dived for cover. Jason winced. A fraction of a degree of arc difference, and that bolt could have hit an explosives package. As inured as he was to causing death, he didn't want to cause it by accident. "But you're in charge." "I'm busy." Jason took a step forward to give himself more maneuvering and swinging space, and concentrated on his attackers. He needed to protect himself and Ben now, to defend a broader area. He focused on batting bolt after bolt back into the ranks of the attackers, saw 1, 2, 3 of the soldiers fall. There was a lull in the barrage of fire. Jason took a moment to glance over his shoulder. Ben stood at the railing, staring down into the manufacturing line, and to his eye he held a small but expensive holocam unit, the sort carried by wealthy vacationers and holocam hobbyists all over the galaxy. As Jason returned his attention to the soldiers, Ben began talking. This is Ben Skywalker. Jedi Knight Jason Solo and I are in a, secret part of the Dammit Killers plant under the city of Kartan on the planet Adumar. You're looking at a missile manufacturing line. It's making missiles that are not being reported to the GA. They're selling to planets that aren't supposed to be getting them. Dammit is breaking the rules. Oh, and the noise you're hearing? Their guys are trying to kill us. Jason felt Ben's motion as the boys swung to record the blaster versus lightsaber conflict. "Is that enough?" Ben asked. Jason shook his head. "Get the whole chamber, and while you're doing it, figure out what we're supposed to do next." "I was kind of thinking we ought to get out of here." With the tip of his lightsaber blade, Jason caught a blast that was crackling in toward his right shin. He popped the blast back toward its firer. It hit the woman's blaster rifle, searing it into an unrecognizable lump, causing her green shoulder armor momentarily to catch fire. She retreated, one of her fellow soldiers patting out her flames. Now there were fewer than 15 soldiers standing against the Jedi, and their temporary commander was obviously rethinking his make-a-stand orders. "Good. How?" "Well, the way we came in." "No, they'd be waiting for us." "Correct." "And you never want to fight the enemy on ground he's chosen if you can avoid it." Jason grinned. Ben's words, so adult, were a quote from Han Solo, a man whose wisdom was often questionable, except on matters of personal survival. "Also correct. So, the ends of those assembly lines?" "Good. So go." Jason heard the scrape of a heel as Ben vaulted over the rail. Not waiting, Jason leapt laterally, clearing the rail by 1/2 meter, and spun as he fell. Ahead of and below him, Ben was just landing in a crouch on the nearest assembly line, which was loaded with opalescent shell casings. As Jason landed, bent knees and a little upward push from the force easing the impact, Ben raced forward, reflexively swatting aside the grasping hand of a too-bold line worker, and crouched as he lunged through the diminutive portal at the end of the line. Jason followed. He heard and felt the heat of blaster bolts hitting the assembly line behind him. He swung his lightsaber back over his shoulder, intercepting one bolt, taking the full force of the impact rather than deflecting the bolt into a neighboring line. No line workers tried to grab him, and in seconds he was squeezing through the portal. Chapter 2. In the next chamber, racing between and across assembly lines while workers ducked to get out of their way, or occasionally and more foolishly lunged at them, Jason and Ben spotted turbolift doors. It took a moment to get to them, and another moment to realize that the sensors indicated no movement of the turbolift beyond, even when they'd pressed the summon button multiple times. With a sigh of exasperation, Jason cut his way into the turbolift shaft, and he and his apprentice leapt through the hole, its edges still glowing, to grasp the diagonal support spars on the far side of the shaft. Clinging there, they could see the turbolift car roof about 10 meters below. But this shaft was side by side with another, and the car in that shaft was only a few meters down and rising fast. Jason swung over the second shaft and readied himself for the shock of impact when the turbolift car reached him. He could feel Ben following his motion, could even feel it as Ben also began focusing on aspects of the force that would allow for the absorption of kinetic energy. Then the rising car hit them. They absorbed the shock with their knees and with control over the force, and suddenly they were hurtling upward along the darkened shaft. Jason estimated that they'd risen 300 meters or more before the car executed a rapid deceleration and locked into place a mere 3 meters before the top of the shaft. Jason and Ben both grabbed at support spars at the shaft's side. After a moment's noise from beneath, hissing of opening doors, tramping of feet, conversation, closing doors, the car dropped away out of sight, leaving them alone in comparative silence at the top of the shaft. "I think we're above ground," Ben said. "Well above ground." Jason ignited his lightsaber and plunged it into what he assumed was the back wall of the shaft, the direction opposite that of the turbolift doors lining the shaft below them. He dragged the blade around in a circle, and just before the end of the burning circuit met the beginning, the plug he was cutting was yanked violently away into daylight brightness, spinning out into open space. A tug of air nearly yanked Jason after it, and more air roared up the shaft to flee through the hole he'd cut. Outside the hole was a skyscraper vista of the city of Kartan, part of the nation of Kartan and government capital of the planet of Adumar. The Jedi could see 40-story apartment buildings thickly lined with balconies, many of those balconies serving as small landing pads for personal fighter craft, as well as taller business spires, circular defensive towers whose featureless exteriors hid gun emplacements, and tall flagpoles from which streamed government, neighborhood, sports team, and advertising banners dozens of meters in length. Jason leaned out. The building wall beneath them sloped away at an angle rather than straight down. Far below, he could see skyspeeder traffic in tightly regulated streams through the air. Ben stuck his head out just under Jason's. "Lubed. I know how to do this." "Don't say lubed." "Why not?" "It's generational slang, invented to distinguish between your generation and every other one by making use of superfluous and irritatingly precious vocabulary, and I'm not from your generation." Ben turned up to look at him. His mouth worked as he sought to come up with a cutting reply. Jason continued, "Do you have a grapnel and line in your utility belt?" "Sure, but I won't need it. I know how to do angle building drops like this." "Get it ready anyway." Ben grumbled, but pulled the grapnel from his belt and dragged out a few meters of slender, strong cord. "All right, Ben, you first." Ben grinned and leapt outward. Jason clipped his lightsaber back onto his belt and followed. They fell a few meters, but Jedi acrobatic training and their control over the Force allowed them to come down with their heels against the angled building wall. From that point, it was a simple matter of reducing their inertia, keeping friction maximized between heel and wall surface. They ran and occasionally slid down the side of the skyscraper, along duracrete strips set between broad, high transparisteel viewports. On the other side of those viewports, they saw faces with mouths open in surprise or disbelief. Jason sensed the wind gust a moment before he felt it. He braced himself against it with foot placement and the force before it hit. Ben, less experienced, didn't. Jason saw the boy's cape flap. Then Ben was whirled away from the building face, yelling. Jason reached out for him, but the boy, still mostly clear-headed, was already hurling the grapnel hook toward him. Jason snatched it out of the air and wrapped the cord several times around his wrist before the cord hit its maximum length. Jason braced his arm against the shock of the impact and withstood it without being dragged off the building front. With cord control and an extra tug against Ben himself through the force, he dragged Ben back to the building face. Now Jason was in front on the descent, Ben meters above and behind. He heard Ben shout, "You can let go now." The boy's voice sounded appropriately abashed. Jason released the grapnel. "You know how to do angle building drops like this, huh?" "What?" "I said, can't hear you. Too much wind." Jason grinned. "Up 90 degrees. Jason looked up in the direction Ben indicated. Above, just over skyscraper level, a blue-green flying vehicle was banking at them over a tower dome. It wasn't shaped like the split-tail blade series of starfighters produced on this world and flown recreationally and for duels by so many Adumari. This was shaped roughly like a starfruit, one central body and 5 arms protruding from it. The arms ended in stubby housings that Jason could see held thrusters, repulsor vents, and weapons muzzles. He decided that the vehicle would be slow, but highly maneuverable, and capable of attacking in any direction, perhaps several directions at once. The arms rotated as a unit, but independent of the vehicle's central body, where Jason could see a darkened transparasteel canopy protecting the pilot's seat. Not that this was likely to be a threat to the Jedi. Unless the vehicle was armed with anti-personnel weapons systems, something capable of piercing flesh but not penetrating typical building construction material, the odds of it making an actual attack were low. The vehicle's foremost pod fired. Jason saw the smoke trail of a missile headed their way. He felt an exertion in the force from Ben, the boy leaping laterally. He added some kinetic energy to his own downward motion, reduced friction to his heels and buttocks. He sat down and slid faster. The missile impacted dozens of meters above his head. He heard the explosion, felt the building shake beneath him, but was not hit by any heat or debris. The warhead must have penetrated into the building before detonating. A little part of him went cold, infuriated at his enemy's callous willingness to risk and kill civilians to bag the targets. But the rest of Jason remained analytical. He put on the brakes, stepping up heel friction and coming more upright again. The enemy fighter spun closer, then dived past him and out of sight. Out of sight. Jason leaned forward. Yes, the building surface did seem to come to an end only a few dozen meters below him, but still well above street level. That meant the angle had to change at that point, becoming a vertical drop. The attacker was below the drop point, waiting. Jason turned his attention to reflections in the space scrapers in the distance ahead of him. There he could see the enemy fighter. It was flush against this building, its central body still, and its legs rotating. 4 stories below the drop-off point, several meters to the right of where Jason would go over the edge. If he kept his current angle of descent, of course. As the distance to the drop-off point shortened, he bounced across one bank of viewports, then another, ending up on a Duracrete strip headed straight for a point above the enemy fighter. Then he reached the lip. He was now only about 20 stories above the ground. Below, he could see a main avenue thick with traffic, and for the first 4 or 5 stories above street level, heavily crisscrossed with cables. Private communications cables strung across streets all over Adumar to give neighbors secure communications access with one another. Directly below Jason was the fighter craft. Jason somersaulted as he went over the lip, then came down straddling one of the fighter's arms just beside the vehicle's main body. The fighter jolted from the impact and dropped a couple of meters. Through the transparisteel canopy, Jason could see a helmeted pilot, her body language showing alarm at the sudden proximity of her enemy. She jerked the control yoke. The fighter spun away from the building. In his peripheral vision, Jason saw a grapnel and white cord wrap around another of the vehicle's arms. They angled away from the building, roaring out high above the avenue, then dived straight toward the ground. Jason grinned. It was a smart enough tactic. All those cables crossing the street would cut an average attacker, assuming an average attacker could end up in this situation, to pieces without doing significant harm to the fighter. But Jedi weren't average attackers. Ben pulled himself onto the arm his grapnel had grabbed. His face looked flushed with windburn, and his red hair had been whipped into an unruly mess. "Cut your way in," Jason invited. Ben perked up. Holding the vehicle arm with both legs and one arm, he got his lightsaber into his hand and ignited it. Jason leaned over and looked at the ground, so much closer than it had been just seconds before. He gestured toward it, fingers flexing, and the comm cables directly beneath him suddenly wavered like alarmed serpents. He exerted himself more, and they parted, some separating completely from one side of the street or the other. The fighter craft plunged into their midst, but hit none of them. Just before hitting the street, and below where the cable layer ended, the fighter angled to join the ground speeder traffic. The pilot looked at the Jedi, obviously expecting to see limbless torsos or mere gouts of blood remaining. She had just enough time to register alarm before Ben plunged his lightsaber blade into the side of the canopy. As he dug around, trying to find the release catch or hinges, the blade almost grazed the woman's thigh. She panicked. That was the only explanation Jason could come up with. She wrenched her control yoke off to the side, at an unnatural angle, and the canopy suddenly blew clear, shooting up into the sea of comm cables above, nearly knocking Ben clear as it went. An instant later, the pilot seat ignited and shot her straight up, into the cables. Half blinded by the ejection seat's propulsion, Jason still saw her hit the first set of cables. They held. She didn't. She and her ejection seat separated into two pieces, each headed a different direction. Jason saw the upper half of her body hit yet another cable, and then her remains were out of sight behind them. Jason glanced ahead. The pilotless fighter was rising. In another few seconds, it would hit the cable layer again, this time at an angle that would keep it within that layer for long seconds or even minutes. "Let's go," he said. Ben nodded, deactivated his lightsaber, and dropped clear. Jason followed suit. He saw Ben drop into the back of a ground speeder, bounce out of it as though it were a trampoline, angle over to bounce onto one end of a dinner table on a street-side second-story balcony. The spray of food dishes catapulting off the table was quite impressive, and then dropped down to street level. Jason contented himself with one bounce from a heavy transport speeder and a tuck and roll as he reached the sidewalk beside Ben. Adumari pedestrians gave the two Jedi curious looks, but seemed unalarmed. Most of them were watching the fighter plow through the cables overhead. Ben had a well-cooked leg of some avian in one hand. He'd already taken a bite out of it and was chewing furiously. "What, don't you get enough Jedi Temple food to eat?" Jason commented. Ben shook his head. "What's next?" "Transmit." "Don't you want to do that? You're the Jedi Knight." "I'm not the one who needs to learn how to do it." Jason turned and led the way through the sidewalk traffic. If his bearings were correct, this direction would lead them to the hangars where his shuttle waited. With a long-suffering sigh, Ben discarded his improvised meal and pulled the little holocam, a datapad, and a comlink from pouches on his belt. Awkwardly, handling 3 items with 2 not fully grown hands, he began manipulating controls and keyboards, entering commands. "All right, the data package is being compressed and encrypted. While it's doing that, check to see if the shuttle's holocom is still live. Remotely activate it and bounce a comm echo off the old Lunar New Republic station." "Yes, sir." This time, Ben didn't sound as put upon. This was more of a challenge, something he'd never done before on his own authority. He typed commands into his datapad, relayed them through the comlink. "Holocom is live." Kilometers away, the communications system aboard Jason's shuttle, a full-fledged holocom unit capable of transmitting through hyperspace and thus communicating faster than light, would have just awakened from its power-down status. "Querying automated comm systems on relay station ADU-1104 through to Coruscant," the boy said. His voice, though no deeper, sounded more confident, more mature, when he was engrossed in a task like this. "Successful echo." Another message popped up on his datapad. "Package encrypted." "Transmit it," Jason said. He kept a close eye on the pedestrian traffic, but he didn't anticipate any problems at this point. It would be some time before the operators of the Dammit Killers firm figured out where the Jedi were. "Await confirmation of reception. Request confirmation of decryption." "Yes, sir." Ben typed in another set of commands, then tucked his holocam back in its pouch. It would no longer be needed. "So, how do we get off-world?" "We go back to the shuttle and take off." "But the planet's full of starfighters. One shuttle, even an armed shuttle, isn't going to be able to fight its way through all of them." "Correct. But why would they attack us?" To keep... Understanding dawned in the boy's eyes. "To keep us from getting off-world with what we found out." "Correct. But we just holocast it, so it's too late." Ben checked the screen on his datapad. "They got the package. They're decrypting." His expression turned suspicious. "But what if the Adumari attack us for revenge?" "Think it through, Ben. Take your time." They reached a broad plaza, and Jason knew his bearings were correct. They were headed back toward the proper hangars, which should only be a couple of kilometers distant. "If the package decrypts, and the spies see what we saw, they'll start talking to the government here." "Military intelligence, not spies." "Oh, they're spies." Ben sounded scornful of Jason's correction. "Mom's a spy. What we just did makes us spies." "Your mother's a Jedi. We're Jedi." "Jedi spies." The datapad beeped, and Ben looked at it again. He snapped it shut. "The message decrypted. Our spy bosses say well done. So, they'll talk to the Adumari government, who know that if anything happens to us, things will be worse for them." "Correct." "So we can leave, and go on to our next assignment." A look of unease crossed Ben's features. "Do we have to?" "Yes, we do." "There are going to be a lot of them." "Not as many as we just encountered." "It's going to be noisy." "Not as noisy as that assembly line." Ben heaved a sigh, defeated. A few minutes later, Jason and Ben boarded Jason's shuttle, an armored variant on the old Lambda-class model, fitted with a turreted laser cannon and a holocom unit, and lifted off. The shuttle's upswept wings lowered into horizontal position after liftoff, and Jason oriented the craft toward Adumar's sky. A flight of 4 Blade starfighters, Adumar's distinctive split-tail fighter craft, escorted the shuttle until it left the planet's gravity well and entered hyperspace. Nothing came close enough to fire a shot at the Jedi craft. Chapter 3. Coruscant. Leia Organa Solo, one-time princess of the world of Alderaan, former chief of state of the New Republic, now a Jedi Knight, stood dressed in all-white robes, suitable to either a Jedi or a politician in informal surroundings, before the portal. It was not an ordinary door, though in appearance it was identical to billions of dwelling exterior doors found on the world of Coruscant. In reality, it was not. In the recent past, the original low-cost composite material door had been replaced with this innocuous-appearing thing of armor. It would hold against blaster assault. For a while, anyway. The cool blue it was painted belied its defensive function. Leia's husband, Han Solo, one of the most famous men in the galaxy, moved up beside her. He was wearing his favorite clothes, dark military trousers, decorated with the red Corellian blood stripes he had earned when he was a younger man, light long-sleeved shirt, black vest, practical black boots. Except for the lines in his face and gray in his hair, honestly earned through deeds as well as accumulated over the passage of time, he was indistinguishable from the man she'd met aboard the first Death Star so many years ago. Her spirit lifted. No matter how badly things went, they were always better with Han at her side. Not that she'd necessarily tell him that. His ego hadn't diminished in all those years either. Han looked gravely at the door. "You figure that's how they're going to come at us?" She nodded. "That's the only approach that makes any sense, and you know it." "Well, the only strategy that makes any sense is for us to just open the door for them. They're less likely to attempt some sort of sneaky side entry if the front is open. We can pick them off as they're framed in the doorway. Once their numbers become too great for us, we can manage a staged retreat through the inner chambers." Leia considered. "I don't know. Maybe I should be up front and center to bat their blaster assaults, while you fire on them from the side." "Oh my!" This third voice was higher-pitched than Han's, and carried just a hint of alarm. "If I may ask, has there been some change of plans?" Han and Leia turned. Entering the outer chamber was C-3PO, the gold-toned protocol droid who had served them faithfully, if fussily, for 4 decades. C-3PO moved up to them, his every action accompanied by the barely audible sound of whining servos, and added, "I thought that the plan was to admit them, then feed them the appetizers I have labored for so long to assemble. Appetizers that are laid out in the kitchen. Was I wrong? Will there be shooting?" Han and Leia exchanged a glance. "Appetizers would be easier," Han admitted. "Fewer blaster bolts hitting the walls. Fewer repairs," Leia said, nodding. "We could do it that way." "All right, Goldilocks." Han clapped C-3PO on one shining shoulder, rocking the droid in place. "We'll do it your way. This time." "You're toying with me again, aren't you, sir?" C-3PO's sigh was audible. Han nodded. "It's more fun and less destructive than hanging meat around your neck and letting the war dogs loose on you." "Humph!" The droid turned back toward the door through which he'd entered. "Not very sporting, I must say." A chime filled the air, the delicate first 5 notes of Path to the Sky, a ballad from Leia's homeworld of Alderaan. Han heaved a sigh. "Not too late to change your mind. We could hold them off for days." Leia smiled at him. "Hush." First through that door were Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade Skywalker. For this occasion, Luke wore his black Jedi robe and accoutrements, a stark contrast to his still fair complexion and bright blonde hair. Mara wore more traditional Jedi robes in browns and tans, and a red belt that set off her red hair. With them was R2-D2, the plug-shaped astromech who had variously served Luke and the Solos for decades, and the little droid made as many musical, wheedling noises of appreciation during their tour of the Solos' new quarters as the humans made verbal comments. Next to arrive, just a few minutes later, were Jason and Ben. Led from room to room by C-3PO, Jason made non-committal noises about the antechamber, living chamber, master bedroom, bedrooms for Leia's Nogri bodyguards, Meewal and Cockmame, guest bedrooms, library, refreshers, furnished balcony, kitchen, dining room, and communication center, all but the last decorated and furnished in warm-colored hardwoods, some with dark carpets and some with pebbled flooring. The communications center, where the majority of the household's computers and electronics repair equipment was kept, was more modern, all steely surfaces and blue metal rolling racks. Ben's only comment was, "Where are the secret chambers?" C-3PO stopped short and leaned awkwardly to look at the boy-man. "I don't quite understand, young sir." "Come on." Ben grinned up at the droid. Not far up, as he'd grown centimeters since the last time he'd seen the protocol droid. "Uncle Han is a smuggler. I bet this place is stuffed with secret chambers. They'll all have blasters in them. Some of them will have identicards and fake names and cred cards and secret electronics gear. And maybe a disassembled scout speeder. Some of them will be hidey holes for the Nogri." C-3PO's voice was stiff, even for the droid. "I can assure you, sir, that there are no secret chambers." "Aha!" Ben held up an accusative finger. He sounded as though he'd just found the essential clue to solve a murder. "I can assure you isn't the same thing as there are no. Come on, 3PO, say it. Say, there are no secret chambers." "I can assure you, sir, that there—" "Aha!" The droid shot Jason a look that, as far as Jason could interpret droid body language, looked hurt. "I say, sir, must every generation of Solos and Skywalkers act like this?" Jason nodded. "Pretty much, yes." In the living chamber, as C-3PO held out his carefully arrayed tray of geometrically shaped cheeses and fungus crackers to Mara, Leia said, "Jaina just called in. She and Zek are just a few minutes out." Han straightened, irritably, on the couch. "And Zek? Who, may I ask, invited Zek? He's not family." Luke and Mara managed to say, "Not yet," simultaneously. Han glared at them. "I invited him," Leia said, "just now. Otherwise he would have gone off to the temple, been alone in whatever tiny chamber they gave him, been eating bland Jedi cafeteria food, all alone, while rain poured on his head wherever he moved, and sad synthesized music filled the hallways." Han shot her a scornful look. Leia merely smiled at him, the maddening smile of a politician who won't be budged from her position. "Han, he's her partner, her Jedi partner. If he were her, say, smuggling partner, would you send him off?" "Depends on how he looks at her. You see, here's the problem. A father's got a right to terrorize any young bantha who's following his daughter around." Leia shook her head. "Jaina says they're friends. Just friends." Han's scowl deepened and became almost comic. "Jaina's got herself blinded. It's got to be one of those Force abilities. They say the Force can have a profound effect on people who don't want to believe the truth." Luke snorted. "No, they don't. Anyway, it's my right to scare Zek out of his hide. But Zek's a Jedi. He doesn't scare easily. So what do I do?" Han considered, then looked around. In corners of the room, motionless, inconspicuous, stood Leia's bodyguards, Meewal and Cockmame, members of the Nogri species, Gray-skinned, no taller than R2-D2, shrouded in concealing cloaks. Like hold-out blasters, they were small, hard to detect, and deadly. Maybe we could get Meewal and Cockmane to rattle him.
"Give it up, Han," Mara suggested. "Leia, I like your quarters." "Thanks."
Leia settled on the couch beside her sulky husband.
"It's really nice to have some place that's permanent, not the hotel of the month, or quarters aboard some political ship, or the living compartment on the Falcon. It's the first place we've been able to really call home since Coruscant fell."
A shadow crossed her face. Coruscant had fallen to the Yuuzhan Vong at almost the same time the Solo's youngest son, Anakin, had died. Those had been dark times. "We almost decided on Corellia," Han said. "A planet where you can move more than 3 meters without hitting a wall. But we have too many family and friends here." The door chime rang again. Speaking of which, this time it was Jaina and Zek. Jaina, too, was in standard Jedi robes, hers made of hard-wearing cloth suited to travel and styled to be less conspicuously those of a Jedi Knight. She was of about the same height as her mother, and more slender of build, with dark eyes and delicate features. Zek, her partner, was in his late 20s, slightly younger than Jaina, but otherwise her opposite in almost every way. Tall enough for his scalp to scrape the top of the doorway as he entered, his long black hair pulled back in a ponytail. He would stand out in any crowd regardless of the cut and color of his traveler's robes, and so made little effort to conceal his cheerful, energetic appearance. But he was, in contrast with his good nature, quiet almost to the point of shyness during the tour he and Jaina received of the quarters. His one comment was to Leia, "I take it that the Vong forming has pretty much been beaten back from this area?" At the height of the Yuuzhan Vong War, when Coruscant had fallen, the Yuuzhan Vong had used their arts to alter the very nature of the world, installing a world brain to coordinate the reshaping of the planet. Under the brain's guidance, they introduced overwhelming quantities of fauna and flora to erode the construction that nearly covered Coruscant's surface and replaced indigenous species with Yuuzhan Vong species, attempting to eradicate every sign that any species but the Yuuzhan Vong had lived here. The process, called Vong forming, would have been complete within a few standard decades, save that Jacen Solo, who had befriended the world brain during his captivity, convinced it to turn on its makers and help the newly formed Galactic Alliance recapture the world. Now the Vong forming was slowly being reversed by the aggressive use of technology and toxins. But everywhere on Coruscant there remained signs of the world brain's influence. Alien molds that lived in cracks and gaps and culverts, insect species that had become a part of Coruscant's ecosystem, odd and dangerous life forms who now dwelled in the darkness of the sewers and other subterranean infrastructure. Leia shrugged.
"A few kilometers from here, you get weirdly overgrown ruins, and some areas I can only think of as alien parks. It's much more normal around here," she said. "The nearby areas that were, before the change, dangerous after dark, or too deep for sunlight to reach, are just slightly more so now. It's like Coruscant used to be, except the shadows have a little more in them. You know what I mean?"
Zek nodded, smiling slightly. "I know all about that." The argument began over spice loaf. Spice loaf was not the cause of it. The traditional Corellian dish, a dense ground meat spiced to the heat tolerance of the diners, was, as Leia had prepared it, both mild and savory, and was not likely to cause disagreement all by itself. It was merely the course that was on everyone's plate at the point Han decided to become argumentative. He set his fork down and looked suspiciously at his nephew Ben. You were doing what?
Making sure they did what the government said. The boy returned his uncle's stare, unintimidated. Stopped making weapons except for the government.
Well, that's an oversimplification, Jason said. This Adumari company was producing explosive ordnance beyond what was permitted for delivery to the Galactic Alliance armed forces, or otherwise legal as per Order GAO 1133B, that is, beyond the amounts necessary for their own planetary defense. In other words, they were assembling proton torpedoes and other missiles for sale to other planets, not for delivery to the GA. So? Han asked. That's not business for the Jedi. That's a problem for politicians with nothing better to do. Next thing you know, we'll have Jedi walking the government halls on Corellia and telling us what to do.
Leia smiled. Han hadn't lived on Corellia for decades, but in his heart he was all Corellian, embodying the swagger, the cockiness, the carefree attitude that the citizens of that system considered essential elements of their culture. His exploits during the rebellion and up through the present day had made him dear to the hearts of the people of that system. The second best-known Corellian hero of the same era, Wedge Antilles, did live in the Corellian system, but he was more reserved, less brash, and simply hadn't captured the public's affection as Han had. But Luke wasn't as amused. Han, the Corellians are playing a dangerous game. They're demanding all the advantages of Galactic Alliance membership, trade benefits, use of the GA communications and travel infrastructure, citizenship rights, all of it, but not contributing their fair share of Alliance overhead. They're dragging their heels on supplying ships and personnel to the military, on providing tax revenues.
See? That's the thing.
Han pointed his fork at Luke's chest, as if intending to jam it in and probe around the heart and lungs.
We can maintain our own military, and not the tiny peacekeeping and police force the new laws are calling for. When the time comes for military action, the Corellians have always brought our forces up, under our own colors, even when we weren't members of whatever government was swinging the biggest stick at the time. We did it for the Old Republic and the New Republic. We did it in the Vong War.
Jaina grimaced.
Not a good example, Dad. How many lives, how many whole systems were lost in the Yuuzhan Vong War because governments couldn't work together, didn't have standardized weapons, communications, tactics?
Han turned his scowl on his daughter.
How many lives, how many whole systems were lost? He asked, his tone mocking hers. Because the New Republic government was so bloated, impersonal, and stupid that it couldn't see when it was getting its rear end kicked and didn't care when millions of its people got killed. How many members of Borsk's old advisory council ran off to their homeworlds with personal yachts packed with treasure and left people behind them to burn?
Which is exactly what Corellia is doing, Luke said, his voice soft but his expression unrelenting. They're trying to pack up their treasures and avoid the economic toll that rebuilding civilization is taking on the rest of the Galactic Alliance, while they're throwing up a shield of planetary pride to convince people that their decision is based on something other than selfishness and irresponsibility. And other systems are starting to look to Corellia in a leadership role. It's foolish to cast the Galactic Alliance as the Empire and Corellia as the Rebel Alliance, because that's what it might come to. A rebellion. A stupid and unnecessary one.
Luke,
Mara said. Her voice was a whispered note of caution.
Is that the position of the Jedi Order?
Han asked, voice rising.
What the galaxy needs is one language, one system of measurement, one uniform, one flag. Should we just cut the word no out of the language and substitute yes, sir, right away, sir, instead?
Han, Leia said, not nice to argue in front of a guest.
Zek's not a guest. He's the man chasing my daughter all over the galaxy.
Dad!
I think.
Han paused and looked around the table, finally aware of all the eyes on him. He plunged his fork into the last piece of spice loaf on his plate and hurriedly swallowed the piece of meat.
I think I'm done. I think I'm going to wash some dishes.
Please,
Leia said. Han rose and took his plate and utensils with him. When the kitchen door slid shut behind him, Mara asked,
"Is he all right?"
Leia shrugged and took a sip of wine.
"It's been getting worse as things have been heating up between Corellia and the GA. On the one side, the fact that his own cousin is chief of state of Corellia and is playing this slippery, deceptive political game bothers him a lot. On the other hand, Han doesn't really trust any interplanetary government anymore. Not since the Yuuzhan Vong War. Not that he ever did, but it's worse now. And since Anakin died—"
She stopped, shot Luke a regretful look. Luke sat back. Years ago, during the worst days of the war with the Yuuzhan Vong, Han and Leia's youngest son, Anakin Solo, named for his grandfather, had led a unit of fellow Jedi on a mission to a Yuuzhan Vong world. There they'd exterminated the Queen Voxen, preventing the creation of any more of the Force-sensing, Jedi-killing beasts. There, Anakin had died. Luke, however reluctantly, however regretfully, had signed off on that mission. "Ever since Anakin died," Luke said, "Han has never really trusted the Jedi Order either. Has he?" Leia shook her head.
"It's strange. He trusts you, his old friend Luke, but Master Skywalker, head of the Jedi Order, not so much."
Then her smile returned.
"Not that he can talk too much about Jedi, not with every member of his immediate family being a Jedi."
Jason smiled too, and raised his wineglass in the direction of the kitchen door. "Here's to irony, Dad." Chapter 4. Jason, Leia, and Mara relaxed on the living chamber furniture. In the kitchen, Han, maintaining his self-imposed exile, was riding roughshod over C-3PO in the act of cleaning the dinnerware. Luke was alone in the sealed-off communications room, borrowing the Solo's comm gear for some sort of official Jedi business call. Ben and R2-D2 were out on the balcony, matched in a musically noisy but bloodless hologame. Jaina and Zek, too, were out there, but the occasional glimpses caught of them suggested that they were at the railing side of the balcony, watching the endless streams of multicolored traffic flow by in the nighttime sky.
"Ben,"
Mara said,
"is more open, more trusting."
Her words, directed at Jason, were as much question as statement. Jason nodded, thoughtful, and took a sip from his wineglass. "I think he is. He's coming to understand the Force. And people. The fact that he's inherently a bit suspicious of both of them is working in his favor. He's progressing slowly and cautiously. He's not as likely to give in to temptations of the dark side of the Force, or even to teenage hormone rushes." As a small child during the tragic Yuuzhan Vong War, Ben had become fearful and suspicious of the Force, retreating from it despite his own inherited facility with it. Only as Jason's unofficial apprentice had he begun to overcome the emotional damage of that time. Mara shuddered.
"Don't bring up the specter of teenage hormone rushes."
Leia snorted.
"Not ready to become a grandmother yet?"
"I think I'd throw myself on my lightsaber first."
Leia smiled.
"I think I'm ready. I plan to be the sort of feisty, bad example grandmother who teaches her grandchildren deplorable habits."
She turned her attention to Jason.
"How long should I expect to wait?"
He gave her an admonishing look. "If you're trying to embarrass me, You're talking into a dead comlink.
Not embarrass. I'm just trying to get a timetable.
Ask Jaina. Leia's expression soured comically.
She said to ask you.
Then ask Zek. I'm sure he has things planned out. He probably just hasn't informed Jaina yet. Leia shook her head over her own wineglass.
I have to find some sort of appropriate punishment for Han, for giving our children smart mouths and unhelpful manners. All joking aside,
Mara said,
Jason, thank you. Ben is doing so much better. I spent years being afraid that he'd never be at home with himself, with his Jedi legacy, with things he could never escape. You've given me reason to think I can stop worrying.
You're welcome. Though, as Mom put it, I have to find some sort of appropriate punishment for you. Mara looked surprised.
What do you mean?
Well, if, as Mom asserts, the smart mouths and unhelpful manners of the Solo children come only from Dad, it means they come not at all from the Skywalker family. Right? So Ben's smart mouth and unhelpful manners have to come from you. I'm going to have to figure out some sort of appropriate revenge someday. Mara grinned, her good humor restored. She tapped the lightsaber hanging at her belt.
Do you have a favorite prosthetics manufacturer? I can pre-order you one.
Jason. Luke stepped into the main living area from the hallway leading to the communications chamber. Care to take a walk with me? Of course. Jason rose. All of them knew that as simple a request as care to take a walk with me, under these circumstances, probably meant time to talk Jedi business. They left through the door that not so long ago Han and Leia had spoken of defending with blaster fire. A dim side corridor led them away from the main access corridor toward an oversized door that occasionally vibrated. Beyond it, though muted, was the hum and roar of Coruscant nighttime traffic. The door lifted out of the way as they approached, revealing a swirl of colors outside. The running lights of flying vehicles, from two-person speeders to small lumbering freighters hurtling by outside, a high aerial traffic lane that passed mere meters from the pedestrian balcony outside the door. As the door slid shut behind them, they paused for a moment at the balcony railing, looking down 200 stories toward Coruscant's ground level. At night, despite the fact that windows on every floor between their position and the ground were illuminated, that advertising signs and banners glowed and gleamed brilliantly, ground level was too dark and distant to be glimpsed. As a child, Jason had once become lost at Coruscant's bedrock level along with Jaina. The depths held no terror for him. Even now, more than 20 years later, they seemed to be a place of mystery and exploration. But it wasn't really the same Coruscant as the one of his childhood. The Vong forming had reshaped much of the world into the Yuuzhan Vong image. Now, years later, huge tracts of what had once been continuous pole-to-pole cityscape still remained black at night, overgrown with fauna, and places like the bedrock levels of the planet and the infrastructure beneath were still home to the crawling and slithering life forms the Yuuzhan Vong had introduced, some of them deadly. Still, that reminder of the beating Coruscant and the old New Republic had suffered was not visible from this viewpoint. Here it looked like the Coruscant of old, with swirling streams of air traffic, with high-rise dwellings outlined and illuminated by millions of viewports. This balcony ran the length of Han and Leia's building, along a canyon-like drop. Bridges, some of them canopied, and some open to the sky or to overhanging skyscrapers above, spanned gaps between buildings. This elevated pedestrian roadway changed appearance, surface texture, and lighting every few hundred meters, intersecting other walkways. Had someone no need to work a job, had he an infinite cred card and feet as tough as Duracrete, he could probably walk entirely around Coruscant's circumference at this altitude. Most of the men, women, and who knew whats traveling this path, Jason counted only 30 or so within 100 steps in either direction, were probably on less ambitious errands. Jason saw wealthy business beings, many of them accompanied by bodyguards, both overt and covert, on strolls. There were young lovers and families, chiefly belonging to the higher income brackets, walking apparently unprotected. Some of them probably didn't worry about the dangers that they might face walking so far from protection. Some were probably better defended than they looked. Luke gestured to the left, where the walkway rose in a series of short steps, some 5 meters across a distance of 50, and they began walking in that direction. "Your father surprised me," Luke said, "with his mention of Jedi walking the government halls in Corellia." "Surprised you?" Jason thought about it. "Not because he's being paranoid, because he's not being paranoid. Because there are plans along those lines." Luke nodded, his expression glum. Then he put up his hood and wrapped his cloak more closely around himself, the better to conceal the presence of his lightsaber. Jason did the same. A young human couple pushing a repulsor-assisted baby stroller, trailing 2 dark-clad security men, one human and one Rhodian, were walking in their direction. Luke and Jason would still be slightly conspicuous in their cloaks, which had the anonymous appearance of travelers' garments, but were seldom worn by the sort of people who lived at these altitudes. Then again, the residents of these heights did often go slumming in inappropriate clothes, so they weren't too unusual. Their features shadowed by their hoods, the Jedi passed unrecognized by the oblivious couple and their alert guards. Once they were past, Jason continued. "It seems like an extreme action. Has the GA given up on negotiation with Corellia?" "The GA is aware of some facts that haven't made it to the Holocom news feeds," Luke said, "such as the Corellians aren't really negotiating in good faith, just stringing the GA negotiators along while making no internal effort to edge toward compliance with the new regulations. Such as the Corellians are secretly encouraging other systems to follow the same sort of resistance. Such as—" Luke looked troubled. "What I'm about to tell you is for your ears alone." "Understood." "The Corellian government, or someone inside it, appears to be constructing a planetary assault fleet. In secret." Jason frowned. Historically, there was only one reason ever to build a planetary assault fleet, and to do so in secret, to launch a sneak attack on another system. For use against whom? That's a good question, and it's a question military intelligence hasn't been able to answer yet. Luke shrugged. But there are dozens of possibilities. Most of the recovery loans Corellia made after the Yuuzhan Vong War are in default, and the Corellians have no shortage of trade disputes. They might even be considering a resource grab. There are just too many possibilities at this point to guess. Why did you say the Corellian government, or someone inside it? Do we not know who's responsible? Luke shook his head. The truth is, this intelligence is based primarily on analyses of procurement patterns, plus a long history of suspicious personnel assignments. Wait, the existence of the fleet is based on the reports of accountants? Luke grinned. What do you have against accountants? Nothing, I guess. The problem with the data we have, though, is that it gives us no idea where they're building the fleet, only that it's been under construction for almost a decade, and our logistics people think it's nearing completion. Jason grew thoughtful for a moment, then asked, And you want me to find the shipyards and confirm the intelligence? Luke shook his head. I wish it were that easy. Admiral Pelion is confident that military intelligence will soon pinpoint the base. We need you to handle a more pressing matter. More pressing than a planetary assault? Yes. Luke took a deep breath. The Corellian government is close to making Centerpoint Station operational again. That stopped Jason where he stood. He stared at Luke, his surprise earning him a nod of affirmation from his uncle. Centerpoint Station was a relic, an artifact of an ancient civilization that had, in a sense, constructed the Corellian star system by dragging several inhabitable planets to the system and sending them into beneficial orbits. Several 100 kilometers in diameter, bigger even than the Death Stars that the Empire had wielded against rebellious planets decades ago, it had, over the centuries, been the object of internal and external attempts at control by political and military forces that had never quite learned how to utilize it. At the heart of Centerpoint Station was an apparatus that could focus gravity and move planets, or even affect the orbits of stars. It could move them, it could affect them. Used more aggressively, it could destroy them. At times, the Corellians and others had been close to being able to utilize this as a reliable, devastating weapon, but it had for years been restricted by biometric data to operation by only one person, Anakin Solo. The last it had been used was during the Yuuzhan Vong War. After years of being essentially non-functional, it had been brought to operability by the simple realization that it had imprinted on Anakin Solo, and could be activated only by him. Jason had argued that it should not be used against the Yuuzhan Vong or anyone. It was too terrible, too unpredictable a weapon. Anakin Solo had argued for it, his reasoning being that its use would prevent the Yuuzhan Vong from destroying millions of lives. Anakin had activated it. Fracken Sal Solo had fired it. Its use hadn't gone well. It had destroyed much of the mighty war fleet of the Hapes Cluster, one of the New Republic's allies. Later in the war, of course, Anakin had died, apparently eliminating the likelihood of it ever being used again. Jason felt a moment of dissonance. His younger self refused to utilize Centerpoint Station. His current self, in the same circumstances, would use it, his qualms having evaporated across the intervening years. The recognition of the changes in himself surprised him. They had crept up on him while he wasn't paying attention. The Jason of more than a decade ago was gone, as dead as the Anakin of the same era was. He took a deep, slow breath, and wondered why he no longer mourned either loss. "How have they made it operational again?" he asked. Luke shrugged. "The information we have suggests that they've figured out how to duplicate crucial elements of Anakin's biometrics, probably handprint, retinal patterns, and brainwaves, in the absence of surviving tissues, to pull it off." Jason felt anger swell within him. Use of his brother's identity for such a purpose smacked of disrespect for the dead. There was a ghoulish quality to it he did not appreciate. Still, he recognized his reaction as illogical, irrelevant, so he dismissed it. And the GA is afraid the Corellians will actually use it as a weapon against them? Not directly. Not at first. But if the Corellians use their new fleet to launch an assault against some system, they could then keep the GA at bay with the threat that Centerpoint Station poses. And even if this theoretical sneak attack turns out not to be their plan, Chief Omas is concerned that if the GA continues to enforce its current mandates, the Corellians would be able to use the station to preserve their independence, their autonomy. That... Jason stopped before he spoke further. He'd been about to say, "That wouldn't be too bad." But no. The prospect of the Corellians, a notoriously independent planetary culture, possessing the single most potent weapon in the galaxy, and not being obliged to use it for the greater good of galactic civilization, in fact, being able to use it to assert their own agenda, would be bad. Very bad. He let his mind drift for a moment into the future, into one possible future, one most likely to result from the actions Luke was describing, and caught just a vision of vast fleets at war, of planetary surfaces suffering bombardment, of brother and sister firing on each other. The brief glimpse turned his stomach. So the Galactic Alliance is calling on the Jedi Order. Luke nodded. More specifically, Admiral Pelion sees outright rebellion across many star systems as a direct consequence of continued inaction by the GA. Several of his computer-modeled outcomes point that way, as apparently his instinct does. Other admirals he's consulted agree, and so Cal Omus has signed off on this plan. Jason took a deep breath, considering. Admiral Pelion, for decades the leader who had kept the Imperial remnant proud, independent, and ethical, had been chosen as Supreme Commander of the Galactic Alliance a few years earlier, sure sign of the Imperial remnant's growing status and importance within the GA. If he saw continued Corellian reticence as a sure path to civil war, Jason would have a hard time arguing with that conclusion. So what's the plan? Luke circled in around his answer. Among the scientists and support crew who have been studying Centerpoint Station for Corellia, there are GA spies, of course. They would have a very hard time smuggling in squadrons of elite soldiers to damage or disable the facility. 1 or 2 infiltrators they could manage, and packing squadrons' worth of effectiveness into 1 or 2 people means Jedi. Yes. What do you want me to do? Travel to Centerpoint Station and disable or destroy it. Jason tapped the hilt of his lightsaber. Disable or destroy a moon-sized installation with just what I can smuggle in? Others have been destroyed with just a proton torpedo and the right knowledge. We'll try to get you the right knowledge, and the GA will be initiating an operation elsewhere in the system that should attract the Defender's attention. Will you do it? Yes, of course. But why me? A few reasons. First, unlike most Jedi, you've been there. Second, because of who raised you, you can put on an authentic Corellian accent when you want to. That, and the fact that you've inherited a bit of the Corellian look from your father, will make it easier for you to move unobtrusively through the installation. Third, your specialized training in alternative philosophies of the Force makes you more versatile than many other Jedi, than some Jedi Masters, in fact, making it harder to stop you. And what about Ben? Luke was silent for a long moment. He and Jason turned onto a bridge spanning the chasm between 2 long rows of space scrapers. It was made of transparent steel embedded with brightly colored sand and gravel, its railing high so that the occasional ferocious gusts of wind that coursed through Coruscant's Duracrete canyons would not toss a pedestrian over the side. Pedestrians could look down through the transparent surface beneath their feet into the 2-kilometer depths below them, and they felt the slight sway of the bridge as a gust of wind pushed it. A dozen meters down, a stream of traffic coursed by like a river made of multicolored lights. Luke's tone was impassive, artificially so. That is a matter for you, as his teacher, to decide. Even on dangerous missions, Jedi Masters often took their apprentices. It was how those apprentices learned. Sometimes the apprentices died with their teachers, and Luke had considered the question of whether Jason should take Luke's own son, and put the decision entirely on Jason's shoulders. Luke had responded as a Jedi Master should, not letting his relationship with the apprentice in question cloud his judgment. Jason would have to do the same. Ben was bright, inventive, and largely obedient. At the flip of a switch, he could act like any precocious 13-year-old, as un-Jedi-like as it was possible to be. He'd be an asset on a mission like this. "He'll come with me." Luke nodded, apparently serene in his acceptance of Jason's decision. "It's going to get ugly when this happens," Jason continued. "The Corellians, this is going to infuriate them."
"Yes, but the other part of the operation, which is in part distraction for your mission, is a show of force. All of a sudden, an entire GA fleet will materialize within Corellian space. Between that and the loss of Centerpoint, military intelligence thinks the Corellians will realize that they can't continue to adopt a we-do-whatever-we-like stance." Jason shook his head. "Whose brilliant idea is that?" "I don't know. It was presented to me by Cal Omus and by Admiral Neothel, one of Pelion's advisors."
"She's Mon Cal, not Corellian."
"Well, she indicated that the psychological warfare experts had evaluated the Corellian planetary mindset and were certain that this operation would have the desired effect, assuming the destruction of Centerpoint Station was effective."
Jason snorted. "What do you want to bet that they based their evaluations on old data? Pre-Vong War data. Maybe even Diktat era. I don't think they've factored in what surviving the war did to the Corellians. It stiffened their pride."
"I'm sure they're using up-to-date information. Regardless, that part of the operation is one I don't have any influence on. It's going ahead regardless of the opinion of the Jedi Order." Luke's expression was still serene, but Jason detected a flicker of regret. "Let's get back."
"I think I'll walk a while longer, settle my thoughts, figure out what I'm going to say to my father when the time comes."
"Don't overplan."
Luke clapped Jason on the shoulder and turned back toward Han and Leia's building.
"The future is to be lived, not prearranged." As he reached the door providing access into the Solos building, Luke felt a little tickle of awareness, as though someone had materialized just behind him and brushed him with a feather. He turned to look. No one actually stood behind him, but across the avenue, perhaps 30 meters away, standing on a pedestrian thoroughfare at about the same altitude, someone was watching him. His watcher stood a few meters away from the nearest light source, wrapped up in a traveler's cloak not dissimilar to the outer garments he and the other Jedi wore. Its hood was up, and the garment masked the wearer's build. Luke could tell little more than that the wearer was of average height or taller and looked lean. But something in this being's posture reminded Luke of the image from his dream, and caused him to wonder if the watcher had features similar to long-dead Anakin Skywalker, with eyes turned a liquid yellow by anger and Sith techniques. As Luke watched, the watcher turned, walked the few steps to the nearest doorway into its own building, and entered, vanishing into darkness. Luke shook his head. He could go over there, of course, but it would take time, and he'd find nothing. Either the watcher was unrelated to Luke's dream, or it was someone deliberately making contact as a warning or greeting. Either way, no evidence would remain. Luke entered the Solos building. After all the guests were gone, most of them returning to quarters at the Jedi Temple, and the Solo quarters were dark, Han and Leia lay wrapped in each other's arms in their bedchamber. That chamber was against an exterior wall of the building, just below the pedestrian walkway outside, and featured a broad transparisteel viewport that afforded them a view of the traffic lanes outside, or, if Han and Leia were close enough and ducked low enough, of the skies. It was a much thicker plate of transparisteel than most dwelling viewports featured, as was appropriate to a former chief of state and her equally famous husband,
either of whom might become the target of assassins or kidnappers. It was armor suitable to a naval vessel, and one of the more expensive features of these quarters. But it was as clear as any more ordinary viewport, and with the blinds opened, they could watch through it the endless, brilliantly colorful streams of traffic.
"You were pretty hard on Zek," Leia chided, "all evening long."
"You think so?" Han considered. "I didn't challenge him to any drinking games, or ask him about all his failed relationships."
"Good."
Leia nodded against his chest.
"But you could have been nicer."
"Nicer to the man who's chasing my daughter around? What sort of example would that set? I'm her father. Besides, he's taking advantage of her."
"That's ridiculous."
"No, listen. Since she doesn't believe that he's after her, since she's maintaining her we're just good friends despite anything that might have happened before self-delusion, he can stay close and operate without her being aware of it."
"He's a good boy."
"Where my daughter is concerned, nobody is a good boy. Besides, nobody that tall should be referred to as a boy."
"Well, if she likes taller men, it's probably a preference she picked up from her upbringing."
"Oh?" Han considered. "You think she's more comfortable with taller men because of me?"
"No, because of Chewbacca."
Han looked down at her. A sliver of blue light crossed over the bed and illuminated her eyes, which were open, her expression somehow both merry and artificially innocent. Chewbacca, Han's Wookiee co-pilot and best friend, had died more than a decade ago, at the onset of the Yuuzhan Vong War. After that, it had been years before Han could hear or speak his name without feeling a stab of pain in his heart. Now, of course, there was still sadness at his loss, but with it were years of more glad memories. "You," Han said, "should not mock Han Solo, hero of the galaxy."
"I would never. I was mocking Han Solo, meddling dad and supreme egotist."
"Now you're in trouble." She laughed at him. Chapter 5. Coruscant. 2 days after the Solo Skywalker family dinner, Han Solo sat on one of his living chamber sofas, a portable terminal in his lap, scowling at the display screen. Every so often he typed in a series of commands or used the voice interface, but each attempt he made was eventually greeted with a red screen indicating failure. Leia materialized behind him, leaning over his shoulder, and read aloud the text on the screen.
"Operation failed. You may be using connection information that is out of date. Trying to straighten out your taxes?"
"Very funny." Han didn't sound amused. "Do you remember Wildis Jicklip?" Leia frowned. Wildis Jicklip was a mathematics prodigy about Han's age. Well-traveled, with a Corellian mother and a Coruscanti father, she had been educated in both systems, and had been licensed to teach at the university or academy level by the time she was in her early 20s. Then she disappeared for 2 decades, and only a few people knew what she'd been doing during that time. She'd become a smuggler under the name of Red Stepla. She ran unusual routes, carrying unusual cargoes, and had an uncanny ability to get forbidden goods to their markets at a time when they'd be most valuable. Her record for success was unrivaled. Where most smugglers led a hand-to-mouth existence, spending their earnings in port on gambling binges and other recreations, retaining barely enough for fuel and to acquire new cargoes, Red Stepla and her crew led very unobtrusive lives, investing their earnings in a variety of ports all over the galaxy. A few years before the start of the Yuuzhan Vong War, Red Stepla and her crew retired, by the simple expedient of disappearing. Wildis Jicklip then reappeared,
an independently wealthy theoretician who occasionally taught university-level courses on Coruscant and Lord, focusing on interplanetary economics, supply and demand trade economics, systemic economic reactions to widespread warfare, and related subjects. Han knew the secret of her dual identity, and Leia had learned it from Wildis herself, who trusted anyone Han would trust enough to marry. Leia nodded.
Sure. What about her?
She's supposed to be on Coruscant doing one of her lecture series. I tried to get in touch with her to talk about Corellia. I thought maybe she could give me a hint about the official GA reaction to what's going on there. But she discontinued her lecture series in the middle, just a few days ago, and all the ways I have to get in touch with her are out of operation, reporting that she's on leave of absence due to a family emergency.
Leia shrugged.
So?
Well, she has no family. Yeah, I know that's not suspicious in and of itself, but I still wanted to talk political shop with other Corellians, so I arranged for a holotransmission to Wedge Antilles.
Leia felt a moment of surprise, but kept it from her face. She knew she was spoiled when it came to finance. She'd lived as a planetary princess, albeit one from a financially responsible family, as a child and young woman. She'd commanded the resources of a rebel government, and then a legitimate one. Expenditure had seldom been a consideration for her. Han, who had been reared in poverty and had lived in difficult financial circumstances for the first half of his life, was more stingy, and the fact that he'd be willing to pay for a live, instantaneous conversation with a friend light years away was quite a concession for him. It told more about the state of his concern over Corellian politics than anything he'd said over the last few days.
And how is Wedge?
Well, I couldn't get through to him via Holonet. They say there's some sort of equipment breakdown causing intermittent connections with the Corellian system.
So you sent him a message by standard record and transmit?
Han nodded. Just a heads-up, how are you doing sort of message.
And?
And it got there, and I got a reply. But it was delayed by several hours. Long enough for my message and the reply to have been intercepted, decrypted, scanned, and analyzed before being passed on.
Leia didn't say, "Now you're being paranoid." They were the first words to leap to her mind, but in truth Han wasn't being paranoid. The GA government was probably keeping a close eye on comm traffic to and from Corellia in light of that system's ongoing defiance of government edicts.
All right, she said. So communications to Corellia are under close scrutiny.
So I kept looking around.
Han looked troubled.
Activated some false identities. Bounced message packets to Corellia via Commenor and some other worlds. Checked with some old friends still in the trade. Found that anti-smuggling patrols by the GA are intensifying right now, in the vicinity of Corellia and a few worlds that have spoken out in support of Corellia. I'm really beginning to think something's up.
Leia moved around to the front of the couch and settled beside her husband.
Something more than just mild harassment by the GA to inconvenience a system that's not playing by the rules, you mean?
Yeah, but I don't really know how to confirm it, how to take my hunch and make it into a fact.
Leia considered. As a Jedi Knight, her primary responsibilities were to the Jedi Order and the Galactic Alliance. If the Galactic Alliance was indeed planning some sort of action against Corellia, her duty was to support it. But that was only one of her loyalties. She couldn't just ignore her loyalty to Han, even if he was supporting a foolish cause. Suddenly she grinned. Had he ever supported a cause that, from some perspective, wasn't foolish, including the Rebel Alliance? What's so funny?
Nothing. I was just thinking about other ways to figure out what's going on.
Such as?
She began counting off on her fingers.
1. If the GA is planning some sort of action against Corellia,
then a number of people in the GA government know it. Particularly self-serving ones with economic interests on Corellia are going to be doing whatever they can to protect those interests. If they're sloppy, it would be possible to spot their activities, their transactions. 2. If the action against Corellia is going to involve the military, determining which military forces are called up would be very informative. Different forces would be used for an assault or for a blockade, for instance. Now, it's tricky to find out that sort of information, without being spotted as a spy, especially. But it's possible, and we have a slight advantage in that it's been a good while since we've been at war. Security won't be as tight as it was at the height of the Yuzhan Vong War, or the war against the Empire, for instance.
Han nodded. Good, good.
3. We could formulate some likely plans for action against Corellia, determine the resources needed for those plans, and then attempt to determine whether those resources are actually being moved into place. That would give you some sense of what's actually going to happen, assuming that your plans are accurate ones.
Right. Han smiled. I don't care much for data work or number crunching, but it looks like I've just assigned myself a lot of it.
I'll help you.
Thanks.
After breakfast.
Han's smile grew broader. You're just not the same tireless, selfless woman I married, are you?
I guess not.
I've corrupted you. She sighed dramatically.
Well, you're the same tireless egotist I married.
The Corsac officer, trim in her brown and burnt-orange uniform, her face hidden behind the blast shield of a combat helmet, leapt into the doorway and raised her blaster rifle. Before it could line up against Jason, he lashed out with his lightsaber, slicing through the weapon, through the woman. She fell in 2 smoking pieces, making a resounding bang against the metal floor. Jason cast a quick look back the way he'd come, down endless halls packed with twisting cables and mechanical extrusions whose functions no one had been able to discern or divine even after decades of study. Somewhere back there Ben lay, victim of a blaster shot to the chest, part of a barrage that had been too fast, too heavy for Jason to compensate for. He shook his head. He couldn't allow himself to be distracted by irrelevancies, not with the success of his mission so close. He reached out with the force, a casual sweep that would reveal to him the presence of living beings beyond the portal, and feeling none, he stepped through. Here it was, the control chamber for the Center Point Station weapon. The room was surprisingly small, considering the incredible power it harnessed. It was large enough for a medium-sized crew of scientists to operate in, but something this grand should have been enormous, with monumental statuary commemorating the times in the past it was used. Instead, there were seats and banks of lights, switches and levers, an upright joystick control at the main seat, all of it exactly as he'd last seen it years before. Shortly before Ben's birth, in fact. He'd last seen it before the boy was born. Now he was seeing it just after the boy had been cut down. Irrelevancies. From a pocket within his Jedi robes, he plucked a peculiar data chip. Unlike a standard data card, which would fit within slot readers of the billions of datapads, computers, high-end comlinks, or vehicular control panels that were equipped to scan and utilize the memory devices, it had rounded ends and spiky protrusions of gold, allowing it to conform to exactly one known port in all the galaxy. But where was that port? Jason scanned the banks of switches and other controls. Nothing seemed suited to the data chip, not even on the exact section of control board he'd been told to look for. He was aware that there were distant shouts out in the corridor, signs that Corellian security forces were rushing his way, that he had only seconds left to complete his mission. He closed his eyes and probed with senses that could not be so easily fooled. And he found almost instantly what he was looking for, a slot shaped in the reverse image of the front end of his data chip, Eyes still closed, he stepped forward, extended the chip, and felt it being gripped by, then drawn into the machinery below the control board surface. He released it and opened his eyes. The chamber's thousands of indicator lights went dead, and the sounds of shouts and onrushing feet from the corridor stilled. A female voice announced, "Simulation ended. Success ratio 75%. Estimated only." Jason grinned sourly. Anything over 51% was sufficient for the success of the mission. It meant that one of the several techniques intended to damage or destroy Centerpoint Station had been initiated. But even 75% wasn't good enough. It meant that either he or Ben had fallen. 51% and both would have died. Ben moved into the doorway and carefully stepped over the bisected body of the droid wearing Corsac armor. He rubbed his chest and looked embarrassed. "Stun bolts sting," he said. Jason nodded. "More motivation for you not to be hit by them." The wall behind the main control board slid upward, revealing a monitoring chamber beyond. Several computer stations, one central chair with 4 viewing monitors mounted on spindly, adjustable bars around it. The man in the chair, stout, gray-bearded, a trifle overweight, offered the 2 Jedi a faint smile.
"You're getting there," he said, his voice deep, rumbling.
"This one seemed pretty easy, Dr. Seiya." Jason gestured around. "1 guard in the final chamber? Easy?" Ben sounded outraged. "They shot about 1,000 blaster bolts at us."
"Jason's right," Dr. Seiya said. "This one is easier. Easier than restarting the station's centrifugal spin and sabotaging the artificial gravity counterspin to tear the station apart. Easier than introducing the station's own coordinates into its targeting computations and having it destroy itself. Easier than hijacking a Star Destroyer and crashing it into the proper end of the station."
Ben's face brightened. "We haven't done that one yet."
"Nor are you going to. That's not a mission for Jedi. It's for crazy old naval officers."
"Oh." Ben's expression fell. "I would have liked that one." Dr. Seiya pushed aside a couple of obtrusive monitors and rose from his chair.
"The problem is, we don't know what the main weapons control chamber looks like now. This is how it was 3 weeks ago, when everyone but a core crew of scientists, carefully vetted, very pro-Corellian scientists, was pulled out and reassigned elsewhere. They could have replaced all the equipment with string cheese, or encased the room in Duracrete. We don't know. But we have no reason to think they did." He shrugged. "So long as you have that data chip intact, and so long as that receptacle slot is still in existence on the control board, even if you have a wobber of a time finding it, then this approach could work."
"Could work," Jason repeated.
"We think it will. The commands in that data chip should initiate a 10-minute countdown, and then activate a complex repulsor pulse that will tear the station apart, assuming that they haven't reprogrammed their systems sufficiently to overcome the programming on that chip. Assuming that my team and I did our jobs right all these years. Assuming a lot of things."
Dr. Seiya sighed, then placed a hand on the shoulder of each Jedi.
"This is the only thing I can guarantee you. Come with me to the cafeteria, and I can treat you to lunch."
"Sometimes the simple answers are best," Jason agreed, and allowed himself to be turned toward the door. But inside, worry tried to gnaw at him. Ben had faltered or died in 8 out of 10 of the simulations they'd run, suggesting that he should not, after all, be along on this mission. But Jason's own sense of the future, day after day, told him that the boy would be crucial to its success, if success were to be found at all. Perhaps both outcomes were correct. Perhaps the mission would succeed, but only if Ben fell during its accomplishment. If that were so, how would Jason face Luke?
"So what's it like to be a spy?"
Ben asked. Jason murmured,
"Dr. Seiya is not a spy, Ben. Be nice."
"Oh, of course I'm a spy. Scientist and spy. And it's very nice. I get to study ancient technology and learn how the universe works. And every so often I get to go on vacation to learn how to plant the newest listening comlinks, to subvert or seduce enemy spies, to use the latest blasters and fly the latest air speeders."
"Have you ever broken anyone's neck?"
"Well, yes, but it was before I was technically a spy." Across a span of days, Han and Leia put together facts, numbers, disappearances, reappearances, ship movements, personnel reassignments, things said and things not said, into a complex computer projection, carefully maintained, though scarcely understood, by C-3PO. Fact: elements of the Galactic Alliance Second Fleet were being diverted from their missions of record. As an example, the Mon-Cal heavy carrier Blue Diver was supposed to be heading out to the Tingle arm of the galaxy on an annual fleet mission to retrace the Yuuzhan Vong's entry route into the galaxy in order to spot any lingering manifestations of their passage. Yet, when it had reprovisioned, it had not taken on the sort of provisions appropriate to a months-long solo mission. Fact: communications between Coruscant and Corellia continued to be problematic, in a fashion suggesting that comm traffic was being heavily monitored and analyzed. But no anticipated boycotts or economic sanctions had been put in place against the increasingly independent system. Fact: civilian experts on Corellian government, military, and economics were increasingly unavailable. None had technically disappeared. All were on vacation, on leave of absence, on recent intergalactic assignment. The same was not true of experts on other worlds that had united with Corellia in agitating against the GA. Cominor or Fondor, for instance. Fact: Corellian corporate properties belonging to Pefederin Loin, chair of the GA Finance Council, had recently been sold or traded in kind for properties in the Kuat system. In theory, because of the active role she played in GA government finances, Loin was not exerting any direct control over her business holdings, having assigned that control to business officers for the duration of her government service. But Han Solo put no faith in theories heavily involving the integrity of government officials. These were only a representative sampling of the data Han and Leia found and loaded into C-3PO's new analysis routine. But all the facts supported Han's growing conviction that something very bad was about to happen in the planetary system where he'd grown up. His conviction wasn't eased when C-3PO, during one of their analysis sessions in the Solo's living chamber, said, "To all appearances, Corellia is about to experience a pasting, I believe the term is." Han snorted, an irritated noise that caused the protocol droid to lean back away from him. "Does your newfound analytical skill give you any idea as to exactly what form this pasting is going to take?"
"Oh, no, sir. I'd have to be loaded with extensive military planning applications, not to mention extensive databases, in order to offer you a useful prediction on that matter, which would, of course, interfere with my primary function as a protocol droid. Why, the memory demands alone would force me to remove millions of language translators and inflection interpreters. That would be disastrous. I might even become—"
The volume of the droid's voice dropped.
"More aggressive."
Leia kept her face straight.
"That would be terrible. What form would this aggression take? Would you strangle security officers and kick children? "Oh, no, mistress, but I might become more sarcastic, even verbally abusive."
"Goldilocks, go get us some calf," Han said.
"Yes, sir." The droid rose. "I don't believe any has been brewed. Would you like instant?"
"About as much as I'd like a blaster burn on my kneecap. Go ahead and brew some."
Han waited until C-3PO was in the kitchen and the door closed behind him. He turned to his wife.
"So what do we do to keep this from happening?"
Leia drew in a breath to answer, but held it for several long moments. Han stared at her curiously. He could tell that she was framing her reply, but she was so well practiced at doing so that she could normally compose a speech as she was beginning to recite it. This sort of delay was unusual for her. "Perhaps," she finally said, "the best thing to do would be to not interfere." The look she turned upon him suggested that she expected him to transform into a rancor and go on a rampage.
"Not do anything?" he said.
"Han, what happens if Corellia continues doing exactly what it's doing, and gets away with it? Suffers no consequences."
"Corellia becomes independent again."
Han shrugged.
"So?"
"And other worlds follow Corellia's lead."
"Again, so?"
"The alliance will be weakened. Things will become more untidy. More opportunities for crime, black markets, corruption."
For once, Han spent a few moments considering his reply. A flip answer could have come easily to him, but good government and a stable galaxy were important to his wife, and he couldn't casually dismiss them. "Leia, there's got to be room in this galaxy for independence, for chaos. In a galaxy as tidy, as sanitary, as controlled as you're talking about, I never could have happened. I'd really prefer to live in a galaxy where there's some room for someone like me."
Leia looked away from him, and in her expression Han could see the dawning of a regret that amounted to mourning. Once again she was mourning the loss of a system, a government that had always existed only in the abstract, one so fair and reasonable it could never endure when implemented. "Then the thing to do is warn Corellia," she said, "preferably without alerting the GA that you're doing it, because it would be nice for you not to be thrown in jail."
"You'd just rescue me. If I took too long to escape on my own, that is."
She smiled sourly, still keeping her attention on the viewport and the sliding door out onto the balcony.
"I need your help, Leia. I can't do this alone."
It took an effort to speak those words. Admitting that he couldn't perform some ordinary task, such as saving a world from invasion or conquest all by himself, was painful enough. It was worse to ask a woman devoted to order and lawfulness to set those considerations aside for him. "I know." Leia looked back at him. "I'll do it, Han, but only if you'll help me. Corellia can't play both sides of the field. If the system is going to be independent, it has to be independent. It can't continue to accept all the benefits of GA membership and defy GA law. If you tell them the GA is coming in to compel them to obey, you have to tell them to stop playing games. They have to grease the whole bantha."
Han blinked at her. They have to what?"
"To grease the whole bantha. It's an expression. From Agamar, I think."
"Sure it is."
"It is. And you're just trying to keep from responding to what I just said."
"No, I'm not. You're right, Leia. No more games for Corellia."
Then I'll help.
And more grease for the bantha.
Don't make fun of me, Han. There are consequences.
We could grease the protocol droid.
Han, I'm warning you.
Chapter 6 Coronet Corellia. Wearing only shorts and a blue undershirt bearing the symbol of the original Rebel Alliance in black, now fading to gray, Wedge Antilles moved to the front door of his quarters and activated the security panel on the wall beside it. The screen flickered to life and showed a man and a woman standing in the hall outside. Both were young, in their mid-20s, and despite the fact that they were in the gray jumpsuits and overcoats that constituted one form of anonymous street dress on Corellia, their haircuts, military short rather than slightly shaggy, and an indefinable quality about their body language and facial expressions, marked them as outsiders. They shouldn't have been able to reach the front door of Wedge's quarters without him knowing about it. His housing building was given over to military retirees such as himself. Some were retired from the New Republic, some from Corsec, Corellian Security, some from other Corellian armed forces. There were very basic security measures in place at all the entrances into the housing complex, so if these two were here without having been announced by complex security, it was because some other resident had let them in. Wedge shrugged. The complex's security was designed to keep ordinary folk out of their building, not to prevent agents with contacts from getting in. He glanced over his shoulder. His wife, Iella, stood in the doorway to their bedroom. She wore a simple white robe, and her hair, normally a wavy gray-brown cascade, was a tousled mess, including one tuft protruding almost straight up. She had one hand cupped over her mouth as she yawned. The other held a full-sized blaster pistol at her side. Yawn done, she gave him a questioning look, one eyebrow raised. He shrugged, then turned back to the door and activated the exterior speakers. "What is it?" The female visitor, a well-muscled blonde woman who looked to be at least as tall as Wedge, not that this was unusual, as Wedge stood slightly shorter than the average human male, said,
"General Wedge Antilles?"
"He moved," Wedge said. "I think he's over in Z Block. He left the carpets a mess, too." It was a test, of course. If the visitors showed confusion or retreated, then they were simply admirers or children of colleagues, people who could stand to contact him through ordinary channels and during daylight hours. If they didn't, they didn't. The male visitor, a broad-shouldered, dark-haired man who looked as though he'd probably represented his military unit as wrestling champion, merely smiled. The woman continued.
"I'm sorry for the late visit, General, but we really need to speak to you."
Wedge flipped on the living room lights and looked back over his shoulder again. The door was open, but Iella was no longer in sight. She'd be hanging back in the darkness, wearing something far less visible than the white robe, the blaster in hand, just in case. Wedge flipped another switch on the security panel. Now the door leading into the side hall would be sealed, preventing Wedge and Iella's youngest daughter, Miri, from wandering into the living room if she awoke. An intelligent and stubborn girl, Miri had inherited her mother's inquisitive nature. It would not be beyond her to try to eavesdrop on a late-night conversation if she was aware one was taking place. Finally, Wedge pressed the switch to open the front door. It slid down and out of sight, revealing the two visitors. The two straightened, an ordinary at-attention courtesy for a retired general, but they couldn't quite keep dubious expressions from their faces. He knew they were looking at a skinny, graying man with knobby knees, a man wearing a sentimental value undershirt older than either of them. It was a vision that did not match his reputation. Wedge kept any annoyance out of his voice. "Come in."
"Thank you,"
the woman said. The two moved in, and Wedge tripped the door just as soon as they cleared the threshold. The door tugged at the man's shirt cloth as it rose into place.
"I apologize for waking you," the woman said. "I'm Captain Barthas, with Intelligence Section. This is my associate, Lieutenant Titch."
"Identification?" Wedge said. Both reached into inner pockets of their coats. Wedge willed himself not to tense, but their hands emerged with identicards. Wedge held out a hand, not to take the identification, which by regulation these two would not have yielded in any case, but so that a green scanning light from the security panel would fall across his palm. Captain Barthas waved her card across his hand, and Lieutenant Titch followed suit. Now Wedge's computerized security gear would be processing their card information, comparing it with Corellian data sources and a few databases that Wedge was not officially supposed to be able to access. He waved the visitors toward the cream-colored stuffed furniture that lined one wall of the room. "Have a seat." Captain Barthas gave him a little shake of the head.
"Actually, we've been sitting for hours. On a shuttle—"
"Of course." Wedge waited.
"The Galactic Alliance needs your help, General," the woman said.
Wedge offered a faint snort. "Captain, the Galactic Alliance is teeming with officers who were compelled to retire after the war with the Yuuzhan Vong, for the simple reason that a peacetime military doesn't need as many of them. Some of these folks are quite brilliant, and unlike me, they're anxious to get back into uniform. Me, I'm anxious to sit around in comfortable clothes all day, give my wife all the time my military career wouldn't allow me to give her, and complete my memoirs. You're looking for the wrong man."
"No, sir."
Captain Barthas shook her head in vigorous denial.
"The GA needs you and your specific help."
The male visitor finally spoke, his voice softer than Wedge would have suspected.
"It has to do with the events of nearly 30 years ago, when Rogue Squadron did so much work preparing for the taking of Coruscant from Imperial forces."
"I see. And it's something that requires my presence instead of a simple holocom call?"
"Yes, sir,"
Captain Barthas said. "And if you're here in the middle of the night, it's because you need me in the middle of the night." The captain nodded, the expression on her face regretful. Wedge flipped a switch on the door-side panel, and the entryway opened again. "Wait for me in the building lobby. I'll be down directly." Now, finally, the two of them glanced at each other. Barthas said,
"We'd prefer to remain here, sir."
Wedge gave her a frosty little smile. "And will you be making a holocam recording of my goodbyes with my family? Or perhaps you'd prefer to hug my daughter for me?" Barthas cleared her throat, thought better of it, and moved out into the hall. Titch followed. Wedge shut the door behind them. Iella moved into the bedroom doorway again. She was now wearing a green-black rain drape. She looked annoyed.
"What do they need that they couldn't have asked you decades ago?"
Wedge shrugged. "Retired is such an imprecise word." "Did they check out?" Iella nodded.
"They're the genuine article. In fact, I worked for a year with Barthas's father. The family is Corellian."
She moved up to put her arms around Wedge's neck.
"Sometimes I wish you hadn't been as influential as you were in your job, so that they'd stop coming for you any time the military discovers it's forgotten how to coordinate an X-Wing engagement."
Wedge wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her to him. "And who was it they came for last time? An hour before dawn, sweeping the hallway for listening devices before they even rang the chimes."
"Well, me."
Iella had spent her professional career as a security officer, first for Corsac and then for New Republic intelligence, and the demands on her post-retirement time matched the demands on Wedge's. Wedge kissed her. "Wake up, Miri, so I can say goodbye. I'll grab my go-bag and get dressed."
She reached past him to unlock the hallway, then turned toward that door. Not looking back, she said,
"I don't like Titch."
"Yeah."
It was a bit of verbal shorthand. She didn't mean she didn't like the man. She didn't know him. But Titch was the sort of intelligence officer brought along to ensure security, to ensure that the person being transported didn't cause trouble. It led to the question, was Titch actually Barthas's regular partner, or had he been brought in because someone anticipated Wedge causing trouble? Coruscant. Han and Leia crowded in close, side by side, so that the holocam on the terminal before them could capture both their images.
"Luke,"
Han said. The lights on the terminal flickered, and after a few seconds, the face of Luke Skywalker swam into view on the terminal screen. He was wearing a cold-weather wrap in black with jagged decorative lines on it in subdued gray, and behind him was an anonymous white wall. He looked surprised to see the caller.
"Hello."
"We were wondering," Leia said, "if you were planning on seeing any X-Wing action in the near future." Her tone was light and conversational. For the merest instant, Luke looked startled, but his features settled into an amused grin.
"Why do you ask?" "Well, we're planning on a vacation," Han said, "in the Falcon, dashing around, seeing old friends. Me, Leia, Goldilocks, the Nogri. Do you see what I'm getting at, conversationally?"
Luke's grin broadened.
"I think so. Leia and I can talk. The Nogri can keep each other occupied. But if C-3PO doesn't have R2-D2 to talk to, he'll talk to us."
Han mimed putting a blaster barrel to his own temple and pulling the trigger.
"Save me, Luke Skywalker. You're my only hope."
Still cheerful, Luke shook his head.
"I wish I could, but Mara and I are about to do a quick training tour with a bunch of Jedi Knights anxious to learn about adapting their Force-based abilities to X-Wing piloting tasks. In other words, I'm about to head out with R2.
"Oh." Han gave his brother-in-law an unhappy stare.
"All right, then. Doom me to day after day of listening to dithering obsequiousness."
"Nice word choice," Luke said. "By the way, where will you be heading on your vacation?"
Leia shrugged.
"We're not sure yet. We may visit Lando and Tendra and get a tour of their new manufacturing complex, but don't tell them, since we want it to be a surprise if it happens. We're thinking hard about a trip through the Alderaan system and then planet-hopping along the Perlemian trade route."
"Lots of shopping," Han offered, his tone suggesting that such a fate was only one step above death as a matter of preference.
"Ah, good. Have fun. And sorry I couldn't help with R2.
"That's the way it is sometimes," Han said.
The polite smile remained fixed on his face after Luke reached forward to break the comm connection. But Han's posture failed him. He sagged into his chair as if beaten.
"He's part of it," Han said.
"We can't be sure."
"Don't try to kid me, Leia. He was wearing a weather wrap indoors. Either he just got out of the fresher, and his hair was dry, you'll note, or he threw it on to cover over something else he was wearing, like a pilot's uniform. You saw the wall behind him? White, curved. A bulkhead on a vessel. He's already shipped out."
Finally, Leia nodded, reluctant.
"Probably."
"He's on their side."
"As the Master of the Jedi Order, he has taken oaths to support the Galactic Alliance."
Leia let a little sternness creep into her voice.
"And don't pretend this is a simple situation, where everyone on one side is smart and sensible, and everyone on the other side isn't.
It's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than that for me.
Han reached over to hold her for a moment. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like he hit me when I wasn't looking. He buried his face in her hair, took a deep breath. All right. It's time for us to go. In the foremost passenger seat, Wedge sat up startled as his shuttle came in for its landing, and a familiar-looking Corellian YT-1300 leapt up past his viewport, headed for the skies. That, he announced, was the Millennium Falcon.
If you say so, sir.
Across the aisle between seats, Captain Barthas looked dubious.
There are thousands of those old Corellian transports still flying, though.
Oh, that was definitely the Falcon. I'm intimately familiar with her lines, and her rust spots. I had to replicate them once on a decoy vehicle decades ago. No matter what Han does, paint the hull, anodize it, those rust patches come back after a few months or years.
Barthas cocked her head. Whatever you say, gesture that left no doubt in Wedge's mind that she was humoring him, and returned her attention to her datapad. Half an hour later, the two of them, Titch and a droid porter, swept into the government facility Barthas had said would be Wedge's home for the next several days at least. It was deep within a gray pyramidal building at the edge of what had once been the Imperial Government District. The dark corridor from the turbolifts led into a large outer office laid out in rows of monitoring stations. Most of the stations were empty, their view screens unlit, but Wedge could see two that were active, both showing holocam views of long rooms with dormitory-style accommodations for 4 at one end and office equipment at the other. Barthas led Wedge and the others to a door, which whooshed upward and thumped into place with the speed, air displacement, and echoing sound of an armored portal. The chamber's overhead lights flickered on as they entered, revealing a room very much like those shown on the monitors. Closest to the door were 4 desks, facing one another, laden with computer material. The far side of the room held 4 bunk beds and oversized equipment lockers. Wedge could also see a door that he presumed led into a refresher. The porter droid moved in to drop Wedge's bags on the nearest of the bunk beds. Barthas and Titch stayed near the door and gestured at the accommodations. A bit plain, Barthas admitted. I'm sorry.
They're luxurious compared with some of the places I've been quartered.
Wedge glanced over the computer equipment, noting brand names and designs.
These terminals have to be 30 years old.
Barthas nodded. Almost. This facility was installed by intelligence just after the New Republic conquered Coruscant and drove Isan Isard into exile. The equipment is original, but it has been serviced and upgraded.
What's the facility for?
It was what we called a pressure cooker, Titch said. The idea is that in times of crisis, you get teams of civilian coders, technicians, and specialists together in combined living and work quarters. They're the sort of people who are going to be working 16, 20 hours a day anyway. More convenient for them to be packed in together, exchanging ideas, keeping one another's spirits up and so forth, rather than in separate offices and with quarters minutes or hours travel time away.
Ah.
Wedge grabbed the rolling chair before the nearest desk, swung it around, and sat.
So, you wouldn't tell me on Corellia, you wouldn't tell me on the shuttle trip. Now, in the heart of your own secure facility, maybe you can tell me what this is all about. What am I supposed to be doing?
Barthas and Titch exchanged a look. Their faces remained impassive, but Wedge read it as a "here we go" exchange. Barthas returned her attention to Wedge. Just, waiting, General.
Wedge blinked. Waiting for orders?
No. Barthas looked regretful and waved for the porter droid to leave the chamber, which it did.
Wedge noticed that, though his posture looked relaxed, Titch was ready for action, and had positioned himself in the doorway so that he could draw the blaster at his hip and fire without endangering Barthas.
"No," Barthas continued, "you have no orders. Our orders are to keep you as comfortable as possible during your stay here."
Wedge refused to allow the alarm that was beginning to well up within him to show on his face. "The duration of my stay?"
Barthas shrugged. "Unknown."
"Its purpose?"
"Can't say."
Wedge closed his eyes and offered up a slow, silent sigh. Then he looked at the two of them again. "I said no, you know." They looked confused. "When officers of the Corellian military came to me and said there could be trouble between us and the GA, I said, 'Sorry, fellows, I'm retired. You can get advice as useful as mine and much more up-to-date by looking at other Corellian officers.' And so they left me alone. Why didn't you?"
Barthas opened her mouth, evidently realized that she could offer no answer without somehow compromising her orders, and closed it again.
"Because, you see,"
and this time Wedge couldn't quite keep the pain he was feeling from being reflected in his voice, as a hoarseness he could not control.
"You see, that way I'd be with my family if something happened. And now, someone, somewhere, at the GA end of things, has decided I need to be out of the way for what's going to happen, and has separated me from my family."
He fixed Barthas and Titch with his stare. Barthas actually leaned back. She shook her head. "I'm sorry," she said, not an admission that she or her team was doing what Wedge was speculating, but her voice carried emotion, and it sounded genuine. She turned away and walked into the outer office. Titch seemed unaffected. "You approach this door any time it's open, it closes," he says, "meaning it won't do you any good to make a sudden dash for the door when we bring you food or drink. Besides, if you do make an attempt to escape, I get to kill you." He patted the blaster pistol at his side. "This model can be set to stun or burn. I always leave it on burn." He nodded as though he thought the gravity of that action would impress Wedge. He also glanced after his partner, apparently making sure she was out of earshot. He turned back to Wedge. "Let me add this," he said. "I'm sick of hearing the Rebel Alliance generation brag about how they stomped the Empire and then whine about how the galaxy owes them a living or special favors. The Empire would have kicked the Yuuzhan Vong in the teeth, and I wouldn't have lost almost everyone I knew when I was a kid if you hadn't won. Well, the higher-ups seem to think they owe you a little dignity, so here it is. Eat your meals, get in some quiet exercise, keep your mouth shut, and when all the shouting's done, you can go home and finish your self-serving memoirs about how you single-handedly won half a dozen wars. That's the deal. Got it?" Wedge studied him.
"If you'd been a little smarter, I might have left you some shred of a career when I leave here. But I won't. You'll be cleaning refreshers for the rest of your life."
Titch snorted, unimpressed. He backed out of the doorway, and the door slid shut. Chapter 7. Outer Space, near the Corellia system. A few light-years from the star Corel, a vessel dropped out of hyperspace, winking back into existence in the physical universe. In design, it was something like the old Imperial-class Star Destroyers, and was just as long, though where the ISDs looked more like narrow, armor-piercing arrowheads, this ship was broader, massing half again what an ISD did. It was the Galactic Alliance space vessel Dodana, the second capital ship named for the Rebel Alliance-era military leader
who had plotted and executed the destruction of the first Death Star, and it was the first completed vessel of its type, the Galactic-class battle carrier, a designation chosen to avoid unpleasant reminders of the old Star Destroyers, of which this new ship was little more than an elaboration and update. On the bridge, on the broad walkway that looked over technicians' pits and stations, Admiral Matrick Klauskin, commander of Dodana and leader of this operation, stood staring out through the high viewports into space. In his peripheral vision, to starboard, another vessel of war, one of the Mon Calamari star cruisers, with hull designs that suggested a successful blend of technology and organic design, popped into existence. Over the next several hours, many elements of the Galactic Alliance's Second Fleet would be arriving here to form up with Dodana. Once everything was in position, Klauskin would give the word and send this operation into motion. He knew that on the surface he appeared calm, rock steady. Had there been a course at the Academy in maintaining appearances of coolness, he would have placed first every time. But inside, his guts knotted. With the correct few orders, the correct few maneuvers, he could prevent a war. The galaxy might not re-experience the sort of horrors it had within living memory. The agony of worlds being besieged, families torn apart, homes and histories erased. He could prevent it. He had to succeed. Had to. Coronet Corellia. The diminutive woman was dressed in the flowing gowns and profanely costly jewelry strands of a noblewoman of the Hapes Consortium. A semi-transparent veil concealed the lower half of her face. Her bodyguard stood in contrast to her in every way possible. Tall, primitive, and brutal of appearance, he wore the dusty robes and carried the crude blaster rifle of one of the Tusken Raiders, the Sand People of rural Tatooine. His features were concealed behind the dust-storm-resistant mask that such beings usually wore in their own environment. Five-World Prime Minister Idle Saxon watched the two of them enter the hotel suite's outer chamber. Saxon, a handsome, black-haired woman of middle years, wielded considerable political power, but in the company she was about to receive, she did not feel at a political advantage. She was, as such things could be measured, the peer of her guests, and it was in recognition of that comparative equality she had agreed to meet them here, in this relatively ill-protected hotel, away from the prying eyes of others. When, years after the end of the Yuzhong Vong War, the Galactic Alliance had decided to reward the Corellian system with removal of the appointed Governor-General position, Corellian-born politicians had been swept into the new offices created by the change. Each of the 5 worlds had elected its own chief of state, and together they had created the office of the 5-World Prime Minister, charged with coordinating budgets, resources, and policies of the 5 worlds, as well as representing the system in negotiations with other multiplanetary bodies. Idle Saxon was the first, and so far only person, to occupy that post. Saxon waited until the outer and inner doors had shut behind her 2 visitors, then rose from the spindly decorative chair that served temporarily as her seat of power. She offered her visitors a nod. "Welcome to Coronet," she said.
"Thank you," the woman replied. "Before we continue, the chamber has been searched for recording devices?"
Saxon looked back over her shoulder at the Corsac officer. He stepped out of the shadows in a curtained corner of the chamber. "Thoroughly," he said, "and there were some, of considerable vintage. The sort of hotel security office might plant for purposes of blackmail or peacekeeping. I removed them."
"Thank you,"
the female visitor said. She reached up to unhook one side of her veil, letting it drop away from her face. The face of Leia Organa Solo. To his credit, the Corsac officer made no noise of surprise or recognition. He simply returned to his shadowy nook. The presumed Tusken Raider, less graceful or delicate of motion than his companion, pulled the sand mask from his face and tossed back his hood. revealing the craggy, somewhat flushed features of Han Solo. "Yes, thank you, Your,
Excellency."
Leia supplied. "Right. Excellency."
For one of Corellia's most celebrated heroes, of course, an audience is in order at any time, in any place. Though I'll admit that your requests for secrecy are unusual. Please, come with me.
Saxon led her visitors into an adjacent chamber, a windowless dining room by the look of it, but the dining table, a massive thing topped with black stone inlaid with gold wire, had been rolled against the shimmering blue wall, leaving behind only well-padded chairs arranged in 2 semicircles. Saxon sat in the central chair of one semicircle, with her Corsac man taking up position behind her. Han Solo took the seat opposite her, with Leia sitting to his right.
Interesting, Saxon thought. So this is to be Han Solo's speech or request.
"I'll get right to the point," Han said. His features were returning to their normal color. Out from under the Tusken Raider mask, he had to be cooling down. "I believe that the Galactic Alliance is going to take military action against Corellia within the week. Maybe within the day."
"Why would they?" Saxon asked, keeping her voice controlled, impersonal. "Negotiations between us and Coruscant are still cordial, still in developing stages."
Han shrugged. "I don't know why, just that they are. There are political, financial, military movements going on that all point to action here, and soon."
Saxon considered. Could the Galactic Alliance have finally uncovered the Kiris shipyards? It seemed unlikely. She had been Prime Minister a full year before her budget auditors discovered that the secret appropriations authorized by Thrackan Sal Solo and his political allies were being used to build a secret assault fleet. Her auditors had had direct access to the Corellian budgetary records. The GA investigators, impeded by Corellia's formidable counterintelligence service, should not have been able to uncover the same facts. It seemed more likely that the GA's premature action had been prompted by the reactivation of Centerpoint. Despite everything, all the vetting and counter-spying that had taken place at that facility since the Galactic Alliance had reluctantly surrendered its control to Corellia, some word must have reached Coruscant of the facility's status. She said nothing of this. Instead, she asked, "And why are you telling me this?"
"Well, let's just say it galls me," Han said. "If Corellia wants to be independent, I'm all for it."
"Would you be willing to say that publicly?" Saxon asked. "In speeches to the Corellian people?"
"Sure," Han said, "if you resign as Prime Minister and Thrackan resigns as Corellian Chief of State."
This time, Saxon couldn't keep the surprise off her face, out of her voice. "I should resign? Why?"
"I don't like the game you're playing," Han said, "whining independence out one corner of your mouth and benefits out the other."
"That's just strategy," Saxon assured him.
"No, it isn't. Not when a lot of people are listening to you and agreeing. People who don't have the time or energy or brains to think it through. People who trust you because your father was famous or because you're good-looking."
Han finally looked disappointed, perhaps even faintly disgusted.
"You need to be showing Corellians the lives they'll be living if they do become independent. Planetary pride is one thing, and I'm all for it. Planetary pride with an assumption that the economy's going to thrive and everyone's going to love us is another thing. It's a lie."
Saxon kept the anger, and yes, hurt, she felt at Han's rebuke, from showing. She turned to Leia. "And what about you? You're a Jedi Knight. The Jedi are sworn to defend the Galactic Alliance. In coming here, aren't you committing treason?" Leia blinked at her.
How's that again?
Your husband wants me to commit to a politically dangerous position, and yet here you are, straddling two positions too. I think perhaps you and your husband should stay here in Corellia and lend us your support. It would be safer for you. If Coruscant learned you'd come here on your errand, it could do irreversible damage to your reputation.
Leia smiled, showing teeth. I am a Jedi Knight, and I am sworn to defend the Galactic Alliance, even from itself sometimes. But coming here with my husband and listening to him speculate on the future of political relations isn't treason. It's just something you do when you're married.
Speculate?
Leia nodded.
Speculate. Meaning that you won't have any hard data to hand me supporting his speculations.
Han smiled, the knee-weakening, cocky smile Saxon had seen so often on holonews and occasionally in person. What data?
Of course.
And by the way, Han lost his smile. It wouldn't do for Coruscant to learn we'd been here speculating. We'd take it personally. You might think about going through the historical records and seeing what happens when we take things personally. Saxon didn't ask whether that was a threat. Of course it was. And it was the sort of threat they'd proven again and again they could make good on. Well, this meeting was still a success. She'd learned two important things: that the Galactic Alliance probably knew about developments at Centerpoint Station, and that Han Solo could be just as hard and ruthless as his cousin, Frackin Sal Solo. Saxon let a gracious smile return to her face.
"Never fear. Corellia knows who her friends are," she said. "By the way, how long will you be staying in system?"
Leia shrugged. "A few days."
"Excellent. Perhaps you will do us the honor of paying us an official visit sometime. Whether it's wartime or peacetime, your husband is one of Corellia's favorite sons."
"That would be most agreeable." Recognizing Saxon's words as a conclusion to the audience, Leia rose and pinned her veil back in place. Han followed his wife's lead and began wrestling his sand mask into place.
"Oh, Han!"
Saxon smiled as she saw the tiniest of frowns mar Leia's brow, reaction to her inappropriate use of Solo's first name.
"If I see Thrackan, do you have any message for him?"
Mask in place, Han pulled his hood up. "Sure. How about look out?"
"I'll pass that along."
Outer space, Corellia trade spine, passing Yagdul. The passenger seating compartment was not ideal. It was, in fact, a cargo container, the sort used to transport bulk goods from one port to another, but it had been fitted with reclinable seats from decommissioned passenger shuttles. Every row was a different color, and some of the seats smelled bad. Jaina's smelled bad. If she'd been in a self-destructively contemplative mood, she might have speculated that at some time in the distant past it had been occupied by a Hutt with a digestive disorder. Every so often, an injudicious movement on Jaina's part would compress the padding she was sitting on, and an odor, half bitter, half sweet, all repulsive, would cause her nose and the noses or equivalent equipment of the other passengers in the vicinity to twitch. Those passengers were an interesting collection, Jaina decided. Most looked and acted like beings on the run, eyes alert to anyone who might be giving them too much attention, clothes bulky enough to conceal the blasters tucked away underneath, bags and satchels containing who knew what, always close at hand. Some were humans, some Bothans, some Rhodians. Jaina spotted one Bith at the rear of the compartment.
It appeared that one passenger was a beaten-up YVH-1 combat droid traveling without a companion. And of course there were Jedi, though they didn't look like Jedi. Jaina was dressed in a fashion that would have let her fit in with her father's old friends: tight-fitting trousers and vest of black bantha leather, a red silk shirt with flowing sleeves and a matching hairscarf, a blaster holster on her belt. Half her face bore an artificial tattoo, a red flower on her cheek with green leafy tendrils spreading across her jaw and up to her forehead, and her hair was blonde, a temporary dye job. Next to her, Zek, eyes closed in sleep, wore a preposterous tan jacket of fringed leather. Beneath it was a bandolier holding 8 vibroblades. 2 false scars marked his face, one a horizontal gash across his forehead, the other down from the forehead to the right cheek. An eye patch with a blinking red diode covered that eye. The 2 compartments directly aft were sectioned into small claustrophobic sleeping berths. The compartment aft of that held luggage, and they were surrounded by containers holding Tibana gas, harvested on Bespin, where this cargo vessel had begun its journey. If the vessel was attacked, incoming damage could ignite the cargo, and Jaina and all her Jedi friends would be vaporized. This was, despite its size, a smuggling vessel. The Tibana gas it carried boosted the destructive power of blasters. Its mining and export was carefully limited by the Galactic Alliance government, which was why a daring smuggler with a large cargo of the stuff could make a substantial profit by taking it to a system whose industries wanted it. For instance, Corellia, this vessel's destination. And since the cargo was intended for weapons manufacturers receiving the tacit blessing of Corellia's government, this vessel would, upon reaching the Corellia system, be ignored by customs inspectors, meaning that its passengers, many of whom were lightsaber-carrying Jedi, would also be unmolested. Mara, Jaina's former master, had prevailed on her oldest friend, smuggler Talon Card, for a way by which a unit of Jedi could enter Corellia with their lightsabers and other gear unnoticed, and he had offered the name, flight route, and departure time of this vessel. And its smelly seats. Zek's eyes opened. "Are we on Corellia yet?" His voice was pitched as a whisper. Jaina shook her head. "Not for several hours." His eyes closed. Then they reopened. "Are we on Corellia yet?" Despite herself, Jaina grinned. "Why don't you go play outside for a while?" Coruscant. There was a lot of open floor space between the office and dormitory portions of the room, and Wedge made use of it, taking his rolling chair there and playing a new game. Sitting facing one wall, he would suddenly stand, propelling his chair backward with his knees, and then turn to see how close he'd come to placing the chair near a mark he'd made on the floor. At exact 6-hour intervals, Titch came in with Wedge's meals. When at the office desks, Wedge habitually sat in the one closest to the outer door, with his back to the door. He thought of it as the number 1 desk. Every 6 standard hours, morning, noon, and evening, Titch brought Wedge's food and drink to the next desk to the left, the one Wedge thought of as the number 2 desk, and set the meal down there. The first time Titch entered while Wedge was playing his rolling chair game, Titch paid him no special attention. This was exactly what Wedge expected. Titch, Barthas, and possibly more security officers had to be watching his activities on hidden holocams, and so were already aware of Wedge's new preoccupation. Titch merely set Wedge's meal down in the usual place, then gave the older officer a condescending, pitying shake of the head before walking out the door and letting it slide shut behind him. Wedge grinned after him. 6 hours later, minutes before the evening meal was due to arrive, Wedge sat at his usual desk, the terminal alive before him. Of course, it didn't give him access to the worldwide datanet. That would defeat the purpose of his captivity. But it did apparently sample the datanet once or twice a day, allowing Wedge to follow Coruscant and galactic news, and offered a wide variety of 30-year-old games and battle simulation programs. Now he brought up one of those simulations, this one allowing him to recreate, at squad action level, the ambush of Rebel Alliance ships at Dara 4, an action that had taken place before either of his captors had been born, and began playing it through from the Rebel side. The little cron at the top right of the terminal screen told him that he had 5 minutes to wait before his next meal would arrive. He took a sip from his tumbler of water, untouched since his new meal arrived. It was still almost full. Slowly, his attention still apparently full on the battle simulation before him, he lowered the hand with that tumbler to his lap. He positioned it under the lip of the desk until it was beneath desk number 2, and then, with excruciating, silent care, poured most of the water out onto the floor there. It broadened as a slowly spreading, all but invisible pool. 3 minutes left. He couldn't cut things too close. Titch might vary his schedule by a few seconds. Young officers weren't that dependable. He held the tumbler over desk number 2, inverted it as close to instantly as he could, and set it down rim first. To observers it would, well, should, look as though he were merely setting aside an empty drink container. Water began pooling out from under the rim and spread out in all directions, toward that desk's chair, toward the lip adjoining Wedge's desk. Like the water on the floor, it should be all but invisible to the sort of low-resolution holocams used to monitor prisoners. Wedge typed in the next turn's series of commands to the simulation program and leaned forward to watch the turn's results. While locked in that pose, he groped around carefully under the desk and located the power cable that ran from the system's main processor up to the monitors around the desk. 2 minutes left. He watched the Imperials on the screen slaughter the rebels at Dara 4 as they had more than 30 years before. He made an exasperated noise. With his free hand, he powered down the terminal. Then, with his other hand, he pulled the power cable loose and drew it to him, gathering all the slack he could obtain. Only then did he lean back in his chair. The door behind him slid open. Titch entered. Wedge recognized him by the sound of his heavy, confident stride, and asked, "Not going so well, is it?" Then the man moved into view, Wedge's meal in his hands, and walked up to desk number 2. He set the tray down. For a brief moment he looked confused as his fingers contacted water on the desktop. Wedge powered up his monitor and tossed the power cable onto desk number 2. Titch jerked and began to shake, trapped in the spasms of electrocution. The overhead lights dimmed. Wedge stood quickly, propelling his rolling chair back and away from him. He glanced behind him. The chair came to a halt a handspan from where he'd aimed it, dead in the center of the open doorway. Wedge watched the security man being electrocuted. It was now a waiting game, duration measured in seconds. If Barthas did not act before Titch suffered irreparable damage, Wedge might have to— Finally it came, Barthas's voice from the next chamber. "Power down block 4502. Do it now!" Nothing happened. Wedge waited. He heard running footsteps, a single individual approaching. Barthas. He could imagine her with a blaster pistol in her hand, and he was still armed with nothing. Then the lights went out. Wedge heard a gasp from Titch, a metallic thud as the man hit the floor. This was followed within half a second with a whoosh as the deep-powered door slid down and slammed into Wedge's rolling chair. Wedge located Titch by touch. The man moved feebly. Wedge found his belt, removed the blaster from its holster, and switched it from its burn setting to its stun setting. He said 2 words. "Remember, refreshers." Then, on hands and knees, he scooted over toward the chamber doorway. Just before he reached it, he could feel air flow into his makeshift prison, and then his free hand encountered one wheel of his rolling chair. Carefully, Quietly, he slid past the chair, which creaked under the weight of the door it held. He listened, and could hear Barthas's voice a few meters away. "Send a security detachment to 4502. The prisoner was contained when the power cut dropped the door, but he has Lieutenant Titch as a prisoner. No, for the moment we're secure." Then the emergency lighting, dim orange glow rods installed where the ceiling met the walls, came on. Wedge could now see the desk stations here in the outer chamber, could see Barthas where she stood a few meters away, a comlink in her hand. And she could see him, too. Her eyes widened. He shot her. Nerveless, she hit the floor with a much less resounding noise than Titch had. He appropriated her comlink, blaster pistol, identicard, and other effects, stuffing them in his pockets. In seconds he hauled her over to the door to his prison, shoved her through, and then kicked at his chair until it was forced back out of the doorway. The powerless door slid down into place with a thump. Beginning on the far side of the chamber, beside the door by which they'd entered this complex of offices, Wedge methodically smashed the emergency glow rods with the butt of Titch's blaster. Completing the circuit of the room, he smashed the last rod, then situated himself under a desk beside the exit. 60 seconds later, there was a whine from that door as the temporary power supply someone had attached outside was activated and lifted it out of the way. 4 armed and armored security officers rushed in. The first shouted, "Captain Barthas?" Sliding quietly out from his desk, Wedge eased out through the doorway and into the dimly lit hallway beyond. He grabbed the temporary power supply now attached to the doorway control console and yanked it free. That door came down with a thud, trapping the security detail within. So far, so good, he told himself. Now all he had to do was find a locker room, shed the clothes he was wearing. Whatever sensor they'd been using to make sure the door would close when he came near it had to be in his clothes or gear somewhere, and substitute a local uniform. Then find his way to a hangar and steal some hyperdrive-equipped starfighter or shuttle, with intelligence section crawling all over the place looking for him. Easy. Chapter 8. Corellian System, outbound from planet Talus. The shuttle was not elegant. It was just an oblong mass with thrusters and hyperdrive at one end, a viewported bridge at the other, and plenty of room for passengers in between. But in the passenger compartment, the seats were well spaced and well padded. In the back of each one was a monitor allowing the passenger behind to watch Corellian news or entertainment holocasts, or to see what the holocams spaced around the shuttle's exterior were viewing. Dr. Saya kept his monitor switched to the bow view. In it he could watch, as he always did, Center Point Station first appear, then grow larger and larger and larger. Just now there was nothing to see but stars. The shuttle hadn't performed its final hyperspace jump to drop it into the vicinity of the station. Saya wore a plastic shirt. It was comfortable enough that it didn't always feel plastic, but plastic it was, and embedded with circuitry. Just now it was orange, with violent purple flames crisscrossing it, a design suited to someone wandering around in a warm and sandy vacation paradise, which was precisely what Dr. Saya's documentation said he'd been doing for the last few weeks. The spray-on suntan he sported, covering the fact that he'd only become paler while training Jedi to destroy Center Point Station, supported his cover story. But the thing about the shirt, sold to wealthy tourists, was that whenever it was poked with sufficient energy, it would make an audible boop noise and change both color and design. The little human boy in the next seat, dark-skinned like his mother, and perhaps 3 standard years of age, had discovered this when he'd kicked Dr. Saya, minutes after they'd taken off from Talus. He'd been persuaded by his apologetic mother not to kick Dr. Saya anymore, but couldn't be restrained from reaching over and poking the scientist spy, causing the shirt to make its pleasing boop noise and change its color scheme. And the little boy would chuckle and look at the new colors, and about a minute later reach over to poke the shirt again. Dr. Saya barely noticed. Inside, he was sick. As long as he'd been assigned to Centerpoint Station, he'd known that the sheer power and destructiveness it represented might someday result in it being destroyed. It could destroy entire stars, and the only thing that could ever keep it from being civilization's greatest weapon of terror was the wisdom of its controllers, or its destruction. And wisdom was in increasingly short supply. Boop. Now his shirt was pink, with frothy clouds on his shoulders and upper chest, recreational sea speeders skimming across red waters at his waist. He didn't want Centerpoint Station to be destroyed. Like almost everyone who'd worked there, he was desperate to learn more about the long-vanished species that had built it and used it to drag habitable planets to the Corellia system. It was a rare system that had 2 worlds lush enough to sustain life. Corel was orbited by 5. If the station's secrets could be cracked, the intelligent species of the galaxy could recreate that feat, engineering whole systems to please or accommodate the beings who would live there. More importantly, in harnessing the very forces that held the universe together, the station promised an improved scientific understanding of how the universe itself worked. If Centerpoint was lost, that opportunity might be gone forever. But perhaps it wouldn't come to that. Dr. Saya had stressed to the Jedi again and again his belief that destroying the computer controls the Corellians were installing throughout the system would be sufficient to keep control out of Corellia's hands. With any luck, they'd listen. With any luck, they'd agree. Boop. Now his shirt was a deep blue, with a stylized rancor rearing up on the front, arms outstretched. The little boy chuckled. Dr. Saya looked over at the boy's mother. "Will you two be debarking at the station?" She nodded, sending into motion her blue-frosted black hair, so fine that every little breeze from the shuttle's life support system stirred it. "I'm a cartographer, a member of the station mapping project. Loriza Pleer." She extended a hand across her boy. Dr. Saya shook it. Words bubbled up inside him. "Don't get off at the station. In hours you could be superheated gas. Go back to Talus." Instead, he said, "I'm Toval Saya." This was his job. This was the dark side to being a scientist and spy, something he'd never even tried to explain to the boy Jedi. He might just have to let a pretty young woman and her innocent son die. Blast it. "And this is my son, Devon." "Hello, Devon." Gravely, Dr. Saya shook the little boy's hand. Devon chuckled. On the monitor screen, the stars twisted and elongated. Of course, they didn't in reality, but that was the visual effect of entering hyperspace. The ship left hyperspace almost as quickly, the duration of the greater-than-light-speed portion of this flight mere seconds, and when the stars were returned to normal, in precisely the same positions as before, Centerpoint Station occupied the center of the monitor screen. The station wasn't pretty, wasn't even elegant like the Death Stars whose size it exceeded. A gray-white blob with axial cylinders protruding at 2 opposed points, it was merely impressive in its scale and in the potential damage it could do. At this distance, of course, its scale was not apparent. What looked like a smooth surface would, as they got closer, be revealed to be a rough, scaly exterior of towers, spires, antennae, parabolic dishes, conduits, traffic tubes, ports, space scraper-sized battery arrays, shield generators, and other apparati. Something like the surface of Coruscant in its busiest sectors, but without that world's feeble attempts at maintaining a consistently pleasing set of architectural standards. Home, to Dr. Saya, was an ugly spot in space. He tugged at his shirt collar, and as he did so he squeezed a chip embedded there. The pressure activated the chip, causing it to transmit a single coded pulse on a single frequency. The transmission lasted a few thousandths of a second. Boop. This time the shirt changed without the boy poking it. It was the shirt's acknowledgement that it had received a counter-transmission. The boy chuckled anyway. Dr. Saya settled in to watch the station grow larger on his monitor, and to compose himself for the struggle and perhaps tragedy that was to come. In the shuttle's cargo hold, in a cargo container the size of an average ground speeder, Jason Solo was awakened by a melodious alarm chime. His eyes flickered open. There wasn't much to see. The interior of the compartment was dimly lit by the device to the left of his head, a combination computer and life support system. It blew cool air on him. The air wasn't cool enough. The heavy enviro suit he wore kept him too warm. He'd been sweating as he slept, and the crate smelled like a rancor nest. He glanced over at the computer monitor screen. Text there indicated that Dr. Saya had just transmitted that they'd completed their final hyperspace jump before arriving at Center Point Station. Jason reached over and switched the computer off, plunging the crate interior into darkness. By touch, he located the valve knob just inside the collar of his bulky suit. He turned it until it locked in the open position. Gas hissed out from the valve. Breathable atmosphere. Half an hour's worth was contained in the bottles he'd been carrying with him. He reached up to the right of his head and found the suit helmet waiting there. He pulled it into place over his head and twisted it against his collar until it locked. Only then did he reach down to the latch beside his waist and trip it. The top of the cargo box lifted away from him, revealing a dimly lit cargo hold roof only a couple of meters above him. Awkward in the enviro suit, Jason struggled into an upright position, dragged his atmosphere bottles to lock them into place against his back, and clambered out of the box. His box was situated atop a stack of cargo containers the size of refresher stalls. One stack over, another box was opening identically, and Ben, similarly suited and helmeted, was struggling upright. It had taken some careful bribery of cargo porters to make sure that these two boxes were situated at the tops of their respective cargo stacks. If they hadn't been, of course, it would have been harder to exit. The Jedi could have done so by igniting their lightsabers and cutting their way out, but the damaged cargo boxes would then have been noticed, potentially endangering the mission. Fortunately, the porters had stayed bribed. And the enviro suit. Jason encouraged himself to be patient, refrained from cursing the suits even as he stepped out of his cargo box and pushed the lid down into place. The suit was the heaviest, most awkward thing he'd ever worn. All its radiation shielding lay in physical materials, none from electronic screens or energy fields. The atmosphere supply came from bottles opened and closed by hand. There were no electronic sensors, no servo motors designed to assist in movement and ease the burden of the suit's weight. The helmet had no comm gear, no visual enhancers. There were, in fact, no electronics whatsoever installed in the suit. The only electronic items within were the lightsabers, data pads, data cards, and comlinks the two Jedi carried. And for the time being, those items were switched completely off, their power supplies physically disconnected. Slowly, clumsily, Jason finished climbing down from his cargo stack and observed that Ben was beginning his own descent. The advantage to the crudeness of the suits was that they were essentially immune to the varieties of security scanning performed by Corellian security customs units at Center Point Station. With no detectable electronics, the suits would simply not register on CorSec scanners. Of course, life scanners would pick them up, but CorSec customs chiefs, in a cost-saving effort, had decided long ago that it was sufficient to scan for electronics. What life form could move around on the station's exterior without electronic support? Only Minox and other unintelligent space parasites. So Jason and Ben would be Minox this day, and that's why their portion of the operations forces had been codenamed Team Minoc,
He helped Ben down to the floor, and together they moved to the aft airlock. There, on the hull beside the control panel, almost invisible in the dim cargo hold lighting, there was an X-shaped mark scratched into the paint, a sign that someone else had remained bribed, that the security sensors on this airlock had been disabled. Jason pulled open the airlock door. He and Ben crowded into the tiny chamber beyond, and Jason awkwardly punched the buttons to cycle the airlock. A minute later the cycle finished, and Ben impatiently pushed the exterior door. It opened onto a starfield of dizzying beauty. Jason could see stars, distant nebulae, even a comet whose tail was just beginning to be illuminated by the star chorale. Jason poked his head out and turned toward the shuttle's bow. In the distance ahead, he could see Center Point Station, now close enough for its moon-like immensity to be evident and its convoluted surface to be obvious. Coronet Corellia. The conveyance, a 10-meter-long airspeeder that seemed to be mostly windows and standing room, deposited Jaina and half her team on the street outside the Prime Minister's official residence. It drifted away, carrying with it the remaining heavy load of commuting workers, tourists, and people on errands. Jaina took a deep breath and looked around, wary for signs of too much attention being directed their way. There shouldn't be any. After having made planetfall hours ago, she and her team had had time to check into a hostel, clean themselves up, sleep, and eliminate disguise elements that would cause them to stand out. Jaina now wore a cumbersome Kaminorean traveler's robe. Her hair was back to its natural dark color. Her false tattoo was gone. "I miss the tattoo," Zek said. He was now dressed in Corellian common citizen's garments, dark pants and open jacket, a lighter long-sleeved shirt, knee-high boots in black. His long black hair hung in a braid. A passerby, a young woman with orange hair and a green, filmy dress, flashed Zek a smile as she passed. Jaina felt a stab of irritation, pushed it from her mind. Zek grinned at Jaina. "What was that I felt?" She scowled at him.
"We're on duty. Concentrate on your mission."
"Yes, Commander."
The grin didn't leave his face, but he turned his attention back to the ministerial residence. A few years earlier, Jaina and Zek had bonded, a union of mind and personality that went beyond even a force bond. It was something that had resulted from their interaction with the Killiks, a hive-mind species. Eventually, the intensity of that union had largely faded, but Jaina's and Zek's thoughts and feelings remained intertwined to a degree unusual even for Jedi. Sometimes it was comforting, even exhilarating. Other times, like now, it was uncomfortable and distracting. Nothing suggested to Jaina that she or her companions were attracting attention. The broad, multi-lane avenue before her was thick with ground speeder traffic, and the Corellians were such maniacal speeder pilots that anyone near the street with any sense kept his or her attention on their lane-changing, position-jockeying antics. The huge gated building behind them was, by contrast, inert, some parts of its grounds in deep shadow from trees and creeping vines. Even the guards at the sidewalk gates and main doors were still. The other two members of their team, female Bothan Kolir Hulya and male Faline Thon Mithric, moved up to join them. Kolir, the youngest member of the team, having completed her trials and achieved Jedi Knight status only weeks before, wore an abbreviated dress in white that contrasted nicely with her tan fur, and would not overheat her on this warm day. Thon, dressed in a traveler's robe, looked the most Jedi-like of the four of them, but was still thoroughly unremarkable of appearance in this cosmopolitan city. He had his hood up over his long black topknot, and was maintaining his skin color at a light orange, making him virtually indistinguishable from a human.
"I don't see any problems,"
Kolir said. Not that reassuring, coming from someone who'd been an apprentice a few days ago, Jaina reflected. She heard Zek snicker. Kolir looked curiously at him, but Jaina said,
"Transmit that we're on station."
Collier nodded. She dug around in her white carry bag, the same bag that held her lightsaber and an array of other destructive weapons, and brought out a comlink. She smiled as though she were calling a boyfriend and spoke into it.
Team Perella here, just checking in.
Outer space, near the Corellian system. Luke, dressed in what looked like standard brown and tan Jedi gear, but which actually had all the equipment and functionality of a pilot's suit, sat on the rolling staircase that was meant to give a pilot or mechanic access to the X-Wing's top surfaces. It wouldn't be needed for that purpose. The mechanics were finished for now with his XJ-6 X-Wing, and Luke wouldn't need any assistance in getting to the cockpit. For a Jedi, it was just one quick leap away. The bay where his squadron's X-Wings waited was frantic with activity. A broad expanse, all scuffed and burned permacrete flooring and pristine glow-white ceiling, it was the size of a sports arena, with room for Luke's squadron, a squad of Eta 5 interceptors, 2 squads of shield-equipped TIEs from the Imperial Remnant, and a half-squad of B-Wings for support. Mechanics fueled some starfighters, made last-minute repairs on others. Pilots arrived to perform inspections of the craft they'd be flying. Commanders moved from pilot to pilot, machine to machine, issuing orders, offering advice. Luke didn't feel the need to do so. His pilots were all Jedi, all calm in the face of the storm to come, in the face of possible death. One X-Wing over, Mara, similarly garbed, made some final ratcheting motions with her hydrospanner, finishing adjustments to her laser cannon positioning, and slapped closed an access panel on her craft's S-foil underside. She dropped the hydrospanner in a toolbox and moved over to join her husband.
Any word about Ben?
Luke shook his head.
You're very quiet.
Mara leaned over to stroke his forehead.
Is everything all right?
I meditated earlier, he said, and I had a vision of Ben talking to the man who doesn't exist.
Not a dream,
Mara said.
A vision.
He nodded.
Could you tell when?
The future. Ben was a little older, a little taller.
At least,
she said,
that argues well for what he's up to today.
Finally, he smiled. Thanks for not killing me.
When we met?
When I told you that I left it to Jason to decide whether Ben would go on this mission.
Oh.
She didn't return his smile.
I might have been tempted, if I had any sense of what the right answer was. I've fouled up in the past, clinging too tightly to him, trying to protect him. What's the right amount?
Luke shrugged. You're asking a Jedi Master, not a parenting master.
Is there one somewhere?
Finally, she did smile.
I've spent more than 13 years worrying about him, which has given me great wisdom about why the Jedi of old didn't allow marriages within the Order, discouraged attachments, that sort of thing. If they hadn't, it wouldn't have been Sith or alien empires or natural disasters that killed the Jedi. It would have been worrying about their kids.
I think you're right.
Master Skywalker!
The voice, female, emerged from the vicinity of Luke's chest. He reached under his robe and pulled out a comlink. Skywalker here.
Bridge here. Team Perella reports on station.
Thank you. He put the comlink away. Jane is ready. And that's one more check on the checklist to start this operation. Mara looked over to the hangar's far wall, where chrono displays showed the time at local hours for Coruscant Government Center, Corellian City of Coronet, Center Point Station Day Cycle, and elsewhere.
We should be getting a bunch more notices like that if everything goes to plan.
The others in the hangar knew it too. Activity was increasing. Mechanics withdrew from the starfighters. Several pilots were already clambering into their cockpits. Luke glanced around the pilots of his squadron. Some were talking with one another. 3 were stretched out in the shadows of their X-Wings, sleeping, wrapped up in Jedi robes they'd be stowing before takeoff. 2 sat cross-legged, meditating. He nodded in approval at this calmness in the eye of the storm.
Master Skywalker, Team Minok reports in position.
Luke almost sagged with relief. The lack of any sort of complications notification meant that Ben, Jason, and Dr. Seiya were aboard Center Point Station and standing by. He reached for his comlink to offer thanks to his bridge contact, but she spoke up again.
Team Tauntaun reports in position. Team Slashrat reports no new activity in target zone. Team... Wait a moment.
Then, over the hangar speakers came a different voice, male, that of Dodonna's flight control officer. All pilots to their craft. Group enters hyperspace in 5 minutes. All pilots to their craft. All around Luke and Mara, Jedi pilots rose to their feet. Mara leaned in for a final kiss before launch.
Time for you to do one of the 6 or 8 things you do best.
He smiled at her. Wait, where's my traditional put-down? You're going soft, Jade.
Sure I am.
She turned, smiled over her shoulder at him, and walked with a jaunty stride back to her X-Wing. Luke looked around at his pilots. Hardpoint Squadron, he said. Mount up. Chapter 9. Coronet Corellia. Collier gestured down the avenue, then glanced at the chrono embedded at the snap closure of her bag.
Right on time, she said.
The other Jedi turned to look. In the middle distance, approaching at a high rate of speed even for Corellian drivers, was a convoy of closed-canopy airspeeders. The 2 in front and 2 in back were Corsac vehicles painted in brown and burnt orange, and warning lights of the same color flashed atop their forward viewports. The middle vehicle was a somber crimson, its viewports tinted to prevent those outside from viewing whoever might be inside.
Jedi?
Jaina said.
Meet Idle Saxon, Prime Minister of the 5 Worlds. Idle, meet your captors. Thon, alert control that we've made visual contact. It's on.
The convoy, floating in from above the fluid streams of groundspeeder traffic, merged with the incoming stream and slowed to the groundspeeder travel rate as it neared the Jedi. Collier stretched the carry straps of her bag and then stepped into them, allowing them to shrink around her waist, transforming the bag into a pouch. She reached into it and, making no show of the motion, drew out her silvery lightsaber. The convoy was now meters away and still closing, though it had slowed to make a left-hand turn over cross-traffic into the gate entrance to the residence compound.
Just like we practiced it,
Jaina said.
3, 2, 1, now!
In unison, the 4 Jedi leapt up and over the cross-traffic, each arcing toward one of the speeders in the convoy. Jaina whipped off her traveler's robe as she leapt, leaving her dressed in a close-fitting black jumpsuit. Her lightsaber was at her belt when the robe flew away, in her hand before she cleared the lane of cross-traffic ground speeders, and lit as she came down on the forward portion of the lead Corsac vehicle. She plunged its glowing blade into the metal surface beneath her and wrenched it around, cutting through the vehicle's engine compartment. There was a pop, and the speeder immediately began to lose speed and altitude. The next Corsac speeder in line angled upward and came on straight over Jaina's speeder, trying for a close flyover that would hammer Jaina clean off and possibly kill her. She wrenched herself down, flat onto her speeder's hood, and lashed up with her lightsaber as the pursuer passed overhead. Her blade sliced into its bottom armor, plowing through the engine compartment and dragging partway back into the passenger compartment, straight down the center. This speeder didn't pop, it coughed, emitting a great cloud of blue-black smoke from the gas she'd made, and immediately pitched over to the left and dived straight down toward the street. All 4 Corsac speeders were now shrilling an alarm, a high-pitched, rapid-pulsed tone that hammered Jaina's ears and told Corellians for a kilometer around that there was trouble. Jaina felt the blow as the speeder she rode hit the avenue, but the pilot was good, retaining control. The speeder bumped once, hard, slewed to port, slewed to starboard, and came to a skidding, showering of sparks stop not far from the Prime Minister's residence gates. The other airspeeder she'd cut was mere meters ahead, still moving, rolling bow to stern toward traffic that angled frantically in all directions to get out of the way.
2 up, 2 down,
Jaina thought. Then she felt the pulse of shock and alarm from Zek. Zek came down atop the Prime Minister's speeder and drove his lightsaber into the canopy over the passenger compartment. It was a shallow thrust, followed by the traditional circular swirl, and it was a slow maneuver. The airspeeder was heavily armored, and from the instant Zek landed, it began a series of swerves and climb-and-dive bucking maneuvers, all designed to throw him free. He just grinned, relying on the Force to keep him rooted firmly in place. Meanwhile, every maneuver, every extra moment of full-speed travel, drew the Prime Minister's vehicle farther from its now crippled escort of Corsac vehicles, farther past the gates to the Prime Minister's residence and all the guards waiting there. The airspeeder was upside down and 50 meters above the avenue when Zek finished transcribing his circle with the lightsaber. The impromptu hatch he'd cut fell past him. He leaned upward, the awkward position and angle pulling muscles like an abdomen-firming exercise, and stuck his head into the passenger compartment to confront his quarry. "Madam Minister," he said, voice jaunty, and raised a bit to carry over the whistling of the wind, "I apologize." He wasn't looking at the Five-World Prime Minister. The only individuals in the passenger compartment were droids. A skeletal figure with a Corsac uniform loosely fitted to it was in the forward position piloting, and in the spacious crimson velour-lined main compartment sat a battered old protocol droid wearing a cumbersome ball gown and matching wide-brimmed hat of blue velvet. Only its face and arms were visible, their silvery finish worn off in places, with rusty brown showing beneath. It held a rectangular object that looked like a double-thick portable computer terminal in closed position. On the top surface was a blinking red light. In friendly but officious tones, the droid said, "I have been instructed to play this for any unexpected visitors." Then it pressed the button. Zek straightened, yanking his head and shoulders free of the hole, and leapt clear, straight down. He was a bare 2 meters from the inverted airspeeder when it exploded. Collier and Thawne, riding their respective crippled Corsac vehicles to shuddery sliding stops on the avenue, heard the boom and looked up. The reddish flash of the explosion was enough to blind Thawne for a moment. He threw his free arm over his eyes and concentrated on maintaining his balance. Collier didn't look at the explosion straight on. She saw chunks of disintegrated airspeeder flying out of the explosion cloud, and to the lower left, Zek, limp, on fire, plummeting. She raised her hand, an instinctive gesture, and exerted herself through the motion, feeling the force swell from her, feeling it intermix with the unique set of sensations and memories and textures that were Zek. There wasn't a question of not being able to move a mass of less than 100 kilograms. Under the right circumstances, Collier could telekinetically lift tons. But the right circumstances meant having a moment to compose herself, to channel the force through her, to eliminate all distractions. She did what she could. She focused entirely on the task at hand, abandoning the attention she had been paying to the force-based adhesion that kept her feet firmly planted on the slewing, skidding airspeeder beneath them, on the lit lightsaber in her hand, or the honking, beeping, screeching ground speeder traffic roaring toward her and veering aside at the last second. She found Zek and slowed his descent. A speeder bus passed between her and her unconscious charge, but she was not relying on eyes. She continued to slow his plummet in the brief moments she could no longer see him. Now he was 15 meters above the pavement outside the Prime Minister's residence. His back was still on fire, and smoke curled up from his shoulders. Then Collier's airspeeder hit the rear of one of Jaina's downed airspeeders. Collier, catapulted forward, smashed into the rear of that vehicle's passenger compartment, ricocheted off at an angle, hit the pavement of the avenue itself, and rolled a dozen meters before coming to a halt, bloody and unconscious. Jaina's eyes cleared of the explosion afterimage in time for her to see Zek suspended in the air not far from her, and Zek suddenly plummeting again. She leapt free of her airspeeder, hurtling between oncoming speeders in the next lane, and landed on the sidewalk outside the residence. Drawing on the force with more speed and confidence than Collier could have employed, she caught Zek 5 meters off the ground, lowering him quickly but safely to the walk beside her. She slapped at the flames dancing across his back, smothering them. Through the force, she could feel life pulsing strongly within him. Through her other link with him, she could feel his pain. Skin and joints jarred by the explosion, burns across his back and shoulders, piercing hurt scattered across his body where fragments from the destroyed airspeeder must have hit him. She didn't have time to determine whether any of those fragments had penetrated vital organs, to find out whether Zek's life would soon begin to fade. The doors of the airspeeder she'd ridden and downed whooshed open, and its 2 passengers stepped out. They weren't Corsac agents. They were tall and angular, their skins gleaming and metallic. Brandishing oversized blaster rifles, they advanced on Jaina's position with a confidence born of aggression programming and a lack of concern for their own welfare. They were YVH droids, Yuuzhan Vong hunters, produced by Tendrando Arms during the Yuuzhan Vong War, designed to match those fearsome alien warriors in deadliness and determination.
"We,"
Jaina said,
"are in trouble."
The doors of Thon's airspeeder opened, and the YVH droids within emerged, swinging their blaster rifles up toward where he stood on the roof. Thon leapt off to the right, flipping over the head of one of the combat droids and just ahead of its stream of blaster fire. He landed on his feet in a low crouch, putting the body of the airspeeder between him and the far combat droid, and lashed out with his lightsaber. It caught the midsection of the blaster rifle as the weapon was being lowered into line with his body. The rifle crackled and detonated, a small explosion by comparison with that of Zek's airspeeder, but sufficient to blow the weapon into 2 pieces and send stinging hot metal fragments into Thon's chest. The droid, undismayed, unconfused, kicked at Thon. The blow connected with his midsection. Thon twisted at the last moment, reducing the impact, but what was left was like being hit by a pneumatic ram. The blow catapulted him back and off his feet. His shoulders hit the groundspeeder avenue. He continued into a backward roll, coming up on his feet, his lightsaber at the ready. The second combat droid leapt atop the airspeeder, giving it a clear line of sight on him. Thon gestured, catching up the closer droid with a wave of telekinetic force, hurtling it up and back into the farther droid. Both droids went backward off the airspeeder roof together, the second firing, its shots wildly inaccurate as it went. Thon's tactical sense kicked in. Break line of sight. Contact superiors. Evaluate friend and foe resources. He leapt up, caught the side of an open-topped airspeeder with his free hand, and used the force to propel him in its direction of travel so that the sudden impact would not dislocate his arm. He looked over, saw the frightened features of the pilot, a dark-haired boy of late teenage years, and smiled reassuringly. He got one foot up against the side of the airspeeder and catapulted himself off and up, cartwheeling as he went, then landed cleanly atop the forward engine housing of another speeder, this one at the top of the traffic current. Its pilot, a middle-aged man in business dress, waved angrily at him and shouted, words lost in the wind. Now Thon was 10 meters in the air and traveling away from the scene of the conflict in the direction from which the Prime Minister's convoy had originally come. Traveler's robe flapping in the wind, but voice unruffled, he pulled out his comlink and said, "Pirella to Tauntaun. Pirella to Control. Pirella situation a trap. Target not acquired. Be advised.
Outer space. Carrier Dodana. Lissa Dunter sat cursing her bangs and waiting for launch. A pretty blue-eyed young woman with dark blonde hair, she never lacked for attention, but got slightly more when she kept her hair in a short cut with bangs. But if she didn't sweep her hair back absolutely correctly in the split second before donning her flight helmet, her bangs would drift down again and hover at the top of her peripheral vision, as they did now. She could take her helmet off in the cramped ETA 5 interceptor cockpit and try to adjust things, but if her squadron commander, whose interceptor rested on the Dodana's starfighter hangar floor 1 row up and just to the left of hers, were to see her do it, he'd mock her. Lissa didn't like being mocked. So she sat there, irritated with her hair, anxious to launch, her right leg bouncing up and down to help her vibrate away her irritation and impatience. Her speakers popped, then she heard her squadron commander. "V-Sword lead to pilots. Report status." The commander's wingwoman immediately replied. "V-Sword 2, tip-top, ready to go." Lissa's breathing grew faster. They were right on the verge of it, her first combat launch. If they were lucky, the commander had said, they wouldn't even see combat now. And anyone who wanted to be lucky could put in a request for a transfer. Lissa didn't want to be lucky. She heard the pilot before her in sequence complete his acknowledgement.
"V7, Lissa said when it was her turn. 2 green, weapons lit."
Then the roster was on to her wingman. Moments later, once the last of 10 pilots had reported in, the squad leader said, "V-Sword 7, we're hearing a strange vibration over your comm." Guiltily, Lissa froze her right leg in place, willing it to keep from bouncing.
"Sorry, sir," she said. "Had to dog down a loose rocker arm."
"You sure it wasn't a rocker leg, 7? The squad leader's voice sounded amused. Lissa closed her eyes and bit back a curse. She wouldn't reply. She wouldn't give the man any more verbal ammunition. She ignored the faint laughter she heard over the squadron frequency. Then a new voice. "Hyperspace jump complete. All squadrons prepare to launch. Hardpoint squadron. Shuttle Chandrilla Skies, first in queue." Straight ahead of Lissa's position, but obscured by the ranks of ETA 5 interceptors ahead of her and X-Wings ahead of them, a dark line appeared in the floor, then broadened into a yawning star field. Lissa saw the X-Wings complete their power-up procedures, some of them activating repulsors and floating up a meter or two off the hangar floor. She felt a stab of irritation that the Jedi Squadron would be the first flyers off Dodana in this operation, but she forced it back. Her own father had told her, "All through your flying life, you may have to face the fact that pilots who use the Force will be able to react more quickly, aim more accurately, get the better starfighters, get the greater fame. But those of us who can't use the Force, well, when we manage to make it to the top of our profession, we can look the Jedi in the eye and remind ourselves that we got there without any crutches." The thought soothed her. She activated her repulsor lifts with a delicacy and precision that had to impress any Jedi looking her way. She floated exactly a meter off the hangar floor, not drifting, and turned her attention to one last check of her instrument readings. The burners of the Jedi X-Wings kicked in, and they launched forward, diving down into a starry black gap leading to space. A squat, armored shuttle lumbered along in their wake. "Vibrosword Squadron, launch!" On the bridge of Dodana, Admiral Klauskin stood near the bow viewports, taking in the view and trying to reconcile it with the words his aide spoke to him. To starboard hung the world of Corellia, close by. They had winked in out of hyperspace on the night side, close enough that the planet blocked out the sun. The ships belonging to the operation had arrived pointed straight down at the planet, and had executed a simultaneous maneuver to port, swinging into high orbit and hurtling toward the planet's sunlit side. To port cruised the dozens of capital craft belonging to his operation, cruisers, carriers, destroyers, frigates, and streaming from them were hundreds of starfighters and support vehicles. Every one of them cruised with running lights ablaze. Down on Corellia, all eyes would be attracted to the gleaming beauty of the GA military, to the flowing formation whose very presence said, "Do not defy the most powerful authority in the galaxy." Klauskin tuned back into the words of his aide. Fiav Fen, a female Sullustan. She was saying something about the accuracy of their arrival pattern, which had apparently been pleasingly within the parameters he had set down in the previous day's staff meeting. He gently shook his head and waved to brush the topic aside. "Ground response?" he asked. She paused as if to change gears.
"None so far."
"None?" Klauskin frowned. "How long since we dropped out of hyperspace?"
4 minutes, 38 seconds, she said. 39, 40, 41.
Yes. Klauskin blinked. The Corellian armed forces must be very sloppy not to have their first fighter squadrons off the ground after more than 4.5 minutes. Then the other fleet winked into existence. He saw the flicker of green running lights in his left side peripheral vision, even as the bridge's threat alarms began howling. The Admiral spun to look, and stood there transfixed. Stretched thin as a veil, a formation of spacecraft now occupied space between Klauskin's formation and every reasonable exit path away from Corellia. It was on the same course as Klauskin's fleet, a higher orbit, its vehicles and vessels traveling much faster than Klauskin's in order to maintain the same relationship to the world below, and Klauskin's fleet in between. The Admiral could not tell just by eyeballing the makeup of the intruder fleet. At this distance, all he could determine was that each of the scores or hundreds of vehicles and vessels had green running lights, an impressive visual formation-wide show of unanimity. He wished he'd thought of it for his own formation. He became aware that his bridge crew was talking, shouting over the threat alarms, doing their business. Words intruded on his shock. "Formed up on the far side of Krolia or Saronia and jumped in. No hostile moves. Communicating among themselves, but haven't opened comm with us." Klauskin finally regained control of his voice. "Kill the alarms," he said, his voice, to his own ears, sounding weak. "We already know they're there. Composition?" "Working on it," his chief sensor operator said. "They have nothing in the size class of Dodana, but they have Strident-class Star Defenders and a large number of frigates, corvettes, patrol boats, gunships, and heavy transports. Mostly Corellian Engineering Corporation, of course. They must have lifted every half-finished frame, every rusted hulk, and every pleasure boat in system to have pulled this off." Klauskin smiled mirthlessly. "Our sensors can't tell us which are the rusty hulks and which are the ship-shaped vessels of war, though. Can they?" "No, sir, not at this range. We also count at least a dozen squadrons of starfighters, possibly more. A tight grouping at a distance will sometimes return a signal as a single medium-sized ship. We suspect they're mostly older fighters. Kuat A-9s and A-10s, Howl Runners, various classes of TIE fighters." "With crazed Corellian pilots at the controls," the Admiral said. "Yes, sir." Klauskin's unobtrusive aide, Fiav, decided to become more obtrusive, stepping up beside the Admiral.
"Sir," she whispered, "have you revised orders for the operation?"
"Revised orders?" Klauskin's mind went oddly blank as he considered that question. It was an unsettling feeling, especially in one for whom decisiveness had always been a career hallmark. Ah, that was the problem. Revised orders should be issued to enable his formation to accomplish its goals, despite the complication that the Corellian formation posed. But that was now impossible. The overriding goal of this operation was to use a show of force to induce fear, awe, and consternation in the Corellians. But he could not do that now. They had matched his first move with an equal move. At this point they could not be awed by the forces arrayed against them. They could be defeated, but a bloodless victory was out of the question. He had failed. Less than 5 minutes into his operation, he had failed. His thinking processes became attached to that notion and could not pull free of it.
"Orders, sir?"
Klauskin shook his head. "Continue with the operation as per existing orders," he said. "Redeploy half our starfighter squadrons to positions screening the capital ships. Do not initiate hostile actions." He turned his back on the Corellian fleet and stared down at the planet's surface, at the gleaming star-like patterns of nighttime cities, at the brightening crescent ahead of the daytime side of the world. Dimly, he was aware that his new orders hadn't accomplished much, and certainly wouldn't do if the Corellians had any more surprises for him. This was a problem he had to address. He'd get right on that. Vibrosword Squadron launched, a typical fast-moving stream of Eta 5 interceptors. As they poured out of Dodonna's forward port flange starfighter hangar, Lyssa saw the distant thrusters of Luke Skywalker's Hardpoint Squadron far ahead. Already the Jedi X-Wings were roaring down toward the atmosphere for their mission, which would begin on Corellia's dayside. Then Lyssa became aware of all the green running lights in the portside distance. She turned and stared.
"Leader, we have a problem."
Her voice mixed with others, a sudden babble of alarm across the squadron frequency. "Maintain course and speed." V-Sword Leader's voice, as ever, was calm, reassuring. This time, at least, it wasn't mocking. "Correction. Stay on me." With that, V-Sword Leader and his wingmate rolled over and looped back almost the way they'd come, heading back toward Dodonna, but swinging out a bit from the carrier. Once they were parallel to the carrier, but out several kilometers, he brought them around again on a course paralleling the capital ship. "This is our new station," he said. "Keep your eyes open for aggressive action by the Corellians."
"Leader, 7, Lyssa said. Sir, doesn't their just being here constitute aggressive action?"
"They're probably asking the same thing about us, 7, and the answer to both questions is yes."
"Thank you, sir."
Lyssa's leg began twitching again. This time, she didn't bother to try to control it. Chapter 10. Center Point Station, Corellian System. Jason brushed aside the cloth over his head and peered out. Out, up, back. The conveyance he lay upon was one open-topped car of a repulsor train. The cars, connected end to end, floated along a containment track laid years earlier along Centerpoint Station's long axis. Jason could tell from the way the ceiling was no longer kilometers away, but only hundreds of meters above, and getting closer, that they were heading out of the vast open central area known as Hollowtown and into a narrowing choke point toward the station's top, the region where the greatest number of significant control chambers had been found, the region where the majority of the investigating scientists' new installations of equipment and computer gear had been made. Far overhead, Jason saw a cluster of buildings, blocky apartment residences in subdued brown and green tones that seemed very out of place in this ancient technological artifact. Despite the urgency of his mission, he grinned. He was staring up at the apartment's roofs, which were upside down to him. It had to be disconcerting to emerge every morning from sleep and stare up at a distant floor, one across which turbolifts and repulsor trains were always moving. He lay alone in the midst of a mound of supplies for the station residents, bolts of cloth, preserved foods, crates full of entertainment data cards, deactivated worker droids. Ben was also aboard the repulsor train several cars back, maintaining his own hiding place. Jason had settled on this method of operation as the mission planning entered its final stages. "You'll trail me at a distance of not less than 50 meters, he had said. "Practice stealth techniques and make no effort to contact me unless your life is in danger. If I'm disabled, defeated, sucked through a malfunctioning atmosphere containment shield, or otherwise distracted from my goal, you set out on your own to accomplish it." And Ben had nodded solemnly, perhaps finally being convinced that things were serious by the prospect of performing a mission alone. The ceiling continued to get closer, until it was a mere 30 meters overhead, and then Jason lurched as the repulsor train took a sharp turn and a plunging descent into a tunnel. The tunnel was 3 times the width necessary for the repulsor train, and lit by pastel green glow rods at intervals. Protruding from the walls every 100 meters or so were box-like metal extrusions. Jason decided that the tunnel had not been intended by the station's creators for the purpose to which it was now put. The station's new masters had simply discovered it and decided that it would be a convenient way to keep the homely repulsor train out of sight as it entered the station's more sensitive areas. Someone had marked the metal extrusions with huge painted numbers. Dr. Saya had explained their meaning. They corresponded to hatches, providing access to specific sets of chambers and accessways above and below. Often that access was suitable only for workers or athletes. It was common for it to be no more than a crudely installed, open-sided winch turbolift, the sort found on building construction sites all over Coruscant. At the box extrusion marked 103, Jason swung aside the cloth concealing him, took a careful look around to make sure there were no observers present, and leapt free of his car. He landed beside the box extrusion and moved toward the nearest wall hatch, an access helpfully, if inelegantly, emphasized by splashes of orange paint. It was a depression in the wall, nearly oval, but with more squared-off corners, about 2/3 the height of a human male. The hardened durasteel door plugging it was of modern manufacture, as was the computer control panel mounted on the wall beside it. Jason tugged at the bar that indicated the hatch was dogged closed. Only the handle portion of the bar was accessible through an arc-shaped slot in the doorway, and pulling it from the left to the right position should have opened the hatch. The bar didn't budge. The hatch was locked. He gave the control panel a look. He knew the combination required to open the door. Dr. Saya had given it to him. But if Corsec's intelligence section mandated different access numbers for different personnel and then tracked their use, using that number would compromise Dr. Saya. He ignited his lightsaber and drove it into the hatch toward the base. This was slower going than many obstacles he cut through. The hatch metal was thick and treated against heat. Slowly he pushed it through, and even more slowly he pulled it laterally. Half a minute later, the edges of the cut glowing gold from the lightsaber's heat, there was an audible thunk, and the metal bar swung free. Well above the area of overheated metal, Jason gave the hatch a push, and it swung open. Beyond was a cylindrical metal shaft, almost featureless, lit by green glow rods affixed at intervals. Dangling at head height were 4 heavy metal cables ending in loops, and 4 lighter cables ending in small 2-button controls, standard for industrial lifting and lowering. Jason nodded. In ordinary use, a worker would attach a personal safety hook to one of the loops and activate the corresponding lift button. Jason merely put his lightsaber away, grabbed a loop with his left hand, and punched the lift button with his right. The winch controls at the top of the shaft activated and raised him with arm-jarring swiftness. Moments later, 40 meters up, the ride came to an end. A circular side tunnel led away from the shaft. Jason gave himself the most fleeting push with the force and swung over the floor of that tunnel, then dropped noiselessly. A few meters down, a ramp led up to another modern-era hatch. The dogging bar on this hatch was already in the right-hand position, and the control panel beside the hatch was not lit. Jason stared at it for a moment. Dr. Saya had given him the access code for this hatch too, but apparently it wasn't needed now. Apparently. Jason took his lightsaber in hand again and pushed the hatch open. It required a little more push than its mass would ordinarily have called for. The atmospheric pressure on the other side of the hatch was higher than on Jason's side, and once he got the hatch more than a handspan open, cool air began to pour across him. He shoved the hatch open far enough to see through. There was only darkness beyond, and then wider yet. Once beyond, he slowly shut the hatch, not letting the air pressure differential slam it shut. Here, the only sounds were his own breathing and echoes from the air conditioning system. He could not see anything, but the chamber felt large, very large. He nodded. That matched what Dr. Saya had told him. This was supposed to be a featureless oval chamber, big enough to host small-scale ground speeder races, its purpose unknown. On the far side would be a set of ramps allowing access to a higher walkway level, which would in turn give him access to Centerpoint Station's control room, governing the station's artificial gravity generators. Those generators had been installed over several years, and only recently made completely operational. The hatch by which he'd entered went thunk. The control panel next to it lit up, the red and yellow glows from the numbered buttons providing Jason with just enough light to see himself and the floor. Jason cleared his throat. He raised his voice so that it would carry. "Am I about to endure a speech?" Far overhead, banks of white light came on, dazzlingly bright. Jason shaded his eyes, focused his attention on the Force, on incoming danger, on malevolent intent. There was none. But a voice came from those walkways high on the other side of the chamber. "Is this somebody's sense of humor? Sending you?" As Jason's vision cleared, he saw a man in deep blue civilian dress, boots, pants, ruffly tunic, and open overcoat, and a dozen armored Corsac agents up on the balcony that was Jason's route out of the chamber. Though Jason knew the man, he still felt a momentary shock of a different sort of recognition. For the man wore the face of Han Solo, but bearded, a little leaner, a little grayer, and possessed of a confidence that looked like political arrogance rather than Jason's father's cockiness. "Thrackin' Sal Solo," Jason said. "I thought you were spending all your time groundside on Corellia, telling the population what to think and pretending not to be a convicted felon." "Little Jason." His father's near double gave him a condescending smile. "I'm also still in charge of restoring Centerpoint Station, and when word reached me that the GA intended to execute an offensive in Corellian space, an offensive that was premature by almost every political measurement, unless you factored in the possibility that they knew just how close I was to restoring the station to full operability, I decided I needed to be here, to prepare against strike teams, and commandos, and Jedi." Jason gave his cousin an admonishing look. "You can never prepare against Jedi." "Yes, you can, and I must admit to being offended. For a target as important as Centerpoint Station, shouldn't they have sent Luke Skywalker? Are you stronger than him?" Jason offered a humorless smile. "No, just educated in different directions. Besides, it's been my experience that anyone who claims to be stronger than Luke Skywalker receives a lot of grief from his admirers." Thrackin gave Jason an expression of sympathy. "I understand that, just as they criticize one who claims to be more Corellian than Han Solo." "So," Jason held up his lightsaber, but left it unlit, "would you and your troops do me a favor and get out of my way? There will be fewer severed limbs that way. Or heads.
Again, Thrackan offered him a pitying look.
Jason, we can't afford to let you damage or destroy this station. It's not going to happen. Surrender now and you won't be killed. You won't even be hurt. Uh-huh.
Jason began walking toward the foot of the closest ramp below Thrackan. Thrackan, nonchalant, held a hand out to his side. One of the Corsac officers there handed him what looked like a flight helmet. With slow, deliberate motions, watching Jason all the time, Thrackan donned it. Then he snapped his fingers. Two droids, looking much like R5 astromechs, but with their top halves removed and replaced by naked machinery, rolled up from behind the Corsac officers to the rail. And the sound began. Jason didn't even experience it as sound at first. It hit him like a windstorm, blasting him to his knees, bringing pain to every millimeter of his skin as though he were being scorched by a gigantic blowtorch. His lightsaber fell from his lifeless fingers and rolled away. Even as the attack convulsed him with pain, Jason, in some dim portion of his mind that still functioned, recognized it. A sonic assault, something that did not have to be aimed or tracked to bring a Jedi down. Moving from shadow to shadow with the noiselessness of a ghost, Ben reached the hatch Jason had entered just in time to hear it thunk to a locked position, to see its control board light up. He stared at it in momentary confusion. Why would Jason have locked him out? Then he heard voices approaching from the tunnel's other end. Voices and footsteps, some of them ringing heavily on the tunnel's metal floor. Ben sprinted back the way he'd come, to the lip of the vertical shaft. There he hesitated. If he leapt for one of the cables and rode it back down, his presence would be detected. The whir of the winch, the swinging of the cable would give him away. Instead, he moved to the side of the tunnel and swung over the lip of the vertical shaft, holding on by one hand, his other hand on the lightsaber at his belt. 4 motionless fingers would be much less likely to be detected than a swinging winch cable. He held his breath while the footsteps, seemingly more and more numerous, approached. They halted meters away, though, at Jason's hatch, he assumed. A woman said, "Set up here. Keep your eyes on the entire corridor. The Jedi have a nasty habit of cutting through walls where you don't expect them. 9-2Z, position yourself here." That command was followed by heavy, clanging footsteps. Ben dared to pull himself up and peer over the lip. A detachment of armored Corsac soldiers was set up outside the hatch. There were 2 unliving things with them. Ben recognized YVH combat droids, machines of war designed to fight the Yuuzhan Vong. Shaped roughly like humans, but taller and thicker in the chest, they packed immense firepower and combat programming. These 2 also carried backpacks huge enough to hold a full-grown human male. One of them, approaching, came to a stop before the Corsac woman at the door. She continued, "All right, troopers. At the first sign of intrusion, draw back to form a firing line and open up on the enemy. 9-2Z, at the first sighting of a Jedi, approach it. When you've gotten as close as you think you can get, trigger your load." The droid nodded. "Acknowledged," it said, its voice artificial, emotionless. The woman continued, speaking to the others. "You hear that? You see the droid go into motion? Run. Once it's detonated, return and mop up." Ben lowered himself below the lip again. This was bad, bad, bad. That backpack had to be full of explosives, or something worse, and the woman's instructions meant that if the droid detected Jason or Ben, it would attack. Ben didn't think he could take out a YVH combat droid.
Certainly not before it detected him and blew up. He let go of the lip of the tunnel. With the force, he pressed himself up against the wall of the vertical shaft, the friction of his cloak on the metal slowing his descent. He slid almost noiselessly back down the 40 meters he'd so recently ascended. As he approached the last 5 meters, he let go completely and dropped naturally, going into a tuck and roll as he hit, rolling away from the shaft. Now he'd be out of sight if any Corsac soldiers heard something and came to investigate. He was on his own now. He had to try to complete the mission by himself. He'd just abandoned his teacher, his cousin. A sort of numbness tried to creep its way into his thoughts. He shook it off and ran back toward the hatch to the repulsor train tunnel. Coronet Corellia. Jaina stood over the injured and unconscious body of Zek, her lightsaber lit and in a ready position. 4 YVH combat droids, situated behind crashed Corsac airspeeders, poured near-continuous blaster fire at her. She'd been able to deflect it all, mostly into the permacrete or back toward the firers, but none of her return shots had done them any significant damage, and the high intensity of their blasters and rapid rate of fire were tiring her. She needed just a second of rest to compose herself, to sweep the droids away. But they weren't giving her a second. Then a line of concentrated blue light leapt into existence behind the most distant of the combat droids. Jaina saw it flash around in an arc, and the combat droid's head leapt from its shoulders with a shower of sparks. The other combat droids turned to look. Jaina took the opportunity to move forward, a little to the side, and could see Collier. The Bothan Jedi, incongruous with her party girl dress, her lightsaber combat stance, and the blood streaming from the right side of her mouth, kicked the droid's remains off its feet and turned to face the other 3. Their blasters swung around, but Jaina had had her second of composure. She reached up and tugged at a large cargo drone, causing it to gain a few meters altitude, then to plummet, right onto 2 of the droids. It smashed down on them with the weight of tons of cargo. Jaina had a brief glimpse of plastic and metal crates leaping up from the drone's cargo bed, spilling out in all directions. Not all the drone's momentum was down. It continued bouncing forward, and then, its computer programs demonstrating considerable skill, became airborne again. It roared away from the scene at full speed, 3/4 of its cargo still skidding and rolling along the avenue. Jaina launched herself forward. An impact like that would kill most living beings, might kill an armored bantha, but would only delay YVH droids. In mid-air, she twisted aside and missed being hit by a veering blue airspeeder. As she did, she saw Collier advancing on the last upright YVH as it fired at her. She landed beside a permacrete crater that had been the last location she'd seen one of the combat droids. As she came down, she saw that it wasn't a crater. It was actually a hole punched through into sewers or storm drains beneath. The YVH droid came leaping up through it, facing her. Jaina flashed her lightsaber across its midsection as it rose. She felt the considerable drag that the droid's combat armor caused, even to a lightsaber blade, but the blade emerged from the other side, and the droid crashed to the pavement in 2 pieces. One of those pieces was still dangerous. It rolled over and began to bring its blaster rifle up. Jaina stepped in and whipped her blade across the blaster, cutting it in 2 just forward of its power supply. Then she drove her blade into the crippled droid's chest, dragging it around to wreak as much damage to the droid's internal weapons systemry as possible. Another YVH head landed a meter from her feet. She chalked that up as a second Collier kill and spun toward the last known location of the 4th YVH droid. It was rising, its back to Jaina. So much permacrete adhering to it that it appeared to have a new layer of badly installed armor. Jaina glanced over her shoulder, saw another high-mast drone speeder approaching,
This one, she noted with satisfaction, a small tanker carrying a load of uncured duracrete. She yanked at it through the force and brought it down atop the last droid, driving and grinding it forward along the avenue. She saw pieces of the droid severed by the high-mass attack, here an arm, there a leg. Once it was well past her, there was a muffled boom from beneath the nose of the airspeeder as something in the droid's chest exploded. Jaina spared a glance back at Zek. He lay unmoving where she'd left him. A passer-by, a man in green business dress, was kneeling over him, but his intent did not seem hostile. He was reaching for Zek's wrist as if to check his pulse. Jaina turned to Collier.
"What's your status?"
"My teeth are loose on the right side."
With each word Collier spoke, more blood dribbled from her mouth and down her side. But she seemed unconcerned.
"There's Thon."
She pointed with her lightsaber. The Falleen Jedi was indeed headed their way, bouncing from speeder to speeder in the oncoming traffic like a hyperkinetic insect. And no wonder. Blaster fire from 2 streaming sources was dogging him. Jaina saw him ducking under one stream, batting the other away, the second stream moving him laterally because he was in mid-leap when it reached him. From her position, Jaina could distantly see the second YVH droid. The duracrete tanker she'd used to crush her last opponent was still moving forward, even picking up speed as it tried to get clear of the combat zone. Jaina reached out for the tanker again and diverted it from its intended flight path. It came down hard on top of the combat droid, grinding it to pieces as efficiently as it had the previous one. Collier's tactic was similarly subtle. She picked up the blaster rifle of the first combat droid she destroyed. It took her a moment to swing the weapon, oversized and ungainly for her small frame, into line. Then, bracing herself, she fired off a stream of blaster fire at the second distant combat droid. Jaina saw at least 2 of the blasts hit the droid and glance off, but the assault was enough to get the droid's attention. It swung around and focused on Collier. Thon dropped from the sky to land beside it, severing its legs at the knees, then hacked at what remained until it was in too many pieces to do anyone any harm. Moments later, running at Jedi sprint speed, the Falleen warrior rejoined them at Zek's side. The passer-by who'd taken Zek's pulse took a look at the 3 lightsabers and stood up and away from Zek, his hands half raised. "I didn't do anything."
"I know,"
Jaina said.
"You'd better go."
He turned and was gone. Jaina knelt beside Zek, put her hand on an unburned portion of his neck. He still felt strong.
"This operation's a bust," she said, "and from the looks of things, the guards down by the gates are massing for a run at us. Let's deprive them of the opportunity to get themselves killed. Thon, secure us some transportation."
"Done." The Falleen pulled something from a belt pouch. It was an identicard in the same basic gold tone as Corsac investigators carried, though it correctly identified him as a member of the Jedi Order. He stood and walked toward oncoming traffic, one hand holding the identicard high and the other raised to encourage someone to stop. And as he walked, his skin rippled in color from its near orange to a deeper, huskier red. Jaina's pulse quickened, and not just from an intellectual recognition of what Thon was doing. The Falleen had tremendous control over emission of pheromones, chemical cues that dictated many types of emotional response, chiefly affecting members of the opposite sex. Thon was using both the Force and his pheromonal powers to attract, confuse, and overwhelm someone in the oncoming traffic lane, probably also using the Force to make his identicard look like something of local significance. In her peripheral vision, Jaina saw Collier sway. The Bothan Jedi reached out, and Jaina caught her hand, steadying her.
"He shouldn't do that while I'm injured,"
Collier said. A red ground speeder, its driver a dark-haired human female wearing red-tinted racing goggles, pulled up beside Thon. Her features, angular and distinct,
relaxed into a blank lack of expression.
"Is there a problem, officer?"
she asked. Than's voice was as smooth as that of an actor in a holodrama. "Two of my fellow officers are hurt," he said. "We need to get them to medical care and to chase some bad guys. Can we borrow your speeder?"
"You can borrow my speeder,"
she said. Than waved Jaina and Collier forward. "You'd better hop out," he told the driver. "This is going to be dangerous."
"I'll hop out."
The driver exited the speeder on the sidewalk side. "And don't tell anyone who you are, or the details of your speeder. They're all spies trying to catch us," Than said.
"I won't tell anyone."
Jaina exerted herself, and Zek floated up a meter into the air. In moments she had him laid out face up in the back seat, his head in her lap, while Than and Collier took the front. Than blew a kiss to the dazed driver, then set the speeder into motion, fearlessly merging with traffic. "Control acknowledged my transmission," he said, "but Team Tauntaun didn't. I suspect they ran into a trap."
"Right."
Jaina rapped her knuckles against the speeder's side. Nothing had gone right, and now the 3 Jedi of Team Tauntaun, Tahiri Vela, Doran Tainer, and Tew Zax, were incommunicado.
"You shouldn't do that, you know,"
Collier said. Than spared her a glance. "Do what?"
"Use Jedi mind tricks and pheromones at the same time. Not fair."
Than shrugged. "I should perhaps use the mind tricks alone and maybe fail?"
"Well, no."
Than changed the subject. "How's Zek?" Zek said, "Ow!" His eyes opened.
"Better,"
Jaina said. Chapter 11. Above Corellia. Luke's hardpoint squadron made a high orbital crossing over to Corellia's dayside, and then a fast descent into the atmosphere. The squad's speed was hampered by its having to shepherd the shuttle Chandrila Skies, an Ulshos space-capable light assault vehicle. Not much longer than an X-wing, the LAV had a horizontal chisel-shaped bow and was much broader across the fuselage than a starfighter, giving it enough interior room to carry a dozen or so passengers, making it a good choice for the extraction of the teams of Jedi now operating down in Coronet. Despite the fact that the Corellian fleet continued to pace, and by its very presence taunt the GA fleet, no units had moved out against Luke's X-wings. But now Mara's voice came across squadron frequency.
"We've got some distant activity. Looks like fighter swarms rising to meet us from Coronet."
Luke checked his own sensors. They did show a couple of fuzzy signals from ahead, but to his eye they could have been 2 cargo craft launching, or a swarm of airspeeders punching up above approved travel routes. Mara, designated sensor officer for this mission, had a more capable set of sensors than Luke did. Mara's voice came back.
"Confirmed, 2 squadrons. Probably some class of TIE, based on their movement patterns. We'll be within maximum laser range in 2 minutes.
A pity. Luke looked off to port, down at the planetary surface. Here it was all green forest, separated from blue sea by thin lines of sandy golden beach. Such a pretty world. It was a shame that they had to send flaming starfighters and their pilots crashing down onto it. A new voice came across the comm. "Attention starfighter flight approaching Coronet from course 357. This is Corellian Defense Force Headquarters in Coronet. You are classed as a hostile. Identify yourself or return to space." Luke switched his comm unit to broadcast on the same frequency. "This is Hardpoint Squadron of the Galactic Alliance 2nd Fleet. Luke Skywalker commanding. If your transponder hasn't recognized us as a legitimate GA unit by now, it's faulty. I'm transmitting you our ID and your orders. Stand down." He switched off the speaker and added, "R2, send the package." R2 wheedled, the sound emerging from the cockpit speakers. acknowledging that the data package was away. The land below was becoming less forest, more irrigated fields. Luke could see sailing craft, excursion boats out on the water. The Corellian comm officer's voice came back after a moment. "I'm sorry, but Corellia does not recognize the authority claimed in these orders. Turn back or be fired upon." Luke shook his head and did not reply. He reset his comm board to squadron frequency. On his sensor board, squadrons of incoming craft were clearly visible, arriving from 2 different vectors. Ahead, he could see the near edge of the city of Coronet, and above it the 2 units of incoming fighter craft that looked like Corellian attack fighters. He counted 18 of them on his sensor board, and that just wasn't enough to pose a serious threat to a squadron of 10 Jedi pilots. Then the incoming squadrons turned aside, one to starboard and one to port, at right angles to Hardpoint Squadron's course. Luke felt a trickle of alarm. "Rule out!" he shouted, and followed his own orders, snapping his X-Wing into a port roll. He was aware of Mara keeping close to him, just behind and to starboard. An explosion shook his snub fighter and rattled his teeth. R2-D2 howled, but immediately began putting diagnostics up on Luke's data screen. Luke ended his roll a quick kilometer lower than his original position. Explosions continued to batter at his eardrums, but nothing as close as the first one. He glanced between his sensor board and the skies above. The skies were filled with puffy gray clouds. They looked benign, but each was the lingering evidence of an explosion, results of a ground-based anti-spacecraft barrage. Luke counted 10 X-Wings still flying. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then his breath caught. There should be 11 craft. "Chandrilla skies?" he asked.
"Took a direct hit," Mara said. "She's gone."
The skies ahead of Hardpoint Squadron began to fill up with gray clouds, and beyond them 2 squadrons of Corellian attack fighters danced around, waiting. 3, inform Dodonna of our situation, Luke told his communications specialist. "See if they have updated orders to offer. Meanwhile, we're going in. If we can't get another shuttle, we'll bring our Jedi off Corellia if we have to land one by one and stuff them into our cargo hatches."
"We have telemetry on CEC-1, Fiav said to Klauskin, giving this operations designation for the nearest of the Corellian Engineering Corporation's orbital shipyards. The course followed by Dodonna and the rest of her group would eventually bring her up on CEC-1. "It's protected by a large number of starfighters and a handful of frigates, and there's the likelihood that as we approach, units from the main Corellian fleet will close."
"Acknowledged," Klauskin said. He kept his attention on space dead ahead, where eventually CEC-1 would be close enough for him to make visual contact. Fiav paused, as if waiting for a more comprehensive response, then continued.
"Corellian starfighter squadrons are crowding our squadrons. They're just jockeying around, but eventually somebody's going to cut loose with a laser shot, and it's going to be a fight."
Klauskin nodded briskly. "Understood." Fiav paused again, then finally said,
"Luke Skywalker reports that his squadron has been fired on, and that their shuttle has been lost. They request an additional shuttle, but he also says he'll extract his ground team individually in the X-Wings if he has to."
"Ah, good. I'm glad he has a plan." Fiav's voice sounded pained.
"Sir, do you have any order revisions?"
"Yes." Klauskin was pleased with the decisiveness he could hear in his voice. "Bring the group down to half-forward speed."
"Yes, sir. Do we provide the Jedi with another shuttle?"
"Oh, no. Skywalker sounds like he has everything in hand."
"Yes, sir."
The words hung there for long moments. Then Fiav turned away to implement Klauskin's orders. Klauskin felt his brain revving like an overtuned thruster engine. Slowing the group to half speed would give him more time to decide, to think his way out of this dilemma. He needed the time. He thought and thought, but nothing seemed to happen. He had to turn the group toward space, batter his way through the Corellian screen if they decided to hinder his progress, and make it far enough out from Corellia's gravity well to activate hyperdrives. But that wasn't enough. He couldn't just run. He had to do something to salvage this mission. He had to intimidate or embarrass the Corellians, decisively. Somewhere. Somehow. V-Swords, heads up! That was the voice of Vibrosword leader. We have a unit incoming. On Lyssa's sensor board, the swirl looked like a small formation of Corellian attack fighters. They weren't headed straight in. They had detached themselves from the Corellian fleet and were angling in, a course that was the counterpart of the interceptors, bringing them closer and closer to Vibrosword Squadron. They're daring us. That was V-Sword 8, Lyssa's wingman, a Quarren male from Mon Calamari. That's right, leader said. So keep it under control. Remember, first one to twitch loses. 8 asked, And the first one to blink? The first to blink will be Corellians, 8. Now pipe down. The attack fighters got closer and closer. Soon Lyssa could count them on the sensor board, a full squadron dozen, and not long after that she could make them out visually, as now only a kilometer distant they crossed in front of the stars. And on they came. Lyssa said, Leader, 7, I think they're going to continue their course straight through us. 7, you're probably right. Squadron, they're going to move through our position as if they don't see us, trying to make us flinch. Bring your shields up only if it's a sure thing you're going to be hit, and announce the impact. If you hear me say incoming, break by wing pairs, bring shields and weapons up, and attack at will. Vibrosword Squadron doesn't flinch. Lyssa heard a chorus of affirmatives from her fellow pilots, added her own to it. Inside, she felt sick. This wasn't a clean fight. It was confused and tense, and about nothing but playing a game of dominance. She hated it. Her father would have hated it. She waited. Coronet, Corellia. As the Jedi's commandeered ground speeder hurtled along one of Coronet's main avenues in thinning traffic, a howl of distant space raid sirens filled the air, and tiny gray clouds began to pop up in the skies to the east, the direction of the ground speeder's destination. Thon handled the speeder yoke with one hand, keeping his comlink pressed up between ear and mouth with the other. Zek, still stretched out on the back seat in Jaina's lap, had his eyes closed again. He hadn't passed out. He had sunk into a short-term Jedi healing trance, one that would help him deal with the damage of the burns and shrapnel, so that his injuries would not hinder him as much when the time came for action. Thon put his comlink away. "What's the situation?" Jaina shouted to him. Thon pointed toward the distant gray anti-spacecraft clouds. That's your Uncle Luke and the Jedi coming to take us off planet. But they've lost their shuttle, and he doesn't think they're getting another one." "Ah," Jaina said. "Team Tauntaun was ambushed the way we were, except that they got inside Sal Solo's mansion. They were attacked by troops and probots." "Where are they now?" "They're stealing a speeder and will rendezvous with us. They're thinking of stealing some payroll credit chips, or kidnapping a holodrama star, so we won't come back empty-handed." "Good of them. Anything else?" "The fleet jumped in and was ambushed too. Nothing much is going right." "We need a spaceport," Jaina shouted. "We'll have to steal a shuttle." "All non-military air and space travel will be shut down until things are settled, and the Coronet spaceport is going to be crawling with Corsec." "There are smaller ports.
private spaceports, spaceports for outlying communities, and they'll have charter shuttle services," Jaina said. "I'm on it."
Collier's right cheek bulged with the cloth she'd stuffed in there to stanch the flow of blood. She reached into her blood-spattered bag and drew out a datapad. Opening it, she began searching the Coronet database she'd loaded into it. "Find one with a female manager on duty," Thon said. Collier grimaced at him. "It'll speed things up," he said.
"If I ever find out you do that to get dates,"
she said,
"I'm going to cut something off you."
"I am an ethical Jedi," Thon said.
Jaina couldn't tell whether the indignation his tone expressed was real or affected. Thon showed more emotion than most Faline, but often it was a deliberate display, an attempt to put others at ease, rather than what he was truly feeling.
"I only twist people's minds in the line of duty."
Centerpoint Station. Jason rolled sideways, kicking the metal floor to propel himself, and managed to be a meter away when the first blaster bolt hit the spot where he'd been kneeling. He continued the roll, awkward because of the pain that racked him, but came up on his feet. Despite his blurring vision, he saw his lightsaber rolling across the floor, extended his hand toward it. 2 white egg-shaped canisters hit the floor near him. He leapt backward away from them, rotating through the air as he went, and came down on his feet. But his legs buckled as he landed, and he crashed to the floor. He could still see his lightsaber. He exerted his will toward it. It wobbled on the floor and began rolling toward him. The egg-shaped canisters detonated, filling the air around them with white smoke. It rapidly spread, obscuring everything. But Jason managed to maintain his focus, and his lightsaber flew to his hand before the whiteness closed down all vision. Jason rolled to the side again, heard and felt the heat from blaster fire hitting where he'd just lain. "So they can see," he thought. "Optics in their helmets. There had to be sound bafflers, too. Well, he had a couple of tricks remaining, and they had nothing to do with specialized gear. He knew more about pain than his opponents realized. At the height of the Yuuzhan Vong War, he'd been a prisoner for months, subjected to their tortures and customs of self-inflicted agony. He had learned to function within their embrace of pain, and other rituals that would break beings not accustomed to such hardships. A sudden infliction of pain could surprise him, surely, but it couldn't keep him down. He let the pain flow through him as though it were the Force. He internalized it, experiencing it as an old friend, albeit an old friend he didn't necessarily want visiting him too often. He stood and moved forward. His first few steps were awkward and slow, his later ones sure, and once he was in full mastery of his body and the pain that suffused it, he put on a burst of speed in traditional Jedi fashion, outracing the blaster bolts that tailed him. Pain-racked, unslowed, he neared the wall and leapt high up on it, landing on one of the ascending ramps. Now he was still within the smoke cloud from the canisters, but shielded from blaster fire from above. Moments later, he reached the walkway level where Thrak and Sal Solo had stood. He still could not see, but through the Force he could detect living beings ahead of him. They were changing their order, some retreating, some advancing, the foremost of them aiming. The blaster bolts came, illuminating the canister smoke in curiously beautiful lines as they flashed toward him. He batted them back the way they'd come, mercilessly picking off the soldiers who'd fired them. Then he changed tactics. There were curious gaps in the formation of the living ahead of them. Those gaps had to be where the droid generators of the sonic waves were situated. He began batting blaster fire toward them, and a moment later the pain-inducing shriek was reduced in volume by half. 3 blaster bolts later, the sound and pain cut off entirely, and he could hear a mechanical cough as the motivator of the second sonic generator droid detonated dully within its housing. "Cease fire." That was the voice of Thraken,
coming from the rear of the unit of 6 remaining Corsac operatives. They obeyed. "Impressive, Jason, but I'd like you to understand. We have more than enough troops, droids, and special surprises to deal with you. They're here or rushing here. You're never going to get anywhere you can do significant harm to this station." "You may be right, cousin. But you haven't mentioned Ben. You're not aware of him, are you?" "Still, I have to try." The smoke was beginning to clear. Jason could see the nearest 3 Corsac operatives, 1 kneeling, 2 standing, resolutely barring his way with their blaster rifles raised. "I suppose you do. Resume fire." The soldiers opened fire. Jason advanced, hurling the blaster bolts back the way they'd come, but over the firers' shoulders, in the direction of Sal Solo's voice. "Coronet Corellia." Suddenly the explosions ended, and the skies to port, starboard, and ahead were clear of gray smoke. Luke checked his diagnostics board. His X-Wing had suffered some shrapnel damage to its topside starboard engine, but it was still running at 60% capacity. There were only 9 X-Wings in his squadron now. The snub fighter of the Rhodian, Toil Sen, had been shaken to pieces by 3 near hits. Toil had ejected, and at the apex of the ejection had disappeared in the center of another gray cloud. Luke had felt the sudden cessation of his life. Now they emerged into the open skies where the Corellian attack fighters lived. "Keep sharp," Luke said, one eye to his sensor board. "S-Wings to attack position. Break and attack at will. Continue toward original rendezvous position."
"They're coming at us from high, straight back," Mara said, and they were. 2 streams of attack fighters roaring down at them. Luke dived, giving his X-Wing more speed, more time before the foremost attack fighters reached him, and adjusted his shield strength to double rear. Mara stayed tucked in on his wing. The attack fighters came on, green lasers battering at Luke's rear shields. R2 squealed a note of alarm, alarm for Luke and alarm for himself. As the 3 attack fighters approaching from astern neared, as their laser barrage hit his rear shields with the strength of greater proximity, Luke cut his thrusters. He could feel Mara, through their link, understand his intent and do likewise. Inexperienced fighter pilots would have overshot him and been easy targets for a moment or two. These Corellians weren't inexperienced. The moment Luke's X-Wing began to grow too fast in their forward sights, they veered, 2 upward, 1 to starboard. But Luke was far from inexperienced himself. Instinct and a touch, a glimpse of the future through the Force, had him hauling back on his control yoke and goosing his repulsor lift the moment he completed his deceleration maneuver. He was oriented upward as his pursuers banked. The only things he could see were blue sky and 2 Corellian attack fighters, one of them jittering madly in his targeting computer. He fired, red lasers closing on and hitting the port-side attack fighter, then traversed right again and fired even before the computer confirmed a lock. Luke's first shot blew his target cleanly out of the sky. His second sheared the attack fighter's starboard wing off. The crippled fighter spun and plummeted, out of the combat. These Corellian attack fighters were not equipped with shields. Luke shook his head over that, even as he looked with his eyes and his force senses for his wife. She'd peeled off to starboard and vaped the attack fighter that had headed off in that direction. Now she was angled back his way. Luke checked the sensor board. 9 X-Wings and 18 attack fighters had entered combat. Seconds later, 9 X-Wings and 11 attack fighters continued to occupy the field. He sighed. He was facing Corellians as brave, perhaps as skilled, as his friends Han, Wedge, and Corran, and he was obliged to purge them from the skies. Sometimes he bitterly regretted the oaths and traditions that bound the Jedi Order to the Galactic Alliance.
He turned back in the direction of the conflict. Mara tucked in under his port side and matched his speed and course. Above Corellia. Lissa's sensor board lit up like a festival parade. She glanced at the readings. Someone had a targeting lock on her. She forced herself to ignore that fact. Her leg bounced even more frantically. "Leader, 8!" 8's voice sounded anguished. "They have a targeting lock on me. Permission to break and fire." "Denied, 8." Vibrosword leader sounded exasperated.
"They're just trying to rattle you, 8," Lissa said. "Provoke a reaction."
7's right, 8. Concentrate on her. Do as she does. Lissa perked up. That was one of the few completely unsarcastic, unambiguously positive things Leader had said about her in the few months she'd been with the squadron, and he was saying it to a pilot with a year's worth of seniority on her. Now she could see the oncoming attack fighters clearly in the light reflected from Corellia's surface. They glided toward Vibrosword Squadron on what looked like an atmospheric arrival vector, as slow and unconcerned as if there were no interceptor unit in their direct path. She eyeballed their approach. If they didn't vary their angle, they'd pass right through the center of the Eta 5 formation, coming closest to V-Swords 5 and 6. They did vary their angle. One wing pair of attack fighters adjusted subtly, putting them on a direct intercept path with 5 and 6. Another pair vectored slightly, putting them on a straight course toward the positions 7 and 8 would occupy in about 10 seconds. "Leader, shut up, 8. Stay on 7.
"Clamp down on it, 8,
Lissa said. She put her finger on the switch to activate her deflector shields. Minimal as they were compared with X-Wing shields, they'd still provide some defense from an impact or an attack fighter's laser. 5 and 6 would contact their opposite numbers first, she calculated. They were only a few dozen meters apart now. Lissa could have looked straight up and seen her own attack fighter opposition gliding toward her, closing slowly and implacably. But she didn't. She watched the sensor board, tracking 5 and 6, as well as her own opponent's progress. And then the green blip representing V-Sword 5 and the red blip of 5's opposite number merged for a moment.
"This is 5.
Behind the woman's voice, Lissa could hear cockpit impact alarms ringing.
"Impact."
"Incoming," Leader said. Lissa snapped her shields on and kicked her maneuvering thrusters to point her nose down toward the planet's surface. Then she fired her main thrusters, putting the full thrust of its twin ion engines into the underbelly of the attack fighter just 3 meters away. Her Eta 5 leapt away from that fighter and its wingmate, hurtling toward the planet's atmosphere. "Hey!" She saw 8's green blip belatedly follow. "Where the wobber— Hey, I'm hit!"
"How bad?"
Now at full thrust, Lissa began a slow loop up from the planet, a maneuver designed to bring her around to the far side of what had been the attack fighter formation. An attack fighter taking a straight line to intercept her could do so, but one following in her wake would be left behind by the faster Eta 5 interceptor. "No damage. Shield took it. He's not pursuing."
"So why mention it?"
"Yours is a kill." Lissa's eyebrows rose. She'd expected her thruster blast to do some harm to the fighter, perhaps surprise the pilot and cause him to bank away reflexively, but it must have penetrated the cockpit. She wasn't sure how she felt. Save up your feelings for later. Save your feelings for home. Her father's voice again, something he'd said to her 50 times over the years. She decided to listen to him. Her loop completed, she looked down at the Eta 5 attack fighter engagement with both eye and sensor. Her comrades and their opponents were stretched out in a rough line a couple of kilometers long, wing pairs circling one another in a dogfight. A line. She liked lines. She oriented toward one end of it and continued her full-power thruster burn.
Get ready to do some shooting, 8.
Yes. I'm your wing.
Chapter 12. Fiav stepped up to Admiral Klauskin. Sir, there's been an incident. One of our starfighter squadrons has rubbed up against one of theirs, and they're fully engaged now. More squadrons from both sides are moving in to join the conflict.
Klauskin nodded.
Good, good. Sir, with all due respect, that's not good. It's not part of our operation goals.
The Sullustan lowered her voice.
It would be a big help to officer morale if you'd let them know what our revised goals are. Are we going to assault CEC-1? Because as soon as we get to it, its defenders are definitely going to assault us. Are we going to punch back out of system? Are we going to take on the Corellian fleet?
Klauskin considered her questions. He realized he was curiously without emotion on these matters, but that at least would allow him to make decisions logically. No, assaulting the shipyard designated CEC-1 was not part of their operation. They wanted it intact for the day when Corellia was back in the GA camp and everyone was friendly again. But that meant they'd have to alter their current orbital course, so some other plan had to be implemented. Punch back out of system and go home with their tails between their legs? Unacceptable. That would make this operation a failure. That would make him a failure. Attacking the Corellian fleet seemed to be the best alternative of the ones presented to him. But he had insufficient information about the composition of the enemy fleet. The Corellians probably wouldn't be a match for his force, but they had the home advantage, might have some tricks standing by, and could seriously deplete his group before they were defeated. He resented the fact that his alternatives were so few in number. He needed a new idea, a better idea. He wished he could return to his cabin for a while, lie down, and talk to
Adela,
he whispered. He should have remembered not to whisper near a Sullustan. Their big ears weren't just for show.
Adela?
Fiav said.
Your wife?
Yes.
Sir, she's been dead for 4 years.
Yes, I know. Then the answer came. Yes, a rest, some downtime, a planet-side station for some rest and recreation. That's what they needed. He felt energy course within him again. Which is the 5th inhabited planet here, Talus or Trallus? The Sullustan's big eyes blinked in surprise, perhaps at the Admiral's sudden strength of tone.
They both are. They orbit a common point in space, so one is 4th sometimes, and then the 5th the rest of the time.
Which one is 5th now? Fiav raised a comlink to her lips, spoke, listened.
Trallus, sir.
Set a course for Trallus. Communicate it to our entire force, but it's not to be implemented yet. Stand by to recall all non-hyperdrive-equipped starfighters and support vessels, and to issue an optional recall to those with hyperdrives. Who's our best officer for planning city and planetary-scale assaults on short notice? Very short notice. Fiav blinked again.
I'll find out, sir.
When you find out, put him or her in charge of planning an assault for the occupation of Trallus. I want the best plan we can get in 15 minutes. Klauskin clamped down on a laugh that was trying to well up within him. Suddenly he felt alive again, in charge of his destiny. This operation would not fail. It would not be his fault. A disc-shaped transport of Corellian design popped into existence ahead of Dodonna. And blow that hunk of junk out of the sky, Klauskin said. A sensor officer at a station on the lower level shouted, "That's a friendly, sir. Millennium Falcon. Klauskin glowered over the edge of the walkway at the sensor officer. So we can't destroy him? That's, right, sir. Well, tell him to get that death trap out of the sky. It's dangerous here. Yes, sir. What's not dangerous? Han put as much put-upon aggravation into his tone as he could. You're here. I'm reading Corellian forces ahead on this orbit and out from your formation. I'm getting reports of dogfights over Coronet. Where do I go? I've got my wife here. How do I keep her safe? In the Falcon's co-pilot seat, Leia shot her husband an unamused look. Keep me safe? She mouthed silently. Han shot her an apologetic glance. Solo, you've dropped your civilian vehicle into the middle of a military conflict, the anonymous voice from Dodonna said. We just recommend you get to safety. Now. We don't have time to figure out where it is for you. Leia tapped the sensor board, which showed a starfighter squadron too far away for the sensors to analyze, break from the Corellian fleet and vector in toward the Falcon's position. Hey, there's a whole squadron coming in at me, Han said. You've sent me an escort? They're not ours, Dodonna said, meaning they're probably coming in to blow you up. Oh. Look, I'm plotting an exit course back along your orbital track. I'll use your ships for protection. Tell them not to shoot at me. Falcon out. Wait, Han cut his comm board. Strap in, sweetheart, he said. Leia did so, grudgingly. Han, you're playing a dangerous game. I'm sorry about the whole protect my wife thing. That was just to confuse them. I don't mean that. I mean joyriding around in the middle of a battle. I want to see the composition of their forces. I want to see how they conduct themselves when they're assaulting my homeworld. Hold on. Han set the Falcon into a tight stomach-turning loop, sending her back toward the prow of Dodonna, but lower, a couple of kilometers below the carrier in orbit. The sensor board showed the oncoming starfighters closing on the Falcon. Now it popped up a diagram of their pursuers. Fuselage shaped like a beetle's body, two down-slanted wings stretching out to support lengthy thruster pods, a laser cannon turret under the fuselage main body. A9 Vigilance Interceptors, Leia said. Speedy little things. Weak hulls, Han said. I used to crack 'em with my teeth and suck out the meat inside. I'll grant that you have a mouth big enough to do it. Dodonna flashed by to their port side. Her turbo-laser batteries did not track the Falcon as they passed. Besides, Han said, they won't fire on me. I'm a Corellian celebrity. Leia snorted. Make sure your transponder is sending out your real identity. Otherwise they have no reason not to blow you out of the sky. Good point. Han checked his comm board and nodded, satisfied. Turn on the bow holocam, would you? I want to record what we're about to see. Leia sighed and did as she was asked. Center Point Station. Ben lay atop a square-sided conduit a meter wide and tall. It was suspended 5 meters above the passageway floor, just a meter below the ceiling, and immediately below him, Corsac agents were talking. One said, Any word? Another, They've got him boxed in at one of the empty theater chambers. They've got him then. I don't know. He's a Jedi. They're sneaky. Ben grinned. Sneaky. He liked that. Footsteps approached, and the first Corsac agent shouted, Halt! Show your identicard! A new voice, female. Abels, transportation. You need to evacuate this area. It's under lockdown. No, I'm excluded. Emergency personnel. So you are. All right, get to your station, and fast. The footsteps left. The first Corsac agent said, "Back to the patrol. Don't get lightsabered. Very funny." The Corsac agents moved away in opposite directions, leaving Ben alone. His face fell as a realization hit him. He was sneaky, and he was really good at being sneaky. But being sneaky wasn't enough. Sneaky was slow. Skulking, crouching, hiding, crawling, it took forever. He was in the corridor that would take him to the station's repulsor control chamber. By his calculation, it was just a few 100 meters away. But moving stealthily along every centimeter of that distance might take hours. And all because the enemy knew they were facing Jedi. Ben sat up so fast he banged his head on the ceiling above. He rubbed at the point of impact and considered. He didn't have to be a Jedi right now. Clumsy in his haste, he began pulling his boots off, pulling his Jedi robe and all its accoutrements free, and in a minute was left wearing just a black undershirt and black shorts. His lightsaber and all the electronic toys intended to make this mission a success went into his pouch. Pouch in hand, he dropped over the edge to the floor beneath, rolling up to his feet, and began running in the direction of his destination. Above Corellia. Lissa ended her run along the length of the Vibrosword attack fighter engagement. She would let her thrusters put her some distance away from the conflict before turning around for another run. She was certain that she'd scored some hits on Corellian attack fighters, but had flashed by so fast that she had no idea if any were debilitating, if any were kills. Killing Corellians. 8 was still on her tail, but sparks were shooting out and up from his port-side thruster. 7, I'm hit.
How's it look?
Not good. It's overheating. Venting it to space isn't doing any good.
Shut it down and get back to Dodonna.
Will do. 8 sounded regretful. You'd better hook back up with the V-swords and see if you can pick up a temporary wingmate.
You're right.
Then Lissa's eye was caught by something on her sensor board. A lone enemy blip, its course taking it near her position and down toward the planet.
After this,
she said.
Lissa, don't do it alone.
See you back at Dodonna.
She peeled off and looped around to follow in the new starfighter's wake. Her sensor board had it classified now. An X-Wing. She was surprised. She didn't think any of the Corellian units here were X-Wing squadrons. But then they hadn't seen everything the Corellians had to offer them. She smiled, the competitive expression her trainers had sometimes described as feral, and roared up after her new prey. Yes, the X-Wing's course was putting it into a lower and lower orbit, away from the GA fleet. Perhaps its pilot intended to join the battle against Skywalker's squadron. Perhaps it had been on a reconnaissance run and was now taking important sensor data back to the Corellians. She shook her head. Either way, it wouldn't get where its pilot intended to go. She didn't bother trying for a targeting lock yet. X-Wings were tough, and her sensor board indicated that this pilot had already put his shield strength to double rear. As her rangefinder indicated that she was at maximum effective range for her interceptor's laser cannons, she swung her targeting brackets toward the X-Wing. But the snub fighter suddenly jerked upward, sideways, to port and starboard, always in a direction opposed to her targeting bracket's approach to it. She had the eerie sensation that the pilot knew exactly when she was going to begin aiming. She didn't know whether to curse or smile more broadly. This pilot was good. He jittered in her targeting brackets once, twice, 3 times, on each occasion long enough for her to pull the laser cannon trigger, but never long enough for the laser blasts to find a home in his fuselage. She missed with each shot, sometimes by only a few meters. And suddenly he was going in reverse. She overshot him, adrenaline jolting through her.
It was a classic X-wing flying technique used against a faster pursuer, and it had been executed at exactly the moment she least expected it. She pushed down on her control yoke just long enough for her opponent to believe that she was going to dive and loop around. Then she yanked back, coming up and into a port-side roll. An inexperienced pilot would bite on that first false maneuver and dive to pursue. She'd be able to correct and dive after him. A more alert or experienced pilot would manage to stay on her tail, would have a few seconds of pursuit in which to obtain a target lock and fire lasers, or even launch a proton torpedo at her starfighter, so much more fragile than the X-wing. She heard no screech of a targeting lock alarm. She checked her sensor board. Her opponent hadn't dived, hadn't pursued. Apparently, from the moment she made her evasive maneuver, he'd resumed his original course. Lissa sat there in momentary shock. He hadn't even taken a shot at her. Her comm board crackled, and its scanner indicated that the broadcast was coming in across a general GA military frequency, but very low-powered, so faint that only she was likely to pick it up. "Nice interceptor rollout," her opponent said. "I'd swear you learned that from Tycho Selchu." Again, Lissa froze. She had learned that maneuver from General Selchu, the celebrated officer who had flown an A-wing into and out of the second Death Star more than 30 years ago. And she knew the voice of her opponent, even as altered as it was by the low-powered transmission and standard comm distortion.
"Daddy?"
she said. "Hello, sweetheart." She rolled again, sending her in a steep descent toward the X-wing. But her course wouldn't bring her up behind it in proper dogfighting fashion. Instead, eyeballing it, she chose an intercept course, and switched her targeting computer completely off. Her vector brought her in toward the X-wing's topside. She adjusted her course so they were parallel, her Eta 5 interceptor immediately above the X-wing. Then she rolled her starfighter over so they cruised canopy to canopy, a mere 4 meters separating them. And she looked up into the face of her father, Wedge Antilles. Corellia's second most famous pilot flashed her a toothy smile, and he offered her a thumbs up. He was wearing a standard X-wing pilot's helmet, not his own battered helmet with the distinctive wedges on it, but another, this one decorated with an arc of triangles along the rim.
"Daddy, you're retired. Get out of the skies."
Lissa was suddenly aware of, and embarrassed by, the adolescent wail in her voice. But the realization that she'd fired on her own father made her feel drained, lightheaded. "I'll do that, sweetheart." Wedge waved an admonishing finger at her. "Don't get hurt."
"I won't, Daddy."
Wedge adjusted his course and was suddenly dropping more steeply away from her. Lissa rolled back up to a more natural orientation, putting the planet beneath her keel, and pulled back on her control yoke, sending her higher. Slowly she looped around back toward her squadron's last known position. She'd really never before run up against the mythological depths of her father's reputation. Oh yes, she'd grown up knowing of his fame, and it was a desire to have a career well out of the shadow of Wedge Antilles that had caused her to take academy training under the name of Lissa Dunter rather than that of Sial Antilles. She'd even chosen to train most in the high-speed, low-armor fighters, such as the Eta 5 Interceptor, rather than the sturdy old X-wings her father loved, all in order to avoid invidious comparisons with him. She'd never been aware of his reputation as a thing of legend rather than historical fact. Yet now, meeting him under the most unlikely of circumstances, in a place and time where history was being made, unable to do him harm though she'd tried with all her skill and will to do so, she felt it. She had fired on her father. She had killed fellow Corellians. Her duty, laid down on her the moment she'd sworn an officer's oath, and not suddenly removed because her homeworld was now the enemy. In just a few minutes, the universe had become an insane place. She forced herself out of her reverie. She had enemies ahead, and daydreaming as she approached them would get her killed. Focus, her father said, out of her memory, not out of the comm board. Focus, and your odds of survival are improved. She'd focus. She had promised him she would not be hurt. Sial Antilles spotted enemy blips ahead, and her sensor board identified them as a pair of A9 vigilances. One was apparently shepherding the other, whose thrusters were spitting sparks. They swelled to occupy her whole mind, all other considerations forgotten, and she roared toward them. Chapter 13. Centerpoint Station. Jason sliced through the midsection of his last opponent's blaster rifle and followed through with a spinning kick that catapulted the man over the walkway rail. With a wail of fright, the man dropped 2 stories distance to the metal floor, an impact that Jason calculated would injure but probably not kill him. Jason turned to look back the few meters he'd just come. 8 of the Corsac agents lay on the walkway unconscious, some bleeding, 2 of them missing their right forearms. 2 sonic projectors installed on the lower bodies of R5 astromechs sat smoking and motionless. The other 4 Corsac agents and Thrackan Sal Solo had retreated through a heavy metal door. About 4 meters high, it looked like original Centerpoint Station equipment, though the security pad next to it was of more recent manufacture. Jason could sense danger, and malice, on the other side of that door. He reached for the open button, not expecting it to work. Doubtless Thrackan had locked it down. But a vision of the future, of one possible future, crossed Jason's thoughts, and he jerked his hand back. In his mind's eye, he saw himself depressing the button, an electronic signal passing along the security device's pathways to an odd device on the other side of the door, an explosion powerful enough to blow the door and a large section of wall around it to nothingness. Jason trotted down the walkway, putting a good distance between him and the door, then turned back to focus on the security pad. Barely visible at this distance was the tiny green glow of the open button. He put his hands over his ears and exerted himself against that button, the merest push with the force. With a brilliant flash and a punishing wave of sound, the door blew in, bending and crumpling as it flew through the space Jason would have occupied. Smoke and shrapnel that had once been surrounding wall sections accompanied it. The walkway beneath Jason's feet rocked, then quickly steadied itself. He ran back the way he'd come, putting on a force-based burst of running speed, and leapt through the new opening in the wall. Corridor. Broad. Dark. Left. Away from the areas of the station he wanted to reach. Open. Right. In the distance, a line of Corsac agents, 20 or more in a well-dressed pair of lines, the front line kneeling, curved transparasteel crowd control shields at the ready, while the rear line stood with blasters aimed. Behind the 2 lines stood Thrackan Sal Solo. Closer, 10 meters away, but floating toward him, scarred and still smoking from where explosion debris had hit them, were 2 probots. No, not quite. These droids looked a lot like Rebellion-era probots. Misshapen and bulbous, slightly less than 2 meters tall, they floated on repulsor lifts well above the floor, 4 mechanical arms dangling beneath, just like the old stealth droids. But these were bronze in color rather than black, and their arms seemed bulkier, sturdier than the old-time probots. And they ended in what looked like weapons pods. As Jason emerged into the hallway, they activated deflector shields, not a feature of the original probots, and flew straight at him. They raised weapon pods and began firing. One a blaster, the other small oval canisters that had to be explosives. Ben heard and felt the boom, distant and muffled, originating somewhere well beneath his feet, and was diverted enough to use the force to seek out Jason. Dimly he could feel his master, could sense movement and vitality from him. But the distraction was long enough for Ben to run clean into someone. He banged into rigid body armor, bounced off and hit the metal floor butt first. He looked up into the face of a Corsac officer glowering down at him. "Back the way you came, son," the officer said. "This area is under lockdown."
"I've got to see my father," Ben said, swiftly improvising. "He's guarding the repulsor control room. I have to be sure he's all right."
"No, kid. It's off limits."
"I have to know he's all right!"
Ben made the words a child's frightened wail. He darted around the Corsac officer, eluding the man's grab, and continued running down the corridor. He couldn't keep his shoulders from riding up, tensing. He reached out with the force, searching out the guard's response to his action. Ben felt no intimation of danger. The guard didn't aim his blaster. The man's emotions were a mix of irritation and sympathy. Ben felt the man weigh a decision, and it took the boy a few moments to figure out what it was. Whether or not to communicate with his fellows, warn them that the boy was headed their way. Then Ben felt the man choose against that course of action. The guard turned away. Ben grinned to himself. That was easy. But then he sobered. If his mission was a success, that nice, sympathetic guard might die in the destruction of Centerpoint Station. But if Ben hadn't tricked the man, even more people might die. It was a small wrongdoing to prevent a bigger one. It was all in the interest of the greater good, the needs of the many. Ben had heard these words hundreds of times, mostly from Jason, and finally he began to have a sense of what they meant. Still, deep down, he remembered his father once saying, "There are times when the end justifies the means. But when you build an argument based on a whole series of such times, you may find that you've constructed an entire philosophy of evil." Troubled, Ben ran on. With his lightsaber, Jason batted away the blaster fire coming from the right-hand probot. He couldn't aim his deflections. That would require too much concentration. Instead, with his left hand, he reached out through the force and found the projectiles being fired by the left-hand probot. He seized them and redirected them in two streams, one stream toward each droid. They flew only as far as the droid's deflector shields, out about a meter from their bodies, and adhered there. Then, one after another, they detonated. Jason saw the deflector shields weaken with each explosion. He charged forward, relying on his speed and sudden motion to throw off the aim of the probot with the blaster. When the last of the projectiles had detonated, before the probot shields had time to strengthen, he lashed out, first right and then left. Two probots, sliced in half at the narrowest portions of their bulbous bodies, crashed to the metal floor. In the silence that followed, Jason heard Thrackan say, "Open fire." The rear rank of Corsac agents opened up with their blaster rifles. Each was set to full automatic fire, and they filled the air with blaster shots. Jason went into a fully evasive mode, running, leaping, dodging, spinning his lightsaber in a defensive shield that intercepted shot after shot. It wasn't enough. He felt a burn against his left calf as a blaster shot grazed it. Another shot, almost as close, tugged at his right sleeve and left a char-lined hole in it. He leapt up and back, cartwheeling, and as he cleared the zone of heaviest fire, before the security agents could adjust their aim, he reached against the ceiling with the force. He yanked against that simple, immobile metal surface for all he was worth. It came free, yielding to his pull. As he landed, A huge sheet of metal ceiling tore free from its housing almost directly overhead and crashed to the floor a mere 2 meters ahead of him. The far end of the same sheet remained adhered to the housing above, so what Jason faced was a crude ramp leading upward, and acting as an angled shield between him and the blaster line. He looked up and frowned. His ramp led nowhere. Above the area where it had rested was heavier metal, a full bulkhead, but at least the metal sheet would give him a few moments' rest. Even now, though, it was shuddering under the blaster impacts, turning bright in one spot where some of the security agents were concentrating their fire. Jason peered out from around his impromptu shield, drawing fire, but gathering valuable information about his enemy's tactics. He saw 3 of the blaster wielders changing out power packs simultaneously, obviously part of a scheduled rotation. So they were carrying enough power packs to maintain constant fire for a long time, to keep him pinned down. Jason moved across to the other side of his shield and paused a moment before peeking out again. His enemy's strength was also their weakness, and he'd use it against them. His comlink bleeped 3 quick musical notes. The signal jolted Jason. It was Ben, and it meant target in sight. Jason nodded. He wouldn't just march forward in an effort to reach his objective. He'd continue drawing the station's defensive resources toward him, giving Ben some time. He closed his eyes and looked with other senses for sources of power, of heat. There they were, several of them, so close together that they seemed to form a single line of energy, the blasters of his enemies. Rugged weapons, doubtless kept in tip-top condition, they were doing a decent job of handling the tremendous heat demands of the constant fire. Well, he needed to change decent to poor. He reached out to those glowing energy sources, finding one at the end of the line. He poured his own power into it, pushed around to find weak spots, cracks, exits. He found one and exerted himself against it. It held against him for long moments. Then he heard a cry of alarm from one of the security agents, and the crack as the power pack of her blaster rifle exploded. Jason dared a look. The agent was down, injured, her body smoking, and 2 other Corsac agents, a shield-bearer before her and a rifleman next to her, were down too. Now there was a small gap at the right side of the blaster line. Before the Corsac agents became aware of him, Jason drew back and went searching for the next power pack in line. The second one was even hotter and weaker. It took less of an exertion to make it detonate. He looked again and saw 4 more Corsac agents down. The rest, slowing their rates of fire, were switching to single-shot firing mode. Behind the lines, Thrackan turned and began trotting in the other direction, a comlink held to his lips. Jason grinned humorlessly. Another few moments, and this firing line would be a thing of the past, and he'd see what surprises his cousin had in store for him next. At a distance of 50 meters, Ben began to make out what guarded the door into the repulsor control chamber. 2 Corsac agents, 1 male and 1 female, and a floating ball-shaped droid with 4 arms dangling from it. Even as Ben saw them, the floating droid drifted out from the doorway, its repulsor lift humming, into the middle of the corridor as if to bar his passage. 2 of its arms, ending in bulbous pods with barrels, rose to aim at him. Ben raised his own arms and shouted, "Don't shoot! I'm only a kid!" Embarrassing words. He wanted to grow up so that he'd never be able to use an excuse like that again. But for now, it was useful. He heard the female guard say, "Hold your fire," and then she stepped out to beckon Ben forward. He moved toward her at a quick walk. "I'm lost," he wailed. "How did you get this deep into restricted areas?" she asked. Ben moved nearly 10 meters closer to her as she spoke. "I was exploring in the tubes, and I got tired and hungry, and I fell asleep. And then there were explosions and alarms, and sounds of people running, and I finally found a real corridor, but I don't know where I am." He made it most of the way to the guards in the course of that speech. Now only 5 meters separated them. He tried to summon tears, but they didn't come. He decided he needed more practice.
"Do you have a datapad?" the woman asked. "I can transmit you a map out of here."
"No,"
Ben said. Now he stood in front of her and the hovering droid. It looked pretty sturdy, and he could see nodules on the top surface that probably indicated deflector shield generators. But he didn't think its shields were up. Even without them, its bronze-colored metal hide suggested that it could withstand a blaster shot or two.
"You stay right here," the woman said. "I'll get a printout of the map."
Her companion, who hadn't budged from in front of the door, finally spoke. "No," he said. "Protocol is we call it in, and they send someone to escort him out of the area."
"There's no one available to escort him," she said.
There was a slight edge of condescension to her voice.
"Everyone's been pulled off for Target Alpha. So we can babysit here until they send someone, maybe hours from now, or we can send him off with a map."
Her partner sighed, exasperated, but didn't reply. Ben felt his pulse quicken. If the woman agent got her way, she'd be opening the door for him. One less task for him to undertake. Still, he'd have to take her out, and her partner, and the big floating ball, in order to get into the room. Prioritize your steps, Jason always told him. Priority 1 was the floating droid. It had to be some sort of combat model, so it was going to be tough, and maybe alert to attack, even from as unlikely a source as a red-headed urchin. Ben let his pouch gape open so he could look down at his lightsaber. If he reached for it, the droid might correctly interpret the motion as the herald of an attack. But he didn't have to reach. After the droid, he'd take out whichever of the human agents was more alert to him, then the one less alert. But he'd wait for the moment to decide which was which. Another of Jason's lessons was, plan and time your steps. The woman was stepping up to the doorway and preparing to insert her identicard into a security board slot. The man wasn't moving. It was a stare-down. That gave Ben a moment to plan. He'd need to wait until the door was just opening. Then he'd take out the droid. His next priority would be getting into the chamber before the door closed again, and any security monitor might shut it as soon as it was open, so he'd rush through the door and deal with the human guards as he passed. After that, Jason would be disappointed in him if he didn't figure out some way off this station. But Ben didn't have time right now. The stare-down between the guards ended. Irritably, the man stepped out of the way, and the woman inserted her identicard in the slot. Everything began to move in slow motion, as though the entire corridor were suddenly submerged in thick, invisible fluid. Ben saw the door begin to slide upward. Doors like this opened almost instantly, but his time perception was so dilated that he watched it as it rose a meter. He held his hand above his pouch and tugged through the force. His lightsaber leapt up into his hand, and he snapped it on, swinging it at the hovering droid, even as the distorted snap-hiss noise announced that the blade was coming live. Instead of slashing, he leapt upward and thrust down, aiming for one of the deflector shield nodules. The point of his lightsaber blade sheared through the bronze hull there, punching into the droid's insides. Ben kept his hands on the lightsaber handle, letting his weight drag the weapon down through the droid. The droid fell almost as fast as he did, with agonizing slowness, and Ben could see the male guard reacting to the attack, bringing his rifle barrel up. Ben's heels hit the ground, and he continued downward, going into a sideways roll toward the now fully open doorway. The male guard tried to track the boy with his blaster rifle. The woman, her face distorted in surprise, was punching the close button on the security panel. Her identicard was still in the panel's card slot.
Ben came up on his feet between the man and the woman, so close that the man's blaster barrel now protruded safely past him and lashed out at the control panel. His lightsaber blade slashed into the controls and into the identicard, burning and fusing it into place. The blade came so close to the back of the woman's hand that he saw her skin blacken along a 4-centimeter patch. Her knuckles still hit the close button, even as the near edges of that button melted from the lightsaber's heat. Ben continued his forward roll, going head over heels into dimness, and as the door came slamming down behind him, into darkness, illuminated only by the glowing blue blade of his weapon. He couldn't make out much of the chamber's interior. There was a large mass in front of him, as if someone had parked a small ground speeder on its tail there. It didn't correspond to anything Dr. Seiya had shown him in the simulations. There were little lights in various colors all over the walls. First things first, he spun and lunged back at the door, thrusting with his lightsaber at the top, where the lifter mechanism should be. He shoved the lightsaber blade in well above his head, cutting upward and sideways, trying to sever the mechanism, or, failing that, fuse it. This would give him time to accomplish his mission. His mission. That thought almost made him dizzy. It was his mission now. His cutting done, he slapped the light control on the door control panel. White overhead lights came on, and he spun, lightsaber ready, in case enemies waited there in the dark. No living enemies did. But the room was still not as it was supposed to be. The banks of lights, computers, and secondary control tables, some original equipment, and some installed by the Corellians, lined the walls as they had in Dr. Seiya's simulations. But where the main control table was supposed to be, rested something else entirely. It was a mound of machinery as big as half a dozen huts engaged in a no-rules wrestling match. Roughly human-shaped, it had a desk-sized head that looked like a sensor node whose surface was thickly crusted with antennae, light monitors, and holocam lenses. Its torso was made up of mismatched modules, each at least as big as the head, connected with durasteel cables and light-bearing transparasteel fibers. Dangling torso units surrounded, perhaps incorporated, the control board Ben needed to access. The machine's arms appeared to be the heavy-duty cylindrical limbs from a wrecker droid, and ended in the same clumsy, destructive manipulator hands. Instead of legs, it had a thick bottom plate whose skirted edges probably concealed repulsor lift machinery. All these components were of different colors, some black, some silver, some industrial green. Fully upright, it would probably be 4 meters tall, but it sat hunched forward, like a lazy student kneeling with bad posture. Its head turned to bring 2 oversized holocam lenses to bear on him, and it spoke from somewhere in that head unit, its synthesized tones strikingly reminiscent of Jason Solo's voice. "Who are you?" "I'm Ben Skywalker," the boy said. He didn't add, "I'm here to destroy this whole installation." "Wonderful," the droid said. "I'm so happy to meet you. I'm Anakin Solo." Chapter 14. Coronet, Corellia. The Behara spaceport, though a minor one by the standards of Coronet or any decent-sized city, still sprawled for many acres, even though it was located only a couple of kilometers from the urban heart. Unfortunately for Jaina and team members, it differed from the city's main spaceport in a significant way. There was no central parking or hangar area for visitors' ground speeders, no large common arrival point where it would be comparatively easy to remain inconspicuous. Instead, Behara was divided into dozens of smaller commercial properties, usually with the offices and hangars of 3 or 4 firms clustered around common launching and parking areas. Collier directed Thon to a cluster of businesses whose parking area was surrounded by tall trees. He landed. Here, the city's space raid sirens were not as loud as in the government districts, but continued to blare into the skies.
As the ground speeder slowed to a stop, Zek's eyes came open, alert, untroubled, unclouded by pain. "Are we on Corellia yet?" he asked.
"Quiet, you,"
Jaina said, but brushed back a lock of his hair from his forehead, a gentle gesture robbing any sting from her words.
"Thon, Collier, status?"
"Skywalker's squadron is making a run over the government center," Thon said, "to disguise the real purpose of their arrival and to give us some time to get airborne. As soon as we are, he'll disengage and come over to escort us into space. Tahiri's speeder will be here in a couple of minutes." He frowned. "I think there's something she's not telling us."
"Like what?"
"I'm not sure. She wouldn't tell me."
"I have a likely prospect,"
Collier said, and held up her datapad. On its diminutive screen was a red and yellow company logo that read, "Donus Lane Excursions."
"Female human manager on duty. The offices should be over—"
She looked around and spotted a curved-topped yellow Duracrete building straight behind the ground speeder.
"Over there."
The others looked in that direction, but were diverted. Another ground speeder, this one an inconspicuous blue, settled down on the parking pad adjacent to theirs. At the controls was Tahiri Vela, blonde-haired and green-eyed, a few standard years younger than Jaina. She was dressed in a utility worker's gray jumpsuit. Beside her was Doran Tainer, tall, fair-haired, brown-eyed, square-jawed, and blandly handsome as any holodrama leading man, but incongruously dressed in brown, grass-stained field worker's garments. Both were Jedi. At the moment, neither looked like it. In the speeder's back seat was something roughly the size of a grown human woman, wrapped in a brown cloak from its calves to the crown of its head. Only feet protruded, clad in brown leather boots. Heart suddenly pounding, Jaina slid out from under Zek and leapt over to that back seat, even as Doran said, "It's not what you think." Jaina whipped the cloak away from the head and shoulders of the body and revealed the features of a brightly polished silver protocol droid, its photoreceptors dim.
"What's this?"
she asked.
"Where's Tew?"
Doran offered her a pained smile. "She's in Thrackan Sal Solo's mansion."
"Captured?"
"No,"
Tahiri said.
"Hiding."
"Hiding?"
"We ran into a trap," Doran said. "It sounds like you did, too. Lots of guards, several combat probots, a couple of YVH droids. Not a tenable situation. So we decided to run away." Tahiri gave him a reproving look.
"There was nothing we could accomplish there, so I ordered a nice, clean withdrawal, which would have been fine if Brilliant Notions here hadn't had his great idea."
Now Jaina fixed Doran with a hard stare.
"Which was what?"
Doran shrugged. "We ran into this deactivated protocol droid in the room from which we decided to stage our retreat, and it occurred to me I could dress it in my clothes, Tahiri and Tew could carry it out, and it would look like they were taking the body of a fallen comrade to safety. They knew 3 of us had gone in. They'd watched 3 of us escape. And I'd hide there, see what I could find out in the wake of this disaster."
"And a naked man the size of a dwarf Wookiee is going to stay hidden for how long?"
Jaina demanded. Doran winced. "That's what Tew asked, in almost those exact words, as a matter of fact. So I said, forget it. And she said, no, it's a good plan, except for the fact that, as usual, you introduced a fatal flaw. We pull out the fatal flaw, and it's viable again." Jaina nodded.
"And fixing the plan meant substituting a tiny Amwadi woman for a big slab of hanging meat."
She seethed, but held her anger deep. She didn't want any member of her operation left behind on Corellia. but she had to admit that a resource, hiding out in Thrackan Sal Solo's opulent home, could prove invaluable in the days to come. And Tew, despite bearing the distinctive delicate blue skin and opalescent pale hair of her species, was very, very good at stealth and hiding games. She covered the protocol droid's face and stood back from it, then pointed at Doran.
You, get some back-to-patches for Zex burns and whatever Collier needs to deal with her mouth.
Then her gaze fell on Thon.
You, get us a vehicle.
Corellian orbit. Han Solo sent Millennium Falcon down a course that was in a slightly lower orbit than Klauskin's formation of ships, and back in the direction from which they'd come. In his wake came the squadron of A9 Vigilances.
"They're not breaking off,"
Leia said. "I can see that," Han said, his voice testy. "Do they not believe their transponders? Do they think I'm pretending to be Han Solo?" Green laser fire flashed past the cockpit's starboard viewports. Then the Falcon shook as her stern took a hit from one of the pursuer's shots. Both Leia and Han could hear C-3PO's wail of, "Oh dear," waft out from the transport's central areas. Han added some side-to-side slew to their movement and rose, climbing into a higher orbit, almost into the path of a Mon Calamari heavy carrier, Blue Diver.
"Han, what are you doing?"
Leia's voice conveyed a hint of worry. "These vessels won't fire on me," he said, his tone cocksure, even if his words sounded a bit unlikely. "I've already talked to Dodonna, remember? But they may fire on our attackers."
"They may."
Ahead, Blue Diver's shields were already up. It was clear she was sustaining some long-distance fire from opportunistic Corellian starfighters, and now her bow and starboard turbo lasers began to track the small craft parade the Falcon was leading. At this distance, it was impossible to tell whether the turbo lasers were aimed at the Falcon herself. The Falcon shook again, and again harder, as the speedy A9s came closer toward her stern. Two of them shot past the transport's bow and moved on ahead.
"In just a minute," Leia said, "they'll get far enough ahead that they can come around and head back toward us. Meaning you'll have to distribute your shield power equally all around. Meaning some of those overcharged lasers might start punching through."
"I know," Han said. There was misery in his voice.
"Han, we have to return fire. Make them duck and scatter."
"I can't fire on Corellians, Leia. Not when I... Leia didn't finish the statement for him. Caused this. The Falcon and her pursuers reached firing range for Blue Diver's weapons, and those guns opened up, their energy flashing past the Falcon, and past the madly dodging A9s as well. Leia was relieved to see that the Falcon did not appear to be among the vessel's targets, but the battery fire came awfully close, and a single aiming mishap could put them square in the vessel's targeting brackets. Then they were parallel to Blue Diver, blasting far too close along her starboard side, her guns tracking and firing. The Falcon shot past Blue Diver's stern. 6 A9 Vigilances continued to pursue her. The two that had gone ahead were intact and beginning their turn.
"Han," Leia said, "you're going to lose the Falcon."
It was unfair of her. Simple as they were, her words had additional unspoken meaning. You're going to lose your first love. You're going to lose your freedom. Han growled as though the sound were being pulled out of him with a fishhook. Then, through clenched teeth, he said, "Yeah, hold on." It wasn't just a command to wait. He threw the Falcon into a starboard turn that sent the transport shooting out past Blue Diver's stern, up into the open space between the Galactic Alliance and Corellian task forces, where starfighter squadrons were mixing it up in touch-and-go firing runs and dogfights. Then he said, "Get to the guns." Leia unstrapped and headed back into the transport's main body.
"Meanwhile,"
she shouted.
"bottom cannon turret."
When she reached the tube and ladder accessing the laser cannon turrets, she climbed into the topside turret and rapidly strapped herself in. Sial and her temporary wingmate, a male Moan Cal flying Vibro Sword 10, shot out one side of the ever-broadening starfighter combat zone and began a loop around to re-enter from another angle. Things were getting uglier. More squadrons from both sides had joined the furball accumulating halfway between the two vessel formations. Now other gunships, larger than starfighters but smaller than vessels of the line, were turning in to join the combat. "Dodonna to Vibrosword Squadron." Sial spotted the gleam of a larger craft leaving the Corellian formation and heading in toward the combat zone. Even at this distance, she identified it by sight as a Nebulon series light frigate. Its axe-head-shaped bow, its cubical stern, and the spindly, lengthy spine connecting the two were giveaways at any visual range. It was the largest craft yet headed for the furball. Sial tapped its blip on her sensor board, causing it to flash there and on her wingmate's board. She adjusted her course for the frigate. Meanwhile, Dodonna's message continued to flare through her cockpit speakers. "Return to Dodonna. Upon arrival, do not stand down. Be ready for immediate relaunch." Sial swore to herself. If she turned back now, she'd give up any shot at the frigate. If she didn't turn back now, she'd be disobeying orders. If she could stall by half a minute to a minute, she could adjust her current flight path. She switched to task force frequency.
"V-Sword 7 to Dodonna," she said. "Please repeat message."
There, 5 crucial seconds gone, and the comm operator probably wouldn't be able to reply instantly. He'd be fielding other confirmation requests, and higher-ranking pilots would get the information first. It was 10 more seconds before Dodonna's message repeated. 15 more before the message was completed. Sial acknowledged and began a slow loop back toward the carrier. Her course would take her through the middle of the combat zone and across the frigate's path. Coronet Corellia. Luke roared in toward Mara's X-Wing, which closed toward him, their combined speed causing the numbers on the snub fighter's range meter to scroll too fast to read. As they reached the point where Luke could almost see his wife's face, a point at which most pilots would be unable to react in time to save themselves, Mara dived, flashing mere meters beneath Luke's X-Wing, and revealing the attack fighter tailing her. The attack fighter's pilot tried to vector out of Luke's way. He succeeded. He didn't succeed in dodging Luke's lasers. Red flashes converged on the cockpit, and suddenly the fighter was a cloud of smoke and shrapnel. Luke flew through it, pieces of attack fighter fuselage bouncing off his deflectors and scraping off his hull. He emerged into blue sky on the other side. The maneuver was called the Corellian Slip. Fighter pilot legend had it that the maneuver had been developed here by the madmen and madwomen who flew for this system. Luke shook his head, a little saddened by the irony. On his sensor board, he saw Mara looping around to return to his wingmate position. The latest detachment of attack fighters was down to 2 viable starfighters, and now, realizing the depletion of their numbers, they suddenly veered off, leaving the dogfight. 9 Jedi X-Wings, increasingly battered, but all still in fighting condition, remained.
"Leader, this is 3.
"Go ahead, 3. Luke checked his diagnostics board. R2-D2 was reporting some increasing fluctuation in one of the X-Wing's laser cannons, the port bottom cannon, and indicated that R2 himself was showing some damage, mobility controlling circuits cooked by a grazing laser hit from one of the attack fighters.
"The landing party has reported in. They have a shuttle and are ready to launch. They're expecting heavy pursuit once they climb above the no-fly altitude."
Luke brought up a map of Coronet. It showed his squadron's location, and, courtesy of Hardpoint 3, a blip indicating the location of Jaina's crew. Luke tapped the screen to designate a point much closer to the landing party's position than his own. R2, designate that point as location link-up. 3, tell the landing party to make their way to link-up without attracting pursuit. We'll join them there, and everyone will take off for space from that point.
Acknowledged.
Hardpoint, form up on me. Luke waited until 7 more X-Wings joined him in formation, and then dived, heading straight for the low, broad buildings that dominated this portion of Coronet. A few hundred meters from the planet's surface, he began pulling up, but his rate of descent carried him low enough that he came horizontal slightly below the level of the surrounding buildings. Centering himself along the widest boulevard in the area, he shot off in the general direction of Jaina's crew, the hardpoints maintaining formation behind him. R2, he said, plot a course to Jaina's position. Wide streets only, please. R2 tweetled a cheerful acknowledgement. Sial and Vibrosword 10 hurtled into the furball at full interceptor speed. Sial's sensor board crawled with swirling red and blue blips. Space outside her forward viewport was similarly crowded with the reflections, glows, and detonation patterns of a growing battle. Using every speed and maneuverability advantage the Eta 5 design gave her, Sial jittered her vehicle around, port, starboard, up, down, making it a maddeningly difficult target to get a lock on or hit with a spray of laser fire. Ahead, growing in her viewport, was the Nebulon series frigate. As she approached, it was moving from her port to starboard, from a relative higher to lower position, its forward laser cannon and turbo-laser arrays flashing continuously.
10,
Sial said.
We're going for the deflector shield generator. Concussion missiles for maximum close-range results.
They were now close enough that a schematic of the Nebulon frigates popped up on her sensor board. She tapped the top side of the rear nodule on the wireframe image, and it expanded on the screen, word labels and arrow-tipped lines appearing on the schematic to explain what was what. She tapped the words deflector shield generator to highlight them, dragged a targeting bracket from the corner of the screen over them, dragged an Eta 5 interceptor silhouette from the same corner to the same spot. Now her targeting computer would automatically seek out the shield generators, and V-Sword 10 would receive a data transmission pointing to that target.
Negative, 7. Negative, 10 said. Even if we achieve fantastic results, all we do is knock down the shields, and someone else will get the kill before we can get back. I say we try to put our missiles into their squadron bays. The main hatches might still be open. We might get lucky.
You can't plan for luck, 10.
It was weird to hear those words in her own voice, not her father's.
Plan smart, and let luck land where it will. We're going for the shield generators.
You don't outrank me, 7.
Yeah, but I'm in front.
Sial diverted a quarter of her shield energy to her thrusters, a risky move. But she couldn't risk 10 using the same logic on her, overtaking her, screwing up her tactic. 10 did surge forward, briefly gaining on her, but dropped back, unwilling to devote as much shield power as she was using for thrust. Sial grinned.
Lost your nerve, did you?
They were now too close even to attempt a swerve and attack on the squadron hangars, which were in the bow module of the frigate. Sial returned the shield power to her forward shields. A turbo-laser attack flashed just over her, causing the interceptor's proximity alarms to howl. Sial drove in straight toward the deflector shield generator, as though her intent were to ram it, providing just enough side-to-side and up-and-down movement to throw off some targeting locks. Her own targeting brackets found the frigate's shield generators, jittered around them, stabilized. Sial held her breath, held her focus, until the targeting computer indicated maximum efficient range for firing, and beyond, waiting until the computer flashed red for optimal range. At last, she fired. She saw white streaks as 2 missiles flashed away from her interceptor. Even then, she didn't change her course. A lot of pilots bank and begin their run to safety the instant they launch missiles, her father had told her. A lot of gunners know this. You see a target coming in. You see him launch missiles. Choose one vector for him and fire in that direction. 1 time in 10, you'll choose right and you'll vape him. Unless you're Tycho Selchu, when it's 1 time in 4.
Sial didn't bank. She blinked as a red laser barrage suddenly filled space just above and to starboard of her course. As soon as the red streaks flashed by, she dived and banked to starboard, away from the frigate, back toward Dodona. The sensor board showed a detonation atop the frigate's stern nodule. The extent of the damage, if any, couldn't be displayed yet, but it looked close, closer than if the missiles had detonated against the shields. Dodona was free of enemy starfighter assaults as the 2 Eta-5 interceptors lined up on her, and word came in over the comboards. V-Sword Leader had bagged the frigate, dropping his entire complement of concussion missiles into the engines, rendering the frigate dead in space, prompting a massive evacuation by escape pods.
Profiteer, Ten said. That's just what I was warning you about, Seven. We do all the work. He gets the prize.
What's more important, Ten? A frigate silhouette on your fighter, or knowing that you're responsible for keeping units on your own side alive?
Silhouette.
You're such a fish. You know you're broadcasting openly on the squadron frequency, don't you?
Sith spawn! I didn't. Then Ten's voice went from shock and fear to anger. No, I wasn't. You liar.
Sial laughed at him and lined up for her landing. Leia aimed with the targeting computer, aimed with the Force. Her computer chattered to say she had a lock on her target, but she didn't feel her opponent yet. She moved slightly, a tiny adjustment with the quad-linked cannons she commanded, and felt heat, danger. The danger her target was experiencing. She adjusted down a fraction of a degree of arc and fired. Blinding needles of light hit the Vigilance, shearing through its laser cannons and then the stern of the A-9. She saw the vehicle vent its atmosphere. Then the canopy flew up and the pilot ejected, the dim glow of a life support shield surrounding him as he hit hard vacuum. He was a couple 100 meters away from his doomed craft when it exploded. A blip representing another A-9, hit by fire from Meewall and the underside turret, disappeared from Leia's sensor board. Dimly, distantly, she felt the diminishment in the force that heralded the pilot's death.
5 down, Han called over the comm unit. 4 to... Never mind. 4 breaking off pursuit. I'm returning to our intended course.
Seconds later, Leia was halfway back to the cockpit when Han announced,
Whoa, we're getting out of here.
His sudden port turn threw Leia into a bulkhead, but she was prepared for it, cushioned it with body position and a little help from the Force. Despite ongoing evasive turns, she managed to push her way back into the cockpit and strap herself into her seat.
What's happening?
We're not under fire, Han said. We're not even on fire.
That's a refreshing change.
But we've had some hull stress damage, and the GA starfighters are quitting the field.
Han sounded jubilant.
They're running. The GA capital ships are turning out to space.
Leia glanced at the sensor board, then confirmed with direct observation. Out the cockpit's viewport, she could see the prow of an old frigate, built like a set of small exercise weights, but 1/3 of a kilometer long, turning away from its planetary orbit and pointing its bow toward space.
Wonderful,
she said.
Maybe now this catastrophe is over.
Chapter 15. Centerpoint Station. Jason marched in Thracken's direction, noting the silhouettes of more soldiers and possibly combat droids arriving from the distance beyond his cousin. Thrackan turned to the side, activated a door, and jumped through. It slid closed behind him.
leaving nothing between Jason and the distant soldiers. The enemy opened fire. At this long range, even with as many enemies as were firing, Jason had no trouble deflecting incoming blaster bolts. He charged forward, sending most of the bolts back toward the enemy line, where front-row agents caught them with their crowd control shields, sometimes staggering from the strength of the blasts. Jason halted beside the door Thrackan had entered, pressing on toward his original goal and drawing more and more enemies toward him, and, in all probability, Ben would not benefit the mission. Keeping them well away from the centers where sabotage was to take place would. He slapped the open button on the doorway. The door slid up. Jason grinned. Thrackan, certain that Jason would charge the oncoming Corsec agents and droids, hadn't even bothered to lock the door down. He found himself in a long hallway with a corresponding door at the far end, 40 meters away. That door was open, and Thrackan was just on the other side of it, looking back at Jason in some surprise. Jason stepped in, shut the door behind him, and shoved his lightsaber through the security board. All the way through, his blade emerging into the hallway he'd just left, and ruining the control board on that side as well. The oncoming enemy would have to run a bypass, a procedure that would take at least a couple of minutes. He looked at Thrackan again. His cousin seemed frozen by Jason's new tactic. Then Thrackan slapped the control board on his side of the doorway. The door slid down. Jason ran to it and slapped the open button, but the door remained in place. Jason grinned again. Thrackan did learn fast. He'd locked the door this time. Jason drove his lightsaber into the top of the door, shearing through the machinery that held the door in place. In a moment he'd be through, and he could use the Force to lift the door out of the way. Dimly, he heard the ringing of boots on metal flooring beyond the door, as Thrackan ran away.
"No, you're not,"
Ben told the ungainly assembly of droid components.
"Anakin Solo's dead. He died when I was little."
The couplings where the droid's torso units met its arm attachments lifted noisily, a gesture that looked like a human shrug. "Yes, I did die," it said, "and I became a ghost, and I was eventually drawn here to inhabit this mutated clone body, where I could help my ancestors, the Corellians."
"That's not a clone body," Ben protested. "It's a droid body."
The head swiveled so the droid could look down at itself. "You're wrong, little cousin. Or you're deliberately trying to confuse me. I suspect the latter. You're here to sabotage this station, aren't you? To destroy it, so the Corellians can never enjoy freedom and independence."
"Boy, have they got you programmed."
Ben took a step forward, his lightsaber up in ready position. With his free hand, he gestured at the droid's head. If he could use the Force to wrench it aside, he might be out of the droid's visual receptors, allowing him to jump in and attack without the droid seeing what was coming. Ben convulsed, and his vision blurred. He felt his entire body twitch and heard his lightsaber hit the floor and roll away, humming for a moment before its safety circuits switched the power off. He shook his head, and his vision began to clear. He was a meter off the floor, the air around him shimmering. His legs still twitched. The droid shrugged again. "I'm sorry about that. It's an anti-Jedi defensive feature installed by my other cousin, Thrackan Sal Solo. It constantly monitors brainwave activity in an area. When centers of the brain that tend to become active when Force powers are being utilized are detected, it turns on. Repulsors under the floor hold the Jedi safely above the ground, and electrical emissions, mostly painless, interfere with the Jedi's concentration. See, you've stopped using Force powers, and it has stopped shocking you. Efficient, isn't it?"
"Yeah, sure, whatever."
Ben reached down to draw his lightsaber back up to his hand, and jerked and jolted again as the defensive system electrocuted him a second time. After a few seconds of recovery, he said, "I guess it really works. It does, doesn't it? So, what were you going to do here?
Destroy the station, or at least disable whatever they're using to regain control of the repulsor weapon.
Ben looked dubiously at the droid.
I guess that's you.
Pounding began on the other side of the door. Ben winced. The guards outside would be calling for reinforcements. And even as badly as he'd damaged the door, it would still be only a few minutes before they had it open. He'd failed. Well, not quite yet.
They tell you they're going to use the station's weapon to stay independent, Ben said. And that would be fine, if that's what it was all about. But it's not. They're lying to you. The first big lie is that you're Anakin Solo, and that you're in a living body. You're not. You're a droid.
The droid sighed.
Yes, of course. It's true. They needed Anakin Solo's biometric. Yeah, biometric data to control the repulsor weapon. So they probably got his fingerprints from old records. They would have reconstructed his brainwaves from whatever medical recordings they could find. Probably had to adjust them and mess with them until they could affect the station controls. And they installed them all in you, so they'd have an Anakin Solo who would think and behave like a human, but do whatever they say. I'm Anakin Solo. I'm a Jedi. I have control over the Force. See?
The droid extended an arm, and Ben's lightsaber flew from where it had rolled into its hand.
That's not the Force. I would have felt it if it was the Force.
Ben considered.
Since you can't have repulsor lift vents installed everywhere in the room, it was probably directed magnetics. You grabbed the metal handle of the lightsaber with magnetics.
He tried to keep an expression of dismay and sadness from his face. He didn't think he was very successful. It wasn't just that his mission was in jeopardy. There was something grotesque about this situation, about dealing with a droid that honestly thought it was his cousin. He'd have to find some way to destroy it.
There are security holocams operating in here, aren't there? Ben asked.
Sure.
What do you look like in them?
I'm a very big human teenager, with somewhat overdeveloped bones to handle the strain caused by my great mass.
I'm going to open my pouch, Ben said. I'm going to pull out a little holocam. Please let me record you with it.
Go ahead. Ben reached into his pouch and pulled out the holocam unit he'd used on Adumar. As soon as it cleared the lip of his pouch, though, the droid gestured, and the holocam snapped across the room into the droid's other hand.
Hey, Ben said, you promised.
No, I didn't. The droid held the holocam up to its head, scrutinizing it under a succession of sensors.
I have to be sure it's not a blaster disguised as a holocam. Well, it's not. You sound like someone who's afraid to get killed.
I am afraid to get killed. Ben felt a surge of accomplishment, as though he'd managed to take a step toward eventual victory.
Anakin Solo wasn't. You're not him.
Quiet. I'm going to examine this thing's programming. A slot in the droid's head, approximately where a human mouth would be in relation to its eyes, slid open. It stuffed the holocam into the slot, and it closed.
Hey, what do you think just happened?
I'm using my Force interface with computer equipment to analyze the programming.
That's not a Force power, you twit. And I mean, what just happened physically? You stuck my holocam into your own head.
You're crazy. The droid's mouth slot opened and deposited the holocam back into its hand. The hand twitched, and suddenly the holocam flew back across the room toward Ben. Ben caught it.
So?
I'm satisfied it's not a weapon, or programmed for any activity not part of a holocam's standard tasks. Ben brought the holocam up, made sure that the droid's magnetics had not disrupted its operation, and began recording.
"Do me a favor," he said. "Wave, like you're on holiday. Do you have a message for your parents? Say something."
"That's a good idea." The droid waved awkwardly. "Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. I'm working hard but having a good time. I hope I'll get to see you soon." It paused. "How's that?"
"Pretty good."
Ben's feelings of dismay intensified. The droid's words, as banal as those spoken by any average teenager separated from his parents, hit him hard. He stopped the recording and held out the holocam.
"Now look at what you just recorded."
The holocam flicked out of his fingers and into the droid's hand. Once again, the droid lifted it to the mouth slot and internalized it. Ben waited. There were more voices out in the hall, and the clanking of equipment being set down. The only other sounds were the hum of all the electronic equipment in the room and Ben's own breathing.
"It's a lie,"
the droid finally said.
"You looked at the holocam yourself. You said it had no weird programming. I missed something." "No, you didn't. You know you didn't. That holocam is dumber than a mouse droid. It couldn't hide anything from you."
The droid turned its upper body as it looked at Ben again. The boy could swear that its posture sagged. Tears sprang to Ben's eyes. He wiped them away.
"I'm so sorry," he said, "but it's true. You're a droid who's been programmed to think it's Anakin Solo. But if you were really Anakin, you'd help me destroy the station now, because the people who made you can use it as a weapon, and they could destroy whole stars with it."
"How would you have destroyed me?"
"I didn't come here to destroy you. I came here to destroy the station. I have a way to cause this control room to send a pulse through the station and wreck it."
"Killing everybody aboard?"
"No. It sends an emergency evacuation code first, and waits 10 minutes.
10 minutes? The droid sounded offended. You think everyone on a station this large could get to escape pods in 10 minutes? Guiltily, Ben shrugged.
I didn't come up with the plan.
Give me the data. Ben reached into his pouch and grabbed the spike-topped datacard. As an afterthought, he also grabbed the other datacards, those that would have initiated self-destruct or shutdown sequences from other control rooms in the station. He held them up and felt the droid's magnetics yank them out of his hand. A moment later, they went into the droid's mouth slot. Analyzing, the droid said in its heartbroken tones. Then, oh, I know where that interface is, but I've been interpreting it as a candy dispenser.
That's wrong, Ben said.
I have to reinterpret myself in light of what it really is. These commands... No, I won't take life unnecessarily.
Unnecessarily? Think about what's going to happen if you don't.
It's true. Somebody is going to die. Them or me. Me or them.
Except you wouldn't be dying, Ben said. You're a droid. You're not really alive.
The droid leaned toward him, its posture suddenly menacing. If I do this, I'll end. Everything I am will just stop and never happen again. Tell me that's not dying. Go ahead. Tell me again. Ben leaned away from the droid, ashamed.
I'm sorry.
The droid resumed its earlier posture. Analyzing programming, it said, its voice distracted, almost droid-like. Security bypasses, passcodes. Hey, there's some brilliant stuff here.
Our best spies have been working on it.
Ben said absently. The clanking and voices from the hall were becoming louder. He heard a whining noise, and the door lifted enough that a centimeter of corridor light shone through. I'm going places I didn't know about, seeing through security holocams I couldn't access before. The droid looked up and waved toward the ceiling. Look, there I am. Its voice became dreamy. There are places, intersections into the old systems. So old, beautiful engineering. I can almost get in. It sighed, a sound of exasperation. They won't let me in. Time's kind of running out, Ben said. What are you going to do, Anakin? I'm not really Anakin, am I? You're Anakin, not Anakin Solo. Anakin Sal Solo. The droid laughed, but it was a humorless noise. Thracken's offspring. That's what I am. Ben suddenly found himself falling. He landed in a crouch on the floor. He looked cautiously up at the droid. I'm not going to destroy this station, the droid said. If you could feel it the way I do, feel its life. And there's so much knowledge here. But I'll keep my father and his friends from using it. I guess that means I have to die. I'm sorry, Ben said, and he truly was. He couldn't quite accept the droid as his cousin, but he abruptly realized he was thinking of it as a him, a living thing, a noble one. There it is, right at the human builder interface, the droid said. The code representing the station's imprinting on Anakin Solo. I'm installing a procedure to scramble what the station thinks Anakin Solo is, and another one to purge my memory. In me, in all my backups. Without those files, I doubt they'll ever be able to deconstruct what I've done. The door suddenly shot upward a meter. Without looking, the droid gestured toward it. It slammed shut again, so hard that the frame buckled. Ben heard cries of alarm and outrage from outside. There's my own code. My programming, the droid continued. Checks and locks in place. Let's get rid of that one. It sighed, a sound of tremendous relief. There we go. No more fear of death. Take 3 steps to your right. It took Ben a moment to realize the droid was addressing him. He obeyed. The lightsaber flew from the droid's hand to him. He caught it out of the air. Straight down from where you are, the droid said, there's an unguarded chamber. It leads to a corridor that parallels the one outside. You should leave now. Thank you, Ben said. He felt numb. He activated his lightsaber and pressed the blade tip into the floor. Smoke curled up as he began dragging the blade around in a slow circle. I think I'll activate that evacuation alarm anyway, the droid said. You know why? Why? 'Cause it'll be funny to watch all the people run around. The droid laughed again, and this time there was real mirth in it. Won't that be a good way to die? No pain, and watching people do silly things like in a holocomedy? That's a good way, all right. Ben's circle was almost done. His lightsaber blade hissed louder as his tears fell on it, and little puffs of steam rose to join the smoke. Jason caught up to Thrackan in a corridor intersection. Against the long wall, flush with the floor, were 2 shiny silver discs more than a meter in diameter. Above them, transparent tubes emerged from the ceiling a short distance, no more than 20 centimeters. The tubes looked like some sort of escape access, but no ladders led up to them. Thrackan was in the act of reaching toward a control panel on the wall when Jason lashed out through the force, hammering Thrackan into the wall. The older man bounced off, rolling painfully to his knees atop one of the silver discs. And then Jason reached him, holding the glowing tip of his lightsaber just under Thrackan's chin. Jason saw the tips of Thrackan's beard hairs blacken from the heat. His cousin, panting and almost stunned, said, "I guess you win." "Time to die, Solo!" The voice was Thrackan's, but it came from behind. Reflexively, Jason turned and began to bring his lightsaber up in a defensive posture. There was a blaster retort from behind him. The shot hit his lightsaber hilt and catapulted the weapon out of his hand, sending it down the corridor. He spun again. Thrackan, blaster in hand, finished rising and fired into Jason's chest. Jason caught the shot, bare-handed, dissipating its energy before it reached his palm. He smiled and opened his hand, showing Thrackan his undamaged palm. Thrackan fired again. Jason twitched his hand over to the left, caught the second shot. Then he crooked his finger with his left hand. The blaster flew from Thrackan's grip into that hand. Jason glanced back to where his lightsaber lay and gestured for it. It flew the 4 meters between them and dropped into his right hand. He activated it again and positioned its tip in front of Thrackan's neck. "Stang," Thrackan said. His expression suggested he was genuinely impressed. "I heard rumors that Darth Vader could do that. Can all Jedi do that?" "No." "What did you do? A recording?" "Yes, a little sound recorder. It was triggered by me saying, 'I guess you win.'" "Time to die, Solo!" came the cry from behind Jason. Jason snorted, amused despite the urgency of his mission. "I see." "Except you really lose. In a minute, all the forces I've brought to bear will be here. They'll continue to follow you, to wear you down, until one of them drops you, and your plan to destroy this station will fail. In that sense, it already has failed." A distant wail filled the air, a keening noise seemingly emanating from all directions at once, echoing and overlapping as though a city-sized droid were suddenly grieving for a slain offspring. Thrackan paled. Jason grinned. "That's the evacuation alarm. It means we have 10 minutes to get off this station before it destroys itself, which means that my apprentice, who is fortunate enough not to share any blood with you, has succeeded in setting up the station's destruction." He leaned closer, the proximity of his lightsaber blade causing Thrackan to lean away. "I can still share in his success a little bit. I could kill you. Remove your stain from the galaxy." Thrackan shook his head. "Jedi don't kill prisoners who have surrendered." "You haven't surrendered." "I surrender." Thrackan raised his hands. "There." A younger Jason might have been offended by the older man's casual, even contemptuous manipulations. This Jason merely met manipulation with manipulation. "Perhaps Jedi don't, but I might. You've done nothing but do damage to Corellia, to the New Republic, and to my family since I was a child. Wouldn't the universe be a better place without you in it?" "Very funny," Thrackan said. Jason could feel just the tiniest trace of increased distress in the man's emotions. Distress and... No, he was feeling something else, from somewhere else. Pain, death, from the future. From a future, one of any number of possible futures. Jason peered into it, letting the events of that potential timeline wash over him, but kept one eye on his cousin, alert through just his sight for any treachery. Events flashed past him too fast to absorb all their meaning. Starfighters launched lasers and missiles, raining death on the innocent. Why not the guilty? He could see no guilty. Pilot versus pilot, soldier versus soldier. No one was guilty. Neither side was more evil, more dark. War spread out from Corellia like ripples from a rock hitting the surface of a pond, and the rock was an image of Jason and Thraken. Jason saw clouds of expanding gas where the Brave had flown, corpse-littered fields where the Brave had fought, near unrecognizable ruins that had once been huge space vessels but were now crushed like beverage containers on the rocky surfaces of moons. And pain racking the Force like nothing had since the Yuuzhan Vong War. Pain twisting his kin. Shrieks of loss filled his ears. He focused on the rock in the pond, the image of himself and Thraken, and saw all these events unfolding from the point, the here and now, when he failed to kill Thraken. Shaken, he yanked himself back from the vision and stood there, breathing heavily. "What is it, boy?" Thraken asked, his tone almost kindly. "You've gone pale." Jason blinked at him. He felt as though he were hung on a hook. His mind told him that he couldn't do what his gut said he must. He couldn't cut down an enemy who had surrendered. Trust the Force, Luke had told him so often. Trust your feelings in the Force. He couldn't not cut down this enemy, even if the man had surrendered. Jason slowed his breathing, his heartbeat. He got his voice under control. "I apologize," he said. "I actually do have to kill you now." "You're insane. I've surrendered." "That's not enough. You ruin the future, Thraken." No, that wasn't quite right. But the future was ruined if he lived. "For the greater good, our Jedi traditions notwithstanding, I have to kill you." "But my droids are here." A blaster opened up from behind Jason. He turned to intercept the bolt, and partway into his maneuver, cursed himself for being tricked twice. No one stood in the hallway. The sound of blaster fire emerged from a small circular device adhering to the ceiling near a glow rod light fixture. Jason continued his maneuver into a full spin. His lightsaber, ending its 360-degree sweep, would cut Thraken in half. Instead, it hit a gleaming metal column. Jason glanced up. The column was rising out of the floor, propelling the metal disc Thraken stood on up to the ceiling. The disc hit the edges of the transparent tube, and there was a tremendous thoom noise. Thraken's feet launched up from the disc and disappeared from sight. Jason stepped onto the second disc and hit all 4 buttons on the control panel. The disc he stood on raised him rapidly into position, to the bottom of the second tube, and an instant later, a second ear-hammering thoom catapulted him upward. Propelled by an energy he couldn't yet define, repulsors, pneumatic air currents, tractor beams, he flew up through his tube, flashing past corridors, sometimes seeing open channels out to space, sometimes seeing lit passageways through which people were running. The shaft the 2 tubes occupied was sometimes tight-packed with machinery or engineering supports, sometimes open. The first time it opened, Jason looked up and could see Thraken, 100 meters or more above him in his own tube. Thraken's tube twisted, a right-angled turn, and suddenly he was headed away. The turn would have pulped a human under ordinary circumstances. Gravitics, Jason told himself. Only gravity manipulation could have allowed Thraken to survive. Jason reached the same altitude. His tube turned the opposite direction. He felt his stomach lurch, and suddenly he was hurtling away from his enemy, away from the man he desperately needed to kill. He howled, a noise of anger and distress he could barely hear over the wind noise whipping along the tube's interior. Then he deactivated his lightsaber, clipped it to his belt, and tucked Thracken's blaster into a pouch. It was time to be calm, time to get off this station, time to find out Ben's status. Thrackan was right. Jason had failed, not in his intended mission, but in his greater responsibility. Chapter 16. Coronet Corellia. "On the datapad, it's CCC-39, Doran shouted forward from the passenger compartment. In the co-pilot seat, Zek twisted uncomfortably and shouted back, "I'm telling you, the signs read Wedge Antilles Boulevard."
"Be quiet,"
Jaina snapped from the pilot seat.
"It's got to be the same route. Cities rename their streets all the time."
Their vehicle, a standard Lambda-class shuttle, its wings locked in the down position for flight, cruised down the center of the Coronet Boulevard. Its presence was incongruous. Though no more massive than some cargo-carrying ground speeders moving along the same avenue, it protruded in ways no ground speeder did, its flight wings sticking out of the lane on both sides, its upper stabilizer rising well above the containment zone indicated for the traffic lane. Nor was it inconspicuous in any other way. Colored the bright tan of desert sands, with a Corellian sand panther twisting and lashing out, painted along each side, it was even more highly decorated than most Corellian personal vehicles. Zek twisted to face forward again.
"This seat is too small for me." "It's too small for anyone," Jaina said. "I think it's built for a child."
"And it smells like fur." Jaina glanced over.
"Yes, there's fur coming off it and sticking to your clothes. Maybe a Bothan?"
Zek leaned back to sniff at the seat top. "Doesn't smell like a Bothan."
"We don't all smell alike."
Collier's outraged shout floated up from the passenger compartment.
"How do these rumors get started?"
"Rest your mouth, you're injured,"
Jaina called back. A ground speeder rose from a lower lane and settled into place in front of the shuttle's bow, close enough that its proximity alarm sounded, precisely what the irritated Corellian pilot ahead intended. Jaina growled. All around, normal ground speeder traffic was reacting negatively to the inappropriate presence of the shuttle in their traffic lane. They crowded the shuttle from behind, decelerated ahead to force Jaina to slow down, settled into place immediately above the shuttle's wings to aggravate her.
"Rudest pilots in the universe," she said. "Where's Uncle Luke?"
"Soon, soon," Thon soothed from the main compartment. A new sound cut through the shuttle's hull, the warbling alarm of a Corsac ground speeder. Sighing, Jaina checked her sensor board and found the view showing the vehicle. It was right behind the shuttle, its flashers going, its pilot waving her to descend. Doubtless, the pilot was also broadcasting a warning, but the shuttle's communications gear was set to hardpoint squadron and operation frequencies.
"Are we on Corellia yet?"
Zek asked.
"First chance I'm going to space you,"
Jaina said. They reached a point where Wedge Antilles Boulevard crossed under an even broader avenue, listed as Five Brothers Avenue on both the datapad and the ground-level glow signs. Traffic on Five Brothers Avenue was higher than that on Wedge Antilles Boulevard, for the simple reason that this was an elevated trafficway, a thruster-scoured transparasteel bridge so broad that even the fastest-moving vehicles on Wedge Antilles Boulevard would be beneath it, in shadow, for long, long seconds. But as Jaina's stolen shuttle neared the intersection, she and Zek recognized some of the traffic up on the Five Brothers overpass, a formation of X-wings, tucked neatly among the ground speeders, and also pursued by a Corsac speeder, doubtless piloted by a very annoyed officer.
She keyed her communications board.
Hardpoint, this is Pirella Tauntaun. We have you on visuals. Over.
Luke Skywalker's voice crackled back instantly. Are you spaceworthy? Wait, I see you. Isn't that a little conspicuous? Sand panthers? Over.
Best we could do on short notice, and we're ready for space. Over.
Begin your ascent. Out.
Belt in or hang on,
Jaina shouted. The jubilant tone in her voice came from being able, finally, to escape the restrictions of slow-paced traffic and a ruined operation. Not waiting to see if her teammates complied, they'd been told to belt in the instant they originally took off, after all, she used her repulsors to raise the shuttle's nose. The pursuing Corsac vehicle crowded up on her rear a little too fast from a little too close. Jaina heard a clang of impact as the ground speeder banged into her main drive unit. She fired her accelerators, just enough to splash thruster wash over the hood of the Corsac vehicle, and gave the pilot 2 seconds to get clear. Then she put her thrusters and repulsor lift units on full. The shuttle leapt into the sky. It didn't leap as nimbly as the X-wings on the bridge ahead. They stood on their tails and rocketed skyward. By comparison, her shuttle rose like a lazy balloon. But it was better than being in traffic. 4 of the X-wings reduced speed and dropped into position behind her, forming a protective box beyond her stern. 3 maneuvered into position around her, 1 above, 1 to port, 1 to starboard, a protective triangle. And Luke and Mara took point. Jaina grinned. She'd prefer to be out there with them, in a nimble starfighter protecting a more vulnerable target, but if she had to be shepherded, to have Luke and Mara doing the honors was about as good as it could get. Corellian space. The ships of Admiral Klauskin's task force pulled away from Corellia's gravitational attraction. It would be some time, long minutes, before they were far enough away from the gravity well to make the jump to hyperspace. The vessels of the Corellian fleet moved in, forming up in small groups of 4 and 5 ships. "But they're not moving in for the kill," Fiav Fen said. "They've recalled their fighter squadrons." "We're just going to get harassment fire, then," Klauskin said. "Probably." "How's their frigate?" "Floating dead in space. Minimal casualties, as far as we can determine, but a confirmed kill. All their escape pods have been picked up by their side." "Good, good." Klauskin nodded absently. The forward elements of Klauskin's task force, including Dodana, reached the leading edge of the reconfiguring Corellian fleet. Dodana began shivering as she sustained long-distance laser battery fire. But, as Klauskin had predicted, nothing heavier hit her. Nothing threatened to batter down her shields. Harassment fire. The Admiral grinned. "In about half an hour, they'll wish they tried to blow us out of the sky."
"Yes, sir."
Fenn's voice sounded dull. Klauskin wondered what had happened to diminish her enthusiasm for her job. As they passed through the harassment screen, Dodana shook and vibrated, but Klauskin never felt genuinely threatened. Reports continued to flood into the bridge. GA ship after ship reached the point where they could enter hyperspace. Preliminary starfighter losses from the skirmish were assessed. The role of the accidental intruder Millennium Falcon in the action was evaluated. Hardpoint Squadron reported a successful departure from Corellian atmosphere. The last lagging vessel in Klauskin's task force reported readiness to enter hyperspace. "All ships, jump," Klauskin ordered. A moment later, the stars through the forward viewport seemed to twist and spin, an unsettling kaleidoscopic visual image. An instant later, they straightened themselves, and the white-clouded blue and green planet Tralles wrenched into view in the distance ahead. "All starfighter squadrons," Klauskin said. "Launch."
2 hours later, it was done. A world was occupied and subjugated. To be sure, this wasn't a tremendous military accomplishment. Tralles was lightly occupied, and its defense against invasion amounted to a few scattered Corsac units, plus a dangerous, well-armed commando unit holding the installation built around the repulsor unit associated with Centerpoint Station. Klauskin's forces didn't bother with the repulsor defenders. They merely swept down on the city of Reladir, whose population of 1 million made it a metropolis by the standards of Tralles, and took the city and planetary leaders into custody. Units of Klauskin's task force landed in the city and occupied several downtown blocks. A few assault shuttles full of elite soldiers surrounded the repulsor facility with orders to keep its garrison bottled up. The rest of the task force's ships remained in orbit, a defensive perimeter. Units of the Corellian fleet began popping into nearby space, circling, reconnoitering, attempting to look threatening. It was evident to Klauskin that their commanders were confused, ill-directed. He smiled. He'd achieved his purpose by securing this beachhead. He'd confused the enemy. They were, at last, intimidated. "Enemy reinforcements continue to arrive," he said, his tones ringing and military. "But take no action, for fear of retaliation against or spillover damage to the civilian population." He thought for a moment, attempting to dredge up some further statement of hope and good cheer, then shook his head. "Operation Roundabout. Admiral Matrick Klauskin commanding." He nodded to Fen to indicate she should cease recording. She hit the appropriate button on her datapad. "Shall I clean it up before sending, sir?" "No, send it raw. Let's not make Admiral Pelion wait for it any longer than he has to. He's getting on in years, you know." "Yes, sir." "I need a brief rest. I'll be in my quarters." Klauskin turned away from the bow viewports that had occupied his attention for the last several hours and began the long walk to his quarters. Minutes later, the door into his quarters slid open, and he strode through. Only then did his pace change, his step fading from energetic to slow and weary. And weary he was, tired both physically and emotionally. To have his mission run head-on into certain failure, to have him wrest it back to a result that he could consider a success, had taken a toll on him. An admiral's flagship quarters were large and could be dressed up in opulence, but Klauskin had never taken that route. His largest chamber, instead of being a living chamber full of entertainments and comforts, had been furnished as a conference room, one large oval table and numerous padded chairs, with viewports affording it a beautiful port-side view of the stars. He walked past the table, seeing neither it nor the glorious view, and entered his bedchamber. He sat on the bed, remained upright long enough to pull his boots off, and lay back. The air above him shimmered, and Adela appeared. She was a trifle overweight, but dressed well to compensate for it, today wearing a green formal gown with a low neckline. Her long hair, brown streaked with gray, was piled high in a Coruscanti style that some considered out of date, but Klauskin had always regarded as classic. She wore no jewelry. She despised jewelry. In all the years they'd been married, she'd never looked more radiant. At the moment, she looked far happier and healthier than the month before she died. He'd long since stopped wondering how he'd been so lucky to have her re-enter his life. Now he just smiled up at her. "I'm glad you came." "Shh." She put a finger to her lips, then lowered it to his. "You need to rest. You did so very well today." "I did, didn't I?" "Yes. Don't ever let anyone ever tell you
that you didn't.
Her tone was almost stern.
You just wait. Soon enough they'll all be saying how you took impossible orders and sliced a victory out of them. You'll be famous. You'll be promoted to Fleet Admiral.
Yes, dear.
No other reward would be acceptable. Anything else would be an insult.
Yes, dear.
Sleep, Matrick.
He did. Coruscant. 2 days later, Luke Skywalker, dressed in the full robe array of a Jedi Master, was escorted to a conference chamber within the densest government precincts on Coruscant. Several invitees to the meeting were already there and seated. At the head of the table was Chief of State Cal Omus, a lean, fair man with thinning hair. The stresses of his office and late middle age had made the man gaunt, even frail-looking, but determination kept him upright and lent him dignity. He wore garments cut in the fashion of a formal GA military uniform, but in non-regulation deep purple. To his right sat Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, acting chief of the GA military. He had been a successful, ferocious Space Navy officer in the days of the Old Republic, and even now, more than 60 years later, still commanded with wit, ingenuity, and uncompromising will. He and Luke exchanged glances, and the faintest of ironic smiles. More than 30 years earlier, the two had been enemies, Luke fighting for the New Republic, and Pellaeon for the remnants of the Empire, and now they served the same cause. Despite his advancing age, Pellaeon still appeared formidable, thick-chested, his white hair still bushy, his mustache still ferocious. His GA Admiral's uniform was as crisp as his manner. To his right sat Admiral Neothel, a female Mon Calamari. Unlike Akbar, perhaps the best-known military Mon Cal officer in recent history, she was known for an icy disposition and cutting reprimands. Her outsized eyes followed Luke as he entered the chamber. He spared her a glance and a slight friendly nod. He did not know her well, and had neither affection nor disdain for her. Elsewhere at the table sat advisers and aides for the three. The composition of meeting attendees told Luke that all the discussion would be about military affairs and their effects on political matters, and that meant the mess at Corellia. Chief Omus gestured to the unoccupied seat to his left, and Luke took it. "Good to see you, Master Skywalker. Thank you for arriving so quickly." "Happy to oblige, sir." Luke's arrival had indeed been quick. The transport carrying him, his Jedi teams, and others, fresh from Operation Roundabout, had landed less than an hour before. "So," Omus glanced at Pellaeon. "Admiral, would you care to begin?" "Yes." Pellaeon glanced at the datapad before him. "Master Skywalker, how would you describe the Jedi operations that were part of Roundabout?" "Successful," Luke said, "but not cleanly so. We had 5 operations: Slashrat, Perella, Tauntaun, Womprat, and Mynock." Pellaeon managed a small smile. "Each creature being either bad-tempered or bad-smelling." "Yes, sir. Slashrat, commanded by Master Corran Horn, was a 2-operative team observing Coronet's main starport for significant starfighter launch activities. Since most of Coronet's starfighter squadrons had apparently been pulled for Corellia's fleet action, of course, Slashrat's usefulness was largely nullified. Perella and Tauntaun, respectively commanded by Jaina Solo and Tahiri Vela, were assigned the task of kidnapping Prime Minister Idle Saxon and Chief of State Thrackan Sal Solo from their residences. One of the aides toward the foot of the table, a male Bothan, cleared his throat. His fur rippled with what Luke interpreted as discomfort. "It's probably inappropriate," he said, "to use the word kidnapping Neothel's eyes twitched, and her gaze pinned the speaker.
"Master Skywalker isn't speaking to the public or the press," she said, her voice harsh and gravelly. "So he isn't obliged to mince words. In this company, we should be using precise terminology, not your public relations pablum. Shouldn't we?"
The Bothan's fur rippled again, and Luke could sense it was from a combination of fear and anger at being rebuked. "Yes, Admiral," the man said.
"In the future," Neothel added, "try confining your remarks to useful ones."
"Yes, Admiral." Luke suppressed a smile. He turned back to Pelion. Their mission was an almost complete failure, due to what appears to be foreknowledge on Corellia's part. Saxon and Sal Solo remain on Corellia. Womprat, which I commanded, had the task of retrieving Tauntaun and Perella, and was successful, though not without loss. We lost a shuttle and its two-person crew, and an X-Wing with its Jedi pilot. Finally, Luke said, there's Mynock. The most important of the operations, and the one for which the other operations, as significant as they might have been, were also to act as a diversion. Mynock was, from both a short-term and long-term perspective, spectacularly successful. Centerpoint Station was removed as a threat through the elimination of the control mechanisms the Corellians had designed to make it completely operational. But the station itself wasn't destroyed, meaning that in the long run it can be further examined and investigated. There was some loss of life among Corellian security force members defending the installation, but neither of the Jedi involved in the mission was hurt. And this all despite the fact that the Corellians in charge of the station were fully aware that operatives were coming. That Jedi operatives were coming. Pelion fixed Luke with a stare that could most charitably be described as unhappy. "You're certain they knew Jedi would be coming?" Luke nodded. "Yes, sir. According to Mynock's reports, they had developed tactics and brought in combat droids that were clearly optimized for action against Jedi. They used wide-effect weapons such as sonic attacks and explosives, very hard for Jedi to evade. They had fast-moving, very mobile units capable of sustaining action against powerful individual infiltrators. Their holocam sensor network appeared to be set up to track individuals moving through the station. They even had a trap specifically designed to keep Jedi from using the Force. Also, a resource remaining in Corellia, Luke didn't name Dr. Seiya, since all those here who were authorized to know that name would already be familiar with it, reports discussions among the Corsac troops about the relative effectiveness of their brief anti-Jedi training. Ah! Pelion looked not at all surprised by the allegation that the Corellians had had not just advance warning of the operation, but of specific details about the operation's composition. "I understand your own son was responsible for Mynock being a success." "That's correct, sir." "Your 13-year-old son?" Luke smiled. "Yes, sir." "You're more ruthless than I realized, Master Skywalker." Luke shook his head. "I simply don't swim against the currents of the Force." Neothel asked, "Could General Wedge Antilles have been the conduit for all the advanced knowledge the Corellians received?" Luke frowned, puzzled. "I don't think so. Wedge is retired. I doubt he was involved at all, on either side." "Oh, he was involved," Neothel said, "as an extension of the same governing principle that led to Operations Tauntaun and Perella. He was picked up and transported here prior to Operation Roundabout's commencement, to keep him out of trouble." Luke covered his eyes with his hand.
He escaped a short time later, and apparently returned to Corellia," Neophil continued. "It's just been announced that Chief Sal Solo has ousted the old Minister of War to assume the position himself, and Antilles has been assigned liaison between Sal Solo and Prime Minister Saxon."
"I'm surprised," Luke said. He looked up at the Mon Cal officer again. Surprised that he'd take a position like that.
"I'm not," Pelion said. "If I'd been subjected to that sort of treatment, I might declare a personal war on the government that had authorized it. I suspect Antilles isn't fighting for Corellia. He's against us. Us personally."
He indicated himself and Cal Omus, then turned to Neophil.
"Find out the name of every officer who botched any portion of the operation against Antilles. Perhaps he'll remove himself from the picture if we bust every one of them down to floor sweeper."
"Admiral, it will be a pleasure."
Neophil turned to Luke.
"I need you to be logical instead of sentimental when answering this. Could your sister have been the leak, informing the Corellians about the Jedi involvement?"
Luke shook his head. "Impossible." Neophil made a wet, rubbery noise, the Mon Calamari equivalent of a snort of derision.
"Nothing's impossible, Skywalker."
"I'll explain, with logic, why I believe it's impossible. For her to know that Jedi would be part of the operation, she'd also have to be privy to more information than that. And the more information would reveal that her son and her daughter, and my son, were part of the operation. Can you imagine her giving the Corellians information that would oblige them to kill her children and her nephew?" Neophil spread her hands, palms up, an "I don't know" gesture.
"It depends on the strength of her convictions, and what those convictions are. You haven't proved that her ideals don't value Corellian independence above family survival."
"Enough," Chief Omus said. "It's out of the question." "But there is a leak somewhere," Luke conceded. "In the Order, here in the seat of government. I'm not sure which. We have to find it and close it."
"Another question," Pelion said. "What impression did you have of Admiral Klauskin?"
Luke considered. Mostly favorable. At least as the operation was coming together, he seemed smart and decisive. When things started to go wrong, though, well, it seems obvious that he chose badly. Improvisation does not appear to be one of his skills. "That's putting it mildly," Omus said. "But really, that's all you or any of your Jedi could say about him?" "Well, no." Luke suppressed a sigh. Reluctance to speak ill of someone was out of place here. "Except for me, Jedi dealings with him were very limited. I saw him at several briefings. All the team heads except Corran Horn, Jaina, Tahiri, Jason, and I were at one briefing, and all the Jedi met him at one dinner. It was after that dinner that one of my Jedi, Tew Zax, a recently confirmed Jedi Knight, said that she'd had the oddest impression from him." Neophil asked,
"Which was what?"
"That he'd blanked at one point during dinner. That while I was swapping starfighter pilot stories with Jaina, Klauskin had just gone away, mentally. An absence so strong she felt it through the Force. Just for a few moments." Neophil's eyes edged forward, a gesture perhaps meant to intimidate.
"And you didn't report this?"
"Report what?" Luke shrugged.
The same sort of thing can happen when someone enters a meditative state, or falls into a particularly private memory. Tu's young enough that she hadn't encountered it before. I have, and didn't think anything of it. Do you believe it could be evidence of a more significant problem?
Oh, yes.
The Awful nodded, the motion made exaggerated by the size of her head, longer than that of any human.
He has apparently experienced a complete emotional and mental breakdown. 12 standard hours after the occupation of Trollis, his aide, Colonel Fenn, found him wandering Dodonna's corridors in his robe, looking for his wife. His dead wife. He hasn't responded much to questions or orders since. Dodonna's officers have been told that he collapsed from exhaustion.
Which brings us to the last subject of significance we need you for, Master Skywalker. Chief Omus rubbed his chin. The occupation of Trollis and its consequences. Operation Roundabout was supposed to force the Corellians to realize that they can't just rebuild their giant blaster in space. We were to take the giant blaster away and wrap their heads with our knuckles. We failed to wrap their heads. The arrival of the Corellian fleet prevented that. But we did take their giant blaster away. And had our task force returned to Coruscant from that point, we still would have been ahead, if only slightly ahead, in the game.
But the occupation of Trollis,
the Awful said,
has made them angry. Fighting mad, I believe the expression is.
Corellia continues to arm herself, Pelion said. Other planets are expressing outrage about the way Roundabout was conducted. Commodore, Fondor, Bespin, coalitions within the corporate sector, more every hour. Some of them are simply playing political games, of course, but others could conceivably join Corellia in a military alliance.
I know. Luke's voice was rueful. Maybe those other planets would ease off if we showed them the evidence you've gathered about Corellia's secret assault fleet.
We can't, Omus said. Our evidence isn't incontrovertible, and some of those worlds would ally with Corellia even if it were. We'd be tipping our hand for nothing.
And we still wouldn't know the location of the fleet, Pelion said. But we can still manage this through diplomacy. Prime Minister Saxon has indicated that she would be willing to meet with us in a mission of peace, even travel from Corellia for the meeting. But not here, not to Coruscant.
Where, then? Luke asked.
Not yet determined, Pelion said. That's not important. It will have to be a system that both sides consider neutral on this issue. Now, Chief of State Omus cannot represent the Galactic Alliance, since his rank is substantially higher than Saxon's. For the leader of hundreds of worlds to travel to meet the leader of 5 would be too great a sign of weakness.
Of course, Luke said. He breathed deeply, willing away the sudden stab of nausea he felt. This was the type of politics he hated most. Niggling details based on perceptions of relative merit or importance.
So it will be me, Pelion continued. Each side will have a security detail in place. But Prime Minister Saxon has made an interesting concession. She's willing to stipulate the neutrality of Jedi on this issue, and to have as many Jedi present as you, Luke Skywalker, wish, to defend the diplomatic mission.
Luke nodded. Give me the details and I'll assemble a team. But I don't understand why she'd do that. The Jedi Order is specifically an organization defending the Galactic Alliance. We're not entirely impartial. Chief Omus said, I can only give you a guess based on decades of political dealings. I think Saxon wants peace. Not even necessarily for its own sake, but because war will allow Chief Sal Solo to assume emergency power and control resources she can't regulate or restrain. But she has to find a way to preserve the peace that allows the Corellians to save face. Which means, so do we.
We could withdraw the units occupying Trollis, Luke said. Chief Omus nodded.
Correct. But we'll let that be one of Saxon's negotiating points. She'll certainly insist on it, and we'll agree to it. We shouldn't.
That was Neothal, and, if anything, there seemed to be even more grumble to her voice than before.
We should massively reinforce it now. Begin a forced relocation of the civilian population. We'll need it as a jumping-off point if the Corellians don't comply and we have to conquer the system. Not having it available to us could cost us immeasurably.
Chief Omus fixed her with an admonishing look.
We'll agree to it,
he continued, and returned his attention to Luke.
It is a political rather than a military tactic. If we just withdraw now, the Corellians become more belligerent, seeing our action as weakness. If we agree to Saxon's negotiations on that point, we don't look weak, and Saxon's position is strengthened.
I see. Pelion said,
Please assemble a list of prospects for your Jedi security team. We'll let you know as things develop.
Luke stood. May the Force be with you, Admiral. Pelion grinned.
Once upon a time, I was certain I'd never hear those words directed toward me.
Luke smiled in return. Times change. He nodded his respects to the others and swept out of the chamber. Chapter 17. Coruscant. The airspeeder was big, roomy inside and outside, in a way that had not been in fashion for several years. It was sky blue, but scarred and dented by a generation's worth of ordinary accidents and mishaps, and it looked as slow as a bantha at nap time. A human male lounged in the back seat, his feet toward the elevated walkway against which the speeder had docked. He wore dark pants with narrow red stripes running up the outside of the legs, a tan, long-sleeved shirt, a dark vest, and worn boots. A yellow rag was draped across his face. He looked at first glance as though he was sleeping, the rag keeping sunlight from his face, but something in the way his head was propped up against the side of the seat, orienting his eyes toward the adjacent walkway, something in the way his raised right knee hid his hand, and perhaps the presence of a blaster pistol, illegal here but hardly uncommon, kept even the most larcenous passers-by from giving too much consideration to stealing the speeder. Moving briskly, a small woman in a brown traveler's robe, hood up to conceal her face, moved out of the stream of foot traffic and dropped into the passenger seat. The man in the back seat pulled the rag from his face and rolled forward into the pilot's seat, fast and graceful. He had the speeder backed up 30 meters and was reversing direction, blasting forward into a traffic lane at a rate that seemed remarkable for such an awkward speeder, before other passers-by began to register the fact that he was Han Solo. "What did you find out?" he asked. The wind from their movement whipped the hood from Leia's face. It fell against her back. She didn't bother to replace it. Nor did she bother to conceal her unhappiness. "Maybe we ought to get home before we discuss this."
"I've already waited several hours," Han said.
"Maybe you ought to park."
Finally, he gave her a close look. "That bad?"
"Worse."
"Give it to me."
There was an almost imperceptible pause. Han knew Leia was arranging facts, deciding on order of presentation. "Some of this I'm guessing, based on things that weren't said and things that were. Some that I'm sure of is based on things I overheard. I guess I'll start with the biggest things and go down from there. The Corellian claims that Centerpoint Station was sabotaged by Jedi are true. The station has been seriously damaged, setting the Corellian Scientific Corps back several years. And the Jedi who did it were Jason and Ben.
Han gave her a sharp look. He saw her eyes widen, and he glanced back into traffic. In just fractions of a second, the distraction and the tightening of his hands on the controls had caused his speeder to slide partway out of its traffic lane, toward a tiny high-speed model with an elderly dark-skinned human couple in it. He flashed them a sorry-about-that smile and returned his attention to Leia, but kept better vigilance on his piloting. Jason.
Yes.
And Ben.
Yes.
Is Luke crazy? This time she didn't answer. She continued,
Jedi teams also made attempts to snatch a few critical Corellian politicians out of Coronet. Jaina was on one of those teams.
Han's jaw set, and he saw Leia pull back unconsciously just a few centimeters. She wasn't afraid, had never had reason to be afraid of his reactions, but he was reminded of something a colleague once told him. When Han Solo got mad, he looked madder than any human in known space. He's doing it again, Han said. He's throwing my children, our children, into dangerous situations they shouldn't be part of. What do I have to do to make him stop?
There's more. Are you sure I can't persuade you to pull over?
Is there anything you could possibly tell me that would make me lose my skill as a pilot? Realizing he sounded testy, and not wanting to pour out his anger on Leia, he forced all anger out of his voice. Just tell me.
The Corellians had ambushes and traps set up for them. Ambushes and traps meant for Jedi.
They flew along in silence for several long moments. Han held what Leia had told him in his mind like an egg, something too delicate for him to handle roughly. He noticed, even in his distraction, that the speeder had developed a shudder. Carefully, he experimented with the acceleration, with the controls during turns. No, the speeder was unchanged, but his arms and hands were shaking so badly that they were affecting performance. Abruptly, he pulled out of traffic, side-slipping with ridiculous, dangerous accuracy into an unoccupied speeder dock at the 500-meter level next to a restaurant-side walkway. The speed of his approach and his rapid last-second deceleration caused pedestrians on the walkway to shriek and leap out of the way, as though he were going to overshoot and slam through them. But he was at a dead stop centimeters from docking, and let the dock's grappler beam drag him in the final handspan of distance. Automatically, he inserted a cred card in the adjacent slot. For long moments, he couldn't bring himself to look at his wife. His voice was low and shaky when he finally said, "So I did that. I almost got them killed."
No.
Yes. I should have figured that our kids would get involved in what was going on with Corellia, and I went there and told the Corellians to line up their gun sights on our boy and our girl.
Han, you told them your guesswork, but you're not listening to me. I said they were prepared for Jedi. What in everything you told the Corellians would have alerted them to be prepared for Jedi in exactly the situations where Jedi were used against them?
Han thought about it. Nothing.
That's right, nothing. So?
Somebody else told them where and when Jedi would be used.
That's right. And the whole thing with Center Point Station. The Corellians are being kind of disingenuous about it when they say the Jedi came and sabotaged the place. They neglect to point out that they'd restored it to full operating status, or were on the verge of doing so.
Han looked at her, tried to absorb the implications of what she was saying. No politician, he was still a skilled tactician, and the relative military strengths of Corellia with and without the station began clicking like numbers through his mind. They made him uneasy. With the station operable, Corellia could probably have achieved independence quickly, bloodlessly, but the system could only have done so by issuing threats, terrorist threats against the Galactic Alliance. Suddenly he wasn't sure he could support Corellian independence on those terms, and this lack of conviction made him uneasy. "You're just full of good news," he said, an attempt at humor that, to his own ears, fell flat.
"There's more, and I don't know what this means."
"Go ahead."
Ben actually did the main bit of work in sabotaging the station. It was quite an achievement, but he's not talking about it. He's reported only to his father, and Luke hasn't released any of that information. Ben's not accepting congratulations very well, and when I went to him to offer mine, he couldn't bring himself to talk to me. He just froze up and sort of nodded, and then made as hasty a retreat as he could. He looked guilty.
"He probably figured out how I'd take the news."
Maybe.
Han drew a long, deep breath. "Anything else?" She nodded.
They're still going to try to fix everything by diplomatic means. There's going to be a meeting between Saxon and Pelion. Both sides, and the Jedi, will be providing security. Luke asked me to be part of that effort, and he's hoping you will be too.
"Did you accept?"
I accepted for me.
He nodded. "Then you accepted for me too." Finally, Leia smiled.
I was hoping you'd say that. And we have one last problem to deal with.
"Keep it up, my mind is going to crack. What problem?"
Admirers.
Han looked up. Just meters away, a crowd of at least 20 people, their attention on Han and Leia, had accumulated on the walkway, slowing foot traffic. When Han looked at them, some waved, some looked away, some stood as transfixed as if they'd been hit by a blaster's stun bolt. "Han Solo! Princess Leia!" called one, a Deveronian male, his ruddy red skin and white horns somehow out of place in this brightly sunlit spot. "Can we get a holo with you?" "Our public," Han muttered.
You love it. You know you do.
He flashed her a smile, stood, and offered her his hand, a gallant gesture to help her rise. "Sure," he called back. Then he whispered to his wife, "I hope there are no lip readers in this crowd." Kuat System, Toriaz Station. 5 days later, an odd collection of ships converged on a space station in the Kuat star system. The station itself was of unusual design. At its core was a disk 2 kilometers across, 300 meters thick, its edges beveled and smoothed like an ancient polished cred coin, its surface thick with glowing viewports in every imaginable color, blue predominating. From the edge of the disk, at regularly spaced intervals, radiated a dozen narrow spokes a 1/4 kilometer in length. At the end of each spoke was a pod a 1/4 kilometer across, 40 meters high at its thickest point. 6 of the pods were disks, resembling the central core, and 6 were triangular, affixed to the spokes on one point of the triangle. The disks alternated with the triangles, giving the station symmetry of design. Toriaz Station was a place of recreation and competition, negotiation and romance, cold-blooded calculation and hot-blooded rage. Its core disk was an environment of hotels and shops, gardens and waterfalls. By dictate of the trade families that ran the station, hotels did not offer single-room accommodations. The lowliest quarters available for rent were lavish suites whose daily rent was equivalent to the yearly earnings of a middle-class family. Here, corporations and merchant clans leased or maintained suites, entertained holodrama stars, made business deals that dictated the fates of thousands of occupations and lives. The 12 pods were somewhat less glamorous, at least on initial inspection. Each would have been a fully self-contained space station but for the spoke, a sturdy, broad traffic conduit connecting it to the main station. And in fact, in times of crisis, any of the pods could separate from the station's main body, thrust free through use of a slow but serviceable drive unit, and maintain itself in space for days or weeks until rescue arrived. Each pod, which included hundreds of sets of quarters, conference chambers, exercise and recreation facilities, theaters, kitchens, vehicle hangars, security chambers, cell blocks for rowdy celebrants, and vast atria, could be rented as a single unit for any sort of corporate event. Merchant princes brought in several hundred of their closest friends to celebrate their 100th birthdays in these pods. Kuat Drive Yards, the single greatest manufacturer in the system, had its trade shows in these pods. And now one of them, a triangular pod known as Narsak Habitat, had been hired, at the last minute and for an unspecified duration, displacing a suddenly very unhappy convention of airspeeder and swoop manufacturers from around the galaxy, by the government of the Galactic Alliance. The Narsak Habitat's crew of stewards, cooks, waitstaff, cleaning and maintenance droids, valets, and dressing consultants had been dismissed on full pay for the duration of the GA stay, replaced by carefully screened government employees. The only Toriaz Station employees left were a skeleton crew of security officers, amply reinforced and overseen by GA security specialists. The first ships to dock with Narsak Habitat, one large transport each from Coruscant and Corellia, discharged hordes of soldiers and security personnel who immediately began scouring the pod for listening devices, booby traps, and hidden weapons. They found plenty, many of them years or decades old, all apparently left from previous events, the forgotten residue of attempted espionage and treachery in the past. After 2 days of examination, both sides reported to their respective leaders that there was no sign of ill intent from their opposite number. Sufficiently reassured that matters could progress, both sides brought in protocol droids and status engineers who examined the Habitat's facilities, comparing them with the events of the conference to come, and immediately began negotiating to make sure that their respective sides would have slightly better than equal Habitat resources. The views from the suites against the outermost hull were best, therefore the delegates must stay there, despite the fact that this increased demands on the security teams. The spinward edge of that bank of suites got to see each view in turn first, and therefore each side demanded them for its own delegation. In-suite breakfasts would be served simultaneously to the Saxon and Pelion suites, with no regard to the preferred breakfasting time of the delegates themselves. This went on for another full day. Wedge Antilles ignored it all. Offloaded with the first groups of security experts, but not truly part of the Corellian force, he found what he thought was the best spot in the Habitat, a lush green water garden beneath a top-hull viewport 100 meters across, showing glorious starfields during the hours when grow lights were not activated, and spent most of his time there. No other men or women of the security details intruded except for the occasional perimeter search and weapons scan. On the morning of the 4th day, as he sat in the dark in a lounger that conformed itself to his body with each of his movements, he heard rustling on the far side of the central clearing. He put his hand on his holstered blaster, but did not otherwise move. In moments, another human walked into the clearing, oblivious to the surrounding ferns and the artificial waterfall and pool only a dozen meters away. Ramrod straight, he wore a Galactic Alliance general's uniform, its cap tucked under his arm, and his attention was fixed on the stars above. He was about Wedge's age, with fair hair and a face a little lined by responsibility and old sorrow, but not by age. He looked like a prince, with features that could have been coldly aristocratic had the mood ever taken him, but Wedge had never seen him wear an attitude like that. Wedge grinned and took a deep, silent breath. "Rogue 2!" he snapped. "Break to port!" Before Wedge was halfway through his shout, the newcomer had dropped, rolled behind a long box planted with glowing wuxia plants from Naboo, and then come upright again, his cap missing. His expression would have been ferocious had he been able to keep himself from grinning. Wedge, not nice. He brushed himself off and stepped out from behind the improvised cover. Wedge rose to take the man's hand and embrace him. "Tycho, I didn't know you were going to be part of this merry mess." General Tycho Selchu clapped Wedge's back before releasing him. "I knew you were, but there's a little problem with sending you messages these days." "I know." Wedge gestured to the lounger next to his, then resumed his original seat. Tycho sat, but remained upright, his posture perfect. The humor gradually left his face, leaving behind a combination of curiosity and regret. "I can't believe that we're sitting here wearing different uniforms." Wedge felt the way Tycho looked. He nodded. "Me either." "What is that all about?" Tycho sounded almost angry. Certainly he was upset. "I heard about the kidnapping and your escape. That sent a shockwave through intelligence, and a lot of idiots were busted down in rank on account of it, which suits me just fine. But what are you doing in that uniform?" Then he narrowed his eyes and looked around. "Or should we be talking here?" Wedge nodded, unconcerned. "We can. This place has been screened so often and so well, by your side and my side, that I'd be more surprised to see a listening device than a rancor in a formal gown. But Tycho, we are talking strictly off the record. Correct?" Tycho nodded. "Corellia's a coalition government," Wedge said. "Saxon is riding herd on a vast number of ministers and sub-ministers, most of whom want her job, or want to decide who's going to have her job next." "I know that." "Well, because of various pressures, she's had to appoint Sal Solo her Minister of War." "I'd heard that, too." Tycho's face showed his distaste for the longtime politician. "It's sort of like appointing a piranha beetle your Minister of Meat Supplies. How could the Corellians be so crazy as to let him do anything more important than sweep sidewalks?" "People redeem their heroes," Wedge said. He heard the weariness in his own voice. "Sal Solo's a convicted conspirator. Han Solo was a spice smuggler. Luke and Leia are children of the most notorious mass murderer in history." He paused, realizing that he might have gone a step too far in his comparisons. Vader's complicity in the destruction of Tycho's homeworld, Alderaan, was well known, but Tycho didn't twitch. "Anyway, Saxon needs someone to be on hand to interpret Sal Solo's moves, to give him strategic advice when it's his glands rather than his brains moving units around on the warboard, and so on, and to accompany her here and see what I can do to promote the cause of peace. Reunification." Tycho nodded. If things go badly, you're aware you could end up being listed as a war criminal? I was thinking about that. Wedge stretched and put his hands behind his head to become more comfortable. It's been a little over 40 years since I was a smuggler. Oh, don't say it. I bet I could get my hands on a good fast transport, find some of my old contacts. One or two may still be alive. Wedge shrugged. Seal's on her career path, and Miri's going to finish her education pretty soon. Iella and I can wander the spaceways, buy a little here, sell a little there. I could use a good co-pilot.
Tycho fell silent, considering.
You're still keeping an eye on Seal for me? Wedge asked. Oh, yes. She's up for a transfer to a test squadron if she wants it. She doesn't know yet. She fired on me at Corellia. No. Oh, yes. Came close to getting me, too, considering how green she is.
Wedge smiled proudly, then sobered.
Tycho, let's get this situation patched up. If it comes to war, with you and Seal where you are, I'll have family on both sides.
Aw, you're going to make me cry. Both men smiled. They returned their attention to the stars above and settled into a companionable silence.